verify with my driver's license and all kind of shit just to even keep my account. It's crazy.
Mm. Hey guys, so let's not let Twitter win. Everybody, please just copy this link, send it out, send it out, send it out. We ain't gonna let Twitter get away with this shit. All right.
And check your back channel. I just gave you some stuff.
My back channel.
Yep, just in your DMs.
All right.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is Thoughts of the Week podcast, and we're going to be getting underway to Dr. Claude Anderson. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is Thoughts of the Week podcast.
Gotcha.
Conversations with Dr. Claude Anderson.
I understand.
Right. We're going to listen in.
Okay.
Gotcha. Conversations with Dr. Claude Anderson.
All right. Let me copy the link here. All right, y'all. Tweet it out. Get it. Let everybody know we're doing the 12:30. Dr. Anderson will be in here in about a half hour, but we're gonna go ahead and make sure everything's right for him before he get here. I want everybody to have their seats before the main event comes on. I don't want people trying to come in late. You're gonna miss stuff. This is going to be historical, right? Dr. Anderson said this may be his last engagement. So this is historical. So we want everybody to be settled in by the time Dr. Anderson get here. So copy this link and send it out. Please send it out, guys. Let's get this place filled up here. Who is She Means Business? Is she on?
She's the music. She has the music cue. So for right now,
okay.
and it's no talk, like just so it's a clean recording for you.
Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. All right. So all right, let's get people in here. Let's get everybody in here, y'all. Miss Florence. Is Miss Florence up on the stage?
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
No, she's not.
This is Thoughts of the Week
And y'all,
podcast.
I see that she's requested, and I'm trying to hit her thing, but it won't let me. I'm trying to add her as a speaker. Can somebody else give it a shot?
Make somebody.
You have to co-host someone.
Oh, anybody co-hosted?
No, sir.
All right.
This is Thoughts of the Week podcast live, ladies and gentlemen. And in just about 15 minutes,
all right,
Dr. Claude Anderson will be live for conversations.
Big A Sister Ish, if y'all would accept the co-host, please.
For conversations with Dr. Claude Anderson. You're rocking with the best. Thoughts of the Week. Let's get it. Okay. You're rocking with the best. Thoughts of the Week podcast.
Sister Ish, did you get the co-host today?
Yes, I got it.
Miss Florence is connected.
She's connected.
Yes, she's connected.
Okay. Right. I'm
gonna try again with Miss Florence. It was just, I guess she having a technical problem. I'm gonna try it again. Let's see. Might have
Okay.
She might have to leave out and come back in. Everybody, please retweet the space, share it on our platforms if you can. Please, please, please. Oh, here we go. We got Miss Rosie.
You got Miss Rose. Is she up as a speaker?
There she go. She up here.
Yeah, we can hear you now, Miss
Okay,
Rose.
thanks.
All right.
So now I'm good. I can let my grandson go on about his business.
Yeah, you can let him go now, Miss Rose. All right. Yes, ma'am. And mute your mic for now, Miss Rose, please. Because we can hear your background. Okay, thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. All right. Okay. All right. Come on, y'all. Let's get these folks in here. Let's get these people in here. Get them in here. All right, y'all. This is going to be a historical day here. So let's get everybody in here. Repost. However you found out about the room, go back to that and repost the new link. Tell people to come on in. We're in here. People may be trying to click on to the confirmation to get in here, and they're not able to because for whatever reason that's not working all of a sudden. But we're gonna make this work anyway. We're gonna make it work. Mm-hmm.
Denmark, did you send Jessica the new link?
No, I didn't. Do that now.
Hey, Dan, just a reminder too, that even though if the people who click the link can't get in, if they come over to the Twitter space, hopefully they can see it at the top. Because when I go to one of my other phones, I do see the room at the top. So hopefully
that's good.
Yeah, so it says 46.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Yeah, hopefully people got enough,
Yeah, come on over to the space, right?
Yeah, to come to Twitter, period. If you don't,
Yeah, well, we got, it says 51 plus posts, 151. I don't know if that's people or I don't know if you got that many, do it. Damn, it's a lot of people in here. Yeah, y'all go ahead and retweet that thing. It's growing. Okay.
Yeah. No, that's not a lot of people. 151. We were expecting 10,000.
Yeah.
We need 10,000 people in.
But we haven't officially opened yet either, though.
No. Yeah, no. We want 10,000 people in here in the next 15 minutes, y'all. Yeah. Let's get this.
Don't worry about it. It's gonna happen.
Mm-hmm. They come.
Don't you worry. It's Dr. Anderson.
Okay.
Everybody, take time. There was a glitch with the original invite. Please, everyone get in the DMs, repost, send out this invite. Like Denmark said, this is a historical moment. We may never hear from Dr. Claude Anderson again. Thank you.
Yes, also if you have your group chats, put it in your group chats as well.
My address, it'll come to me here in Atlanta.
Who is Tamika? Miss Giselle.
I don't know who Tamika is. I don't know Tamika. I don't know who it is. There's so many people in the space right now, and that's what's going to happen after about 1,000 people in the space. We're not going to be able to see all of the people in the space. So if you're participating, please DM me if you're not added to the group chat so that I can add you now. And we will only communicate there just to keep the flow of the room going.
It is 12:51, guys.
Yep, you ready?
Yeah, let's go ahead. Let's do that now.
Okay.
Yes.
So you said you had some opening information that you wanted to start off the space with.
Yeah, actually, real quick, y'all. We got about 9 minutes. Hey, Rock. After these, after the tribute, then you go ahead, Rock. You take it over. Hey, and so anyway, guys. Yeah, this is actually the somebody's mic is off. Rock, your mic is off.
Go ahead. We can mute everybody. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. All right, so yeah, I just wanted to announce to the room that this is the launch of Unfiltered, Uninterrupted, which is a podcast that we're putting together here, and you guys are going to be able to. And this is the type of content that we want to bring to Twitter Spaces. We want to bring informative, uplifting content to the masses. And this is actually our official launch. And we're still working on getting everything together, getting all the bugs out, and all that there type stuff. I'm really new to this here, but it's important that we get that we get information out to the masses, right? So that we are moving succinctly, and whatnot. And that's what the aim of the podcast is: unfiltered, uninterrupted. So with that being said, welcome to the launch, and our very first official guest will be Dr. Claude Anderson. Wow. So that's historical in and of itself. Yeah, so just so you guys know, after this here, there's going to be a breakout room where we're going to discuss what it is that Dr. Claude Anderson talked about today, so that we can digest that information while it's still fresh in our minds, and move forward with it. Immediately following this room, there will be a separate room set up to do that. And then immediately following that, Sister Ishmael, who's my co-host up here, she's going to be doing an after party. And if you haven't been to one of Sister Ishmael's beat therapy rooms, you're in for one hell of a treat. I'm telling you. Sister Ishmael is like a DJ, poet, musician, classically trained, all that there type stuff. And her rooms are a real treat, a real pleasure. And so immediately following the breakout room, we're going to go into that. I ask that you follow all of the speakers up here, all of those on this stage here. I ask that you follow us so that you can be aware of the content that we're bringing to Twitter. You'd be first to know. So with that being said, I'm going to turn it over to Miss Giselle, and we're going to go ahead and get started, get prepared for Dr. Anderson.
Yeah, thank you.
Go ahead, Miss Giselle. Miss Giselle, we can't hear you.
Yeah, you had everybody say anything. Okay, so I was trying to push in the background, but I need all of the speakers just to raise your hand and come up on the stage. So they'll be raising their hands for you guys because I'm not a co-host. I can't send them up. So they're gonna raise their hands so that you can let them up, and then I'll introduce each speaker, and then we can proceed.
All right, where's the list of people so we'll know who's coming up?
It's in the back channel.
Right. To whomever has the dog in the background, can you put the dog away?
I believe that's Dr. Rosie.
Yeah, mute Dr. Rosie, please. Thank you.
Yeah, but just for the future, this is recorded and it's a historical moment. We can't have the barking.
Okay, who's the first one, Miss Giselle?
Okay, so we have everyone that's coming up right now. The first one to the stage is going to be our sister FBA Empress.
Okay, FBA Empress. Get them. I got so many requests coming up. Okay, who else?
No, just do one at a time. Okay, FBA Empress.
Oh. I think she was tuning up. She was just.
I'm here.
So it takes a couple of minutes.
Yeah.
I'm here. Peace, family. Thank you, Denmark and co-host for this tremendous opportunity. I'm FBA Empress, and I am beyond honored to open this tribute to our beloved elder, Dr. Anderson. You have dedicated yourself to your people, and we are so fortunate to be here today and bear witness to not only your scholarship, but your love for us. Thank you for your lessons. Thank you for your sacrifices. Thank you for your examples. We love you, and we are ready to carry this torch to the finish line for our reparative justice. Thank y'all for letting me speak.
Thank you so much, Empress. We really appreciate you. Next up is Tillitha.
You said Talitha?
Yes, and she means business also.
I didn't invited somebody else up. Well, I end up somebody else got it before I did. So, oh, there we go. There you go, Talitha.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to all the co-hosts and everyone who helped put this together. Dr. Anderson, this feels very much like a love letter to an elder. Honestly, I didn't know a lot about you until Friedman, many of whom are on stage, informed me of your work in life. This also feels very much how my mother felt when she witnessed Dr. King's I Have a Dream speech. You are respected and loved. It is my esteemed honor that your work is always carried on through all of us. Your legacy is to be revered, studied, and applied with the utmost respect and humility. Thank you.
Thank you, Talitha. Who we got up next, Miss Giselle?
Yep, next we have Phoenix Star. And everyone, they have the name on the list, so you can just invite them up. If you are not on the beginning speakers list, please do not raise your hand because we don't want to interrupt the flow of the space.
I got so many different back channels, so that's the reason I asked you, because I can't even. I seen the list this morning, and I should have screenshotted it, but so it's.
No, it's okay. I just sent it to you. Just.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are live. We are live. This is Thoughts of the Week podcast, and Twitter Live is underway. Of getting Dr. Claude Anderson, a conversation with Dr. Claude Anderson live on Twitter Live. This is Thoughts of the Week podcast. Let's get back into listening. You should be on the stage pretty soon.
Document for some reason. One moment. Okay, again, my name is Kia Phoenix Star Jones, and peace and blessings to you, Dr. Anderson. May the divine continue to cover and inspire you. You are a personal hero of mine. Thank you for dedicating and defending the Aboriginal Black people of America. You have given the blueprint and knowledge of how to fight. You have taught us about our uniqueness in this country and restored the pride and ownership of this land. You have taught us how to structure ourselves economically and politically better than anyone could ever do, and in such a real and authentic way. You are the godfather of reparations. I appreciate and love your spirit and conviction, Chief Anderson, and I am looking forward to your message today. Peace and many blessings to you and your family. May you continue to be the light. Thank you again.
Hey, thank you so much to all of the contributors. The ones that we haven't got into, we will get you at the end of the event. I need for the co-host to start scanning the audience. Dr. Anderson should be in the room right now. So if the co-host would start scanning the audience for Dr. Anderson, and move down all of the contributors, please. Make room for Dr. Anderson. Make sure Dr. Milligan is up as well.
Is his name Dr. Anderson on here?
Yes, he's in under Dr. Anderson.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, this is Thoughts of the Week podcast. We are live. This is a conversation with Dr. Claude Anderson. This is live Saturday, September 30th, 2023. And he'll be on real shortly. You're rocking with the best Thoughts of the Week podcast. Let's get it. You're rocking with the best Thoughts of the Week podcast.
Find me yet? I'm still looking.
I have not. I think it's because there's so many people in the room that were, yeah. Because, and it only allows you to see the first 1,000 people. So if we have more than that.
Yep. Hold on. Let me get this figured out. Okay. So I'm corresponding with them right now. He may not be in the room. Hold on.
Hey, Denmark, when you do get them, just tell them to hit that mic, and then we can just see them. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I see trees of green.
Also, guys, you can search using the screen name. All mods can search using the screen name.
Yeah, I used that feature just now when you just told them appreciate that. I ain't never knew that.
What a wonderful world.
Hey, Rock, are you with me? Rock, are you here right now?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, check your messages, please.
All right.
Everyone, please continue to tweet out the space.
And I think to myself, what a wonderful world.
Hey, Rock, if you can give her a call, help her get in here. I can't take phone calls because sometimes that drops the space. So if you could call her and help her get in here, please.
I'll also for the thing, you might want to put your phone in.
Hey, where's that? Who am I calling, Demar? I don't see the
That's Miss Jessica. Do you see the number I gave you?
No, I don't.
Okay, I got him. Here he is, right here, y'all.
All right.
Hello.
Hello.
This is Jessica.
Hello. Okay, Jessica. All right. Where are you?
I am in the room. Do you see Dr. Claude Anderson? He's at the top right beside you.
I see him.
All right.
Yes. Yes, I see him.
Oh,
now.
Jesus, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Lord. Thank you.
Hallelujah. Let the church say amen.
Amen. Amen.
Okay.
Amen. We got Dr. Anderson in here. Thank you, Lord. All right. Hey, guys. All right, everyone. So we're about to start here. There was a little bit of a hiccup, but we got to figure it out. So we're about to get going now. Let me, Mr. Ishmael.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Never mind. So everyone, yeah, let me introduce to you Dr. Rosie Milligan. Dr. Rosie Milligan is going to be our facilitator this evening, and she will be leading the conversation with our esteemed elder statesman, Dr. Claude Anderson. So with no further ado, Dr. Milligan and Dr. Claude Anderson.
Dr. Rosie don't speak, man.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Great. I was waiting. I was thinking that Denmark was going to go ahead and introduce Dr. Anderson before I start the conversation. If he's going to do that, then if not, that means I need to do an introduction. But Denmark, I think you have the information. Can you go ahead and introduce Dr. Anderson? I will begin the show.
Yes. So, well, yeah. Well, everyone, this is welcome to the stage, Dr. Anderson. Dr. Anderson has been leading this charge now for more than 60 years. Dr. Anderson is our elder statesman. Dr. Anderson has been planting the seeds that have cultivated you and I to and motivated us to do the work that we do here today. Dr. Anderson has a body of work that we're all familiar with. And you will have the opportunity here today, everyone, to purchase Dr. Anderson's body of work. And I guess with that, let me just get Dr. Milligan and bring Dr. Anderson up.
Okay. As Dr. Anderson is widely recognized as one of America's most influential intellectual and authors, his work has made Black history popular with all age groups. His book, Black Labor, White Wealth, The Search for Power and Economic Justice, is the foundation for his program. Dr. Anderson had long, extensive work. He's not new on this battlefield. He worked under President Jimmy Carter, was appointed to rank as Assistant Secretary in the U.S. Department of Commerce, where he chaired a commission that funded the directed economic development. And Dr. Anderson has been all his life fighting for justice for Black people. So many times when he had to stand alone doing it. And to me, he is really a prophet. I always say that. Dr. Anderson has researched and analyze what we need to move forward as Black people. His institute, the Harvest Institute, has been notable for a place that you can go and find information. I say he is a prophet because everything he prophesied has come to pass on the year and the date that he said it would happen. And I am so happy to be associated with someone who's really been fighting all of his life. And he has researched and planned, and he knows what he's talking about. His finger is on the pulse for what Black America needs. And I think this is the time and this is the hour that we have tried religion, we have tried politics, we have tried some of the leaders that have gone ahead before us, and we are still in the economic ditch. We are still beneath the economic rubbish. And I think Dr. Anderson said to me one time, I think it's going to take our people getting to the bottom of the bottom before they look up. Well, Dr. Anderson, we're at the bottom of the bottom, just like you told us we would be. And we're ready to look to you for your leadership. There was a young man on here last night. He said you were like, we elders are like in the wilderness, he said. And that now the new generation is going into the mighty land, and they are going to take it. They're not going to be asking or begging. They're going to take what rightfully belongs to us. And I was so thrilled to hear that coming from younger people who are seeing your work. So I just want to, that's enough for introducing you. Just say good morning, Dr. Anderson. Go ahead.
Hello, everyone, and good afternoon to you. I'm glad to be back with you. As Rosie probably knows, I've been sick for a good little while now, and I thought I might be leaving this world prematurely, but I'm back and I'm getting stronger every day. And this day, being here with you, is a special day. Not only because I get a chance to be back with you and with Rosie and with Denmark, but more importantly, it is a day that I feel happy and sort of comfortable being back with my people that I've been absent from for almost 10 years. I'm back, like the old saying was, will Jack ever come back? Well, I'm back. And we got to go after them now.
Tell them what you told me. You back and you ready to kick. I ain't going to put the other word to it, but let me just go on. I forgot. Anyway, I want to also thank Florence. Florence has been one. She's my sister who's been begging me and hounding me and running me down. Please, you know, Dr. Anderson, he's your friend. Clubhouse, the young people, they really need to hear from him. Can you get him to do this? And Dr. Anderson agreed to do it. So, folks, let me just tell you, Dr. Anderson still, he feels compelled, came back, compelled to discuss the new direction that we should take on today. There have been many who have said, is Dr. Anderson going to answer questions? I know you have a lot of questions. I know that a lot of people out there want to ask Dr. Anderson questions, but let me tell you something. Dr. Anderson recognizes your question. He knows the question that you have. That's why his most recent book, A Black History Reader, 101 questions you never thought to ask. You never got the answers to the question you need because you never thought to ask. And I promise you, all of those out there who had questions written down for Dr. Anderson, I can guarantee you among the 101 questions you never thought to ask, you will find those questions in his book and you will find the answers. Dr. Anderson said he's ready to help us to cross that river, to go to the other side. And today we're going to talk about things we're facing. We're facing a triple dose of racism. We're facing a triple dose of immigration that will further underplant and undermine Native Black. The notion of erasing our history when we were forbidden to learn how to read and write, today we're doing that. And today, the notion to erase history as expressed in our literary work, Dr. Anderson is going to address that. And as we continue to beg for reparation, he's going to touch on that. You guys, he can't cover everything, but he's going to give you what you need. And most of all, he's going to talk about what we need to do to come out of these situations. So Dr. Anderson, welcome to the stage, and just start where you want to start, and we will direct this conversation.
Well, thank you, Rosie. First, let me say, being here and hearing your comments reminds me very much of that old joke about the woman that went to see the doctor one day because she didn't feel well. And after he had sort of giving her a general superficial examination, he said, well, those are a list of bad things I found. And I'm not sure what else to tell you, but that's the bottom line is that you got those problems. And she said, but that's why I'm not coming here anymore as a patient, because all you ever do whenever I come in here is give me a lot of bad news. You never give me any good news. So I'm gonna get myself another doctor. And I said, now in many respects, that's exactly where I've been for 50-something years dealing with Black people. Some of them say, well, Dr. Anderson, you give us information that's too hard. It's hard to remember. It's hard to take it. It's hard. It's just, you make us feel bad and sad. I said, don't ever feel bad and sad around me, because if we go down, we're going down together. And I tell you right now, I'm gonna give them hell. And they'll think you're in hell after I give them hell. And so right now, let's get on with the program. Now, one of the things that I'd love to hear you all recall is back in about 1975, again, when I was with the president of the United States, and I was talking to Blacks about how bad our conditions were in this country. And I was saying, well, things are going to get worse, and they are going to get worse. And I said, one of the biggest things that's going to be a driver of your getting in a better, worse state than you are presently. I mean, really bad off. And she said, and they said, what's that? I said, it's immigration. I've been telling you ever since I've been giving speeches around the world, is that the primary driver is that's what you were slated into. And so from this point on, every time I make a comment that is one of the things that are one of our objectives in my books, then I want you to say amen to it. Now, one of the first things I told you about was that integration. Integration was cauterized back in 1790. It was the first law that Congress passed in this country to sort of break the news to the rest of the country that we're going to have a United States Congress. So the first thing that the congressional people did, they passed an act. They were saying it's called the nationalization law, or the naturalization and immigration law. You can call it which way you want to name it. But what that says that this is basically a white country, and everybody comes here first of all because they are white, and there's nothing in there about anybody being Black. And consequently, when you hear Black folks say, well, a lot of Black leaders in this country, and unfortunately, even that's a dubious answer, because we don't have a Black leader. I'm not sure that we're worse off without a Black leader, because most of those individuals in the last 100 years that call themselves leaders couldn't lead my dog to the outside woods to go jump into the park to urinate, because they couldn't even track him down. And we have no leadership in America at this time. This is one of the worst times in history. And so again, they would say, well, what was that act? What was that law they passed? I said a few seconds ago, it says that this is a Black-white nation and only whites can come here. And one of the things that you all never did was to ask yourselves, why would they only invite whites here? Because what they had planned to do intentionally was to do a thing that our Black leadership has never picked up. And that is, they're going to intentionally use slavery as a thing to redistribute 100% of all this nation's land, minerals, weight in terms of money, resources, and things like who would be exempt from certain things and who would be the primary targets, those who would get preferences, and so on, and privileges, and every one of those things went straight and directly to whites. What whites? European whites. And we've always called them, by reading white books, well, they were the pilgrims coming to America in the search of freedom and religious opportunities. That's why they were coming to America. That was one of the biggest lies ever told. They came here because your so-called founding fathers for this country intentionally invited them here and told them to come to America. And I need you over here. And those leaders were people like George Washington and Alexander Hamilton and a whole bunch of other, George Mason. They said, come over here and we need you to be a part of a management class. And what the management's gonna do? Well, what we want you to do is to, the founding fathers will get all the ownership of almost everything over here and get enrichment. And we want you all to come over here as managers. And so they asked all the whites in various countries throughout Europe to come to America. And they said, you come here. And when you come here looking for what we call the American dream, to be an American dream. The American dream was made up of two things: come to America and get free land and free Black labor. That is the basis of it. That's why my first book says your major problem when you get here, but unfortunately, those people never read my books, and that is Black labor, white wealth. Black labor, white wealth. And they told our second lie was that, well, you know, those are poor people. They don't have anything in Africa. They are poor. Again, that was a second lie. The Black people in Africa were the richest people on this earth. Why? And so right now, I hear Blacks talking, giving lectures on Black people coming to America, talking about how poor they were as poor slaves. No, they were not. They were rich. The richest continent on the earth was Africa. That's where most of the wealth and all the materials and elements that people wanted were in Africa. The land was running over with all kind of wealth: gold, silver, chrome, bauxite, magnesium, copper, and then South America in particular was diamonds, gold, and all other kind of precious jewels. And Black folk were rich, but the greatest richness was not necessarily in the elements; it was in their labor. The Black labor was the richest thing on the earth, and nobody's ever admitted that. They always talk about Blacks coming to America as being poor and downtrodden. No, they were rich, and whites knew this. Now, how did they know this? Let me tell you how they got that. They got that from Henry the Navigator. Henry the Navigator was a white man who was a sailor. He found and picked up 15 Black Africans off the coast of North Africa, and he brought them back to Europe. He brought them back to Portugal first, but they didn't know what to do with them. So they finally took them into Italy and gave them to the Pope. They gave them to the Catholic Church. Why the Catholic Church? Because the Catholic Church was known historically as being the institution that was always was committed to doing something for poor people. We're going to look out for poor. You can be slaves, but we're going to look out for the slaves. That's what the Catholics would say. We're going to look out for the slaves and take care of them. And at that time, there were a few slaves and Indians that had been enslaved down around South America and down around Mexico. And so they adhered to that line that the Catholics would look out for the poor. Now, and so what Henry the Navigator did, he gave the Catholic Church those 15 Blacks. And that was about 1445. And they kept them in the Catholic Church up until about 1488. And what were they doing? They used them as labor. And the Catholic Church assigned them cleaning details, and where they clean things all around the area so white folk would not have to do the dirty work. They also assigned them to be protectors, like police and military people. And 1 second, please. Oh, that's good water. And
slow it down, Doc. Slow it down.
Okay, I'll be glad to. So what they did, the Catholic Church assigned those 15 Blacks some special duties. One was to be the janitors in the Vatican. They were the janitors in the Vatican from about 1445 up to about 1488. But in 1488, here's something that happened for the first time that brings a third big lie to white folks' lips. At that point in time, the Catholic Church under Pope Innocent in 1488 came up and gave a public address to all the European Catholics. And what he said to them is that, I want you all to know that slavery has always existed to some degree on the earth. Now, whites like to say that today, those black folk were the first slaves. No, they were not. But by the same token, at that point, Pope Innocent says, well, we're going to change that qualifying factor or those factors for who can be slaves. They say up historically on the earth, there are only two ways you can be a slave. One, you can be a slave because due to your personal indebtedness, that you owe some personal individuals some money or something, and you had to repay them. And if you did not pay them in a timely fashion, they could then use your indebtedness to enslave you. That was the first thing they've been using historically on the earth, was your personal indebtedness to someone. The second thing was that if it was a religious persecution, if someone else different from the Catholic Church was so strong at that point, they could enslave you and keep you enslaved, but help you in a minimum way to survive under slavery. That was the second thing. And the third thing is that for enslaving human beings was called if you were a prisoner of a war, W-A-R, war. And so consequently, for none of those three reasons did black folk qualify to be enslaved. But Pope Innocent changed that. What he said was, let's add a third thing. This time we're going to do something. Let's add color. We're going to add color to it. And so at that point in time, they threw that in. So they had four things that could qualify you to be a slave. Those three things I just said, plus your skin color. Now, this is critically important. This is in 1488, about 5 years before Columbus came to America. What they said in the white history books, that he discovered it. That land had been there for millions of years. He didn't discover anything. But when he went back to Europe, he told them he had found the land over there, and the land was not very well inhabited, and that only had a few people around there, like Indians, that were on the land, and that could be used to help solve the problems of Europe. So in the early 1500s, about 1502 or 3, Europe was undergoing a massive economic downturn, just like the one we getting ready to go into now. And the downturn was so bad that people were starving to death. And those that weren't starved to death, they were being robbed to death by the legal system over there at that point in time. And so, and that created, and then also crime and diseases were running together across Europe. In the early 1500s, Europe was a bad place to be. And so the king and queen of it at that point says, I know what let's do. And we got all that land over there. He addressed it as America. Let's try to use that land and those slaves that Pope Innocent pointed out. Let's try to hook those two things together. And they did hook them together. They created what's known now as capitalism. Capitalism means, what they meant is to own and control the land, the technology or the machinery, then use other people's labor to enrich oneself. That's called capitalism. And you hear some black people right now at the universities honoring capitalism, saying we need more capitalism. And because capitalism was bad for blacks. Capitalism was not bad for blacks. What it was bad for anybody who was not white. That's what it was bad for. And so about 1505 or 6, they started a system called capitalism, which means go out and find land and find people that can work the land. And so they started capitalism, and the first ships began to come around and say, let's do it. And so Columbus made several other trips to Europe. I mean, to America. And he picked up 4 or 5 people that wanted to do something special in America. And they proposed that they go back to Italy and to those European nations and began to borrow money from banks and other lenders. That was George Washington and his group. They borrowed money and came back to America and to say they're going to develop a nation. And they took that money and set up various little corporations for owning the land. And so George Mason and Thomas Jefferson and Hamilton and George Washington, they all picked up big hunks of land in this country because now they want to start practicing capitalism. And so George Washington says, I'm going to try to provide a little leadership for you over here because I've borrowed a lot of money from Europe, and I'm going to try to own a land company. He set up a land company. He picked up, they said, how much land do you want, George? George says, give me 100,000 acres of land. And they said, okay, you got it. And when he got 100,000 acres of land, Thomas Jefferson said, well, if you're going to give Washington 100,000 acres of free land, I want 100,000 acres of free land. He got 100,000 acres of free land. And back in that time, another fellow, the one that made that special ride, and what you read about in the history books and the white history books, riding across the country to say the British are coming. The British are coming, and so and by voicing a concern or alertment for the rest of the country, they said, we reward you. How much you want? And they said, well, he said, give me at least 65,000 acres of free land. And those 3 people taking the land in that number created a drive for land ownership under capitalism in this country. And those so-called founding fathers that we've got on the calendar, George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, and all of them, those guys were some of the biggest crooks that ever lived. What they did then was say, let's go back to Europe and tell the queen and kings of those countries, send us, all your poor people, send them to America and send them for religious reasons. And they first said we'd call them pilgrims when they come here. And the pilgrims came here. What were the pilgrims coming for? To say they're going to come start a new religion in America. That was a lie. They came here and they practiced that little religion for less than about 2 years. And at that point, they found out everybody was getting free land, including the founding fathers. And they decided no longer do they want to be pilgrims in this country. They say, forget about all that pilgrim stuff, talking about turkeys and for Thanksgiving. No, let's get land. And so they started applying for land.
Dr. Anderson, I'm going to cut you in a few minutes to switch reels because you have so much we need to get in for today. Do you mind if I just kind of switch reels every now and then?
She's asking, do you mind if she switches
I
up
want
on
to
you
switch
every now and then? Because she got more stuff she want to talk
Oh,
about.
yeah.
Yeah.
Is that Rosie?
That's Rosie.
Okay, well.
Anderson, what I want to switch to because
Okay, Rosie, you're right, and thanks for stopping me because I would have talked about that for about another 20 minutes.
To Christmas. I know.
So go ahead,
Dr. Anderson. Since so many people in this country, Black people, we have so many names, Black, colored, African American, all that. But I really want you to explain to our audience the importance of their Blackness. The exceptionality, as you explained it at one time, I thought was so precious because people just don't know where they want to be and who they want to be called, but they're trying to move away from Blackness. And it's something about Black that even in the political arena, people will address everything but Black. So can you just speak a little bit about exceptionality of Blackness so that we can feel that Jane Brown said, I'm Black and I'm proud?
Yeah, I will be delighted to, my sister Rosie. And see, what Blacks are being called now is African American. That is an insult to Black people. Most of them don't know it. Jesse Jackson started that way back during the Civil Rights Movement, suggesting we should be African Americans. We are not African Americans. what black folks should be riding home on to fight back as a strategy to block white racism in the country. And I'll explain what racism is in a minute. You should not be calling yourself African American. You play right into white people's hand. You say when you slap Africa in front of black, because that's what they wanted you to do. Starting about 1840s, what white folk wanted when they saw there was a lessening of an interest in slavery, and they felt black folk were getting a little uppity, they might want to get out of slavery. They said, well, what we need to do is name them again African Americans. They picked up that label and started trying, well, we'll send them back to Africa. And they went to the presidents and they asked them, say, if we had to give up blacks, what would we do with them if we had to give them up for any reason? And Lincoln and some others later came up and said, well, we can always send them back, send them to the Bahamas, and they can live in the Bahamas, ship them out of the country, because we don't want black folks here intermingling with white folk, because white folks are the gifted group based on the first law of the country saying this is a white nation. And so we can maybe send them to the Bahamas. Then they said, no, let's not do that. Let's pick some land like across the Mississippi River, like the whole piece that's labeled Texas now. And let's send them to Texas. Send all black folk to release in slavery and send them to Texas. Then others said, well, no, we're going to develop that land shortly. They said, no, where else can we send them? And so then a couple of presidents came in and says, let's send them to Liberia. Let's send them and ship them out of the country back to Africa. And that's that whole back to African movement. Send them out of here. Pretend that they've never done anything, that they've been a liability to us, which is another big lie. All the wealth being created in this country was coming from the backs of black folk. And I told you black folk were very important to this country. The backs of black folk was like American Express card or Visa card. All you got to do is own one slave or two slaves at best, and you can have more ownership and assets than the typical white person up north if you included his land, his home, his machinery, and all of his animals and whatever money he might have in the bank. The greatest generator of wealth at that time was the back of a black slave. And so they wanted to make sure that they keep blacks in here. So they said, no, we can't use that. And so they didn't send any blacks. They sent a few blacks and a few volunteered to go back to Africa or to Liberia. And most of them wanted to stay here. And so, but in the meantime, after those first 3 or 4 ships had landed here and had dropped off their cargo of blacks from Africa, after that, we did not have any more blacks from Africa. As a matter of fact, the last ship to bring in Africans, blacks directly from Africa into America, was in 1808, because in the Constitution that they drew up in 1809 and approved in 1889 was that slavery, commercially hauling slaves in, would have to end by 1808. The last one pulled into Alabama and dropped a load of slaves off. After that, they could not raise slaves. Could not bring slaves into the country anymore. And so consequently, every black, and here's a major point that you gotta remember, is that every black in America, since that time, 1808, there were no more African Americans coming to this country. Every black walking this grounds in this continent, on this continent, he was not an African American. He had become a Native American. He had no knowledge about Africa. That 99% of the black folk in this country right now were here before 99% of all other human beings that are on the earth in the Carolina, in America right now. That black folk on the earth, walking the grounds, they were here before all other people. That means all whites, all Asians, all American Indians, all Filipinos, all Koreans, and so on and so forth. Black people, 99% of all the black people in this country are natives. And I want you to start calling them natives. They are not no African Americans. They have no connection to Africa unless they want to go there for a trip, a vacation sometime just to go over there and look around or go over there and go through a few ceremonies. But no blacks in America are getting, except those who come in since then, they don't get any birthday cards or Christmas cards, Easter cards. They don't get any gifts or presents from Africans. They don't go attend ceremonies and learn the languages. Like, for instance, in Nigeria, there are over 200 languages, 200 languages and 200 different ethnic groups, black ethnic groups over there, just in that country alone.
Okay, but Dr. N, I want you to explain exceptionality. I think it's a key theory that you developed.
Okay, now I'm leaving that in the topic now, Rosie, which you haven't understood. Don't call yourself African American. That plays right in the hands of whites who don't want blacks anymore because they don't have slavery anymore, and they lost that value in the Civil War. And that's why that's part of the reason why they hate black folk right now. They're mean towards blacks because they hold black folks responsible for creating what they call a civil war and losing the value and the land they had at that time. And so they blame black folk. But in fact, that had nothing to do with black folk, because black folk were Native Americans. And these American Indians have switched their names now from American Indians to Native. They try to compete with you for that word native, Native. You come before American Indians. Blacks were in this country way before anybody else. You were the first people in this country. Now, in exceptionality, I put in one of my books, I put a list of all the exceptions you have. Black people are nothing but a bucket of exceptions. There is not one thing that black folk were treated like any other human beings or any immigrants coming to this country. Don't let them again start talking about you all gotta prove to us that you've done something. Black folk were the initial people whose backs were used to clear the land of the rocks, the snakes, the bears, and everything. Black people built the damn bridges. They built the damn canals all through the East Coast. They built the highways, byways, water byways, where they could have boats go up and down through those canals. Black people built the Capitol buildings in this area. They built all the major oldest schools in this country were built by black hands. Blacks were the only people that were productive. Whites weren't producing anything. They did not come here to be producers. They came here to be managers of black folk and to get rich by just getting free land and getting free labor. And you don't have to, and that's in every book. Any history book, even the white history books, will tell you, again, that the builder of this country were black folk. But again, those individuals who came here from European heritage, they wanted to get ahead of black folk and pretend that somehow they were equal to or above black folk, superior to them. That was another lie. As a matter of fact, as Andrew Johnson said, that in this country, land and labor brings the wealth. But the land is free. You can come to this country and get all the free land you want. You can come here and say, I want some land. And you say, I want it from here to that mountain over there. They would give it to you because there was value. Land had little value that time. The value in land only came when you put black slaves on it. And black slaves brought 90% of the wealth in this country to land. And that's why everybody was trying to get land. And so the founding fathers, the systems they set up for every immigrant coming from Europe, they were coming here as free loaders. That's another word you all never use. You should be calling them what they are. Europeans are freeloaders. They came here strictly to get rich. They did not come here to build a nation. They could care less about a nation. They had nations all over Europe. They came here to get free land and free labor. And so consequently, the father set up a system that gave every white coming to this country, the minute his feet touched the ground, he could get approximately 650 free acres of land. Again, I repeat that every white person coming from Europe could come into the United States after the so-called founding father set up a structure called the Constitution, they could pick up 650 acres of free land. And that's how they got rich. It was with free land and free black labor from slaves. It was humanly impossible for anybody to come to this country and not become rich. And so now let's jump back to our civil rights leaders. That's why the civil rights front and movement failed. That's why social integration failed, because our people never addressed the real cause of slavery. It was to use black folk again and the land to generate wealth and power. And so consequently, the whole point of slavery is that they systematically use slavery to maldistribute 100% of all the land in America, all the minerals in the ground in America, all the water, wood, everything, coal, all, oil. They maldistribute everything of value into the hands of those whites coming in from Europe. And
okay, Dr. Anderson, can I cut in and ask you another
yes,
question?
you most certainly can. You most certainly can. And let me keep quiet for a minute. Go right ahead.
Why is it that Black people tend to sympathetically and empathetically align themselves with other people? Like I heard a lot of Black folks saying during, I think it was Katrina or other areas, where, you know, we have sympathy because we are referees. I've heard Black refugees. I've heard Black folks say they're refugees. I hear them when you talk about immigration and when we talk about what's happening now with people coming into this country. I've heard them say, well, we should be the last one to say anything about it because we left Mississippi to come to California to do better. I'm trying to understand why Black folk can really put themselves in the shoes of everybody but themselves. And on that point, with the influx of immigration, what's happening in this country today, how far is that going to set Native Blacks much further behind?
Well, because for one very simple reason is that when they drafted the Constitution, and that was George Mason and also Alexander Hamilton, and what was the right of the Constitution again? They give him credit for it.
Thomas Jefferson.
Thomas Jefferson. And Thomas Jefferson was chosen because he also wrote the Bill of Rights for this country. And they all commented on his writing ability and say, you are an excellent writer. You have a good way of writing and saying words that just touch our hearts. And so we want the three of you all to write up a constitution. And so out of 57 people attending the Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia, they chose those three people to write the Constitution. And so, and Thomas Jefferson did most of the writing, and they wrote that, but he used his trick was he used trickery to write it because nobody else wanted to be involved because they couldn't figure out how to do it. They were saying among themselves, how do you write a constitution about all these wonderful things that they learned in Europe about? We talk about freedom, fraternity, love, and care for, and all opportunities and Americans' dreams and all that. How did they do that? Well, what he did, he used broad, ambiguous terms to whenever he talked about anything, he used big terms that nobody could define. They never could define them, and what the term meant. And that's, as a matter of fact, when I was in the White House with Jimmy Carter, we had when Nixon came in, he picked up the same technique and called Haldeman, his chief staff member, into the White House office and says, when you start talking about race, do not use very specific terms like blacks and Negroes. Don't use those terms. He said, use broad, ambiguous terms so nobody would know what you're talking about. Call them minorities, call them poor people, call them people that are in poverty people, call them any name you want that signifies a very broad, ambiguous group, and that way nobody will know. He says, and even throw gender into there, and consequently, they use that in the Constitution the second time, and they use that so that nobody will know what you're talking about. And also, all these bills coming out of Congress, they're going to use very broad words. They're not going to talk about blacks. They're going to say minorities, and black folk bought into that, and so they started calling themselves minority. They didn't know what minority meant. Minority meant a loser.
And Dr. Anderson, and you're absolutely right, because when there are companies that would say, oh, we hire minorities, that's what you said we need to do. Yeah, they did, but they did not hire black people, because people tend to be afraid of the word black, or to specifically designate something for blacks. Even all the politicians that we get, the same thing. They're going to do a lot for the minority, the poor people, the people of color, and black folks are left out of it. So that's why I thought your exceptionality theory was so great, because no one has gone through what black folks have had to experience, and no one has made America, the wealthy, did not get rich off the backs of other people. So I believe when we accept the fact, the exceptionality, and don't align ourselves to say we are all minorities, we all came from this or that. So that's why I'm glad you mentioned on that. Let's move down to reparation. And I know there's been so many opportunities for a portion of reparation that we never got and we didn't fight for. That's the Black Farmers Initiative, where money was allocated but not appropriated, but not allocated. I remember the years that your organization, and you headed that, was fighting for money that we should have gotten from the 1865 treaty. So now we are up again across this country with different organizations looking at and studying. You know, nobody else had to study, but you know, they got to study whether we should get it or not. So what's your thought, and round it up kind of shortly, because I want to get to some other points, but what are your thoughts on that? Because I want you to talk about what it is that we need to do right now to move.
Well, one of the first things we need to do is understand the terms that you're using. Do not play in a game of win or lose using other people's language. In other words, if you go to the casino and you don't know anything about playing the baccarat or whatever you're going to do, don't play the game with using their cards. The cards are marked. The dice are loaded. The machines are rigged against you. They've always been rigged that way. And that's why they go all the way back. For instance, you mentioned a lot of the terms, the broad terms they use, like, as you said, minorities. And also they use the word immigrant. Immigrant. They say, well, we are all a land of immigrants. That's a lie. As I told you a few minutes ago, 99% of the black folk in America were not immigrants. They would not, immigration put a zero quota on black folk coming into the country as immigrants. You could not come into the country as an immigrant. You could come into the country as a slave. Immigrants came in through New York port up there with the Statue of Liberty. And but black folk came in, they came in as slaves in either in the Baltimore Harbor or Boston Harbor or down in South Carolina on those offshore islands. All the islands and offshore of the United States were for slaves. That's why when you talk about and Sherman, General Sherman recommended that in fighting the Civil War, instead of having all these black folk who had been liberated by war following him, he says what we need to do is give them 40 acres, a mule, and $100. And that recommendation came directly from the radical Republicans, saying that there's only two things that a black person can be in America. He can either continue being a slave, or he can be he can be free. But to be free minimally is impossible to make him free if he doesn't minimally have 40 acres and a mule and $100. That's what Sherman said. He said, so all those islands off the shore of South Carolina, Florida, and Georgia, and North Carolina, and Virginia, those islands should be going to black folk. And also they gave them to them from Hilton Head Island to Simon Island to John's Island to all those islands, Amelia Island, all the way down in Florida. All those offshore islands were given to black folk because, and here's some of the trickery that they use. And when they started the Indian Bureau, not the Indian Bureau, yes I am, Indian Bureau. Indian Bureau was set up to copycat off of black folk. And right now, Rose, as you said, I got lawsuits in right now trying to get reparations for black folk. I've been trying that and spending millions and millions of dollars out of my own pockets to just try to help black folk with that. And even though not one wealthy black or wealthy white has ever given me a penny in 30 or 40 years to do help black folk. Not one penny.
Dr. Anderson, I've always wondered if you couldn't make a treaty good, which was the 1865 treaty, then what does it say about the laws of the United States?
Well, right. See, but what the United States law was based on the Constitution that was written, as I told you earlier, by Thomas Jefferson, George Mason, and Alexander Hamilton. They wrote the Constitution up then and used all those very broad and ambiguous terms that excluded black folk by using these broad terms that everybody, all people, the black folks, they know what they're talking about. Hear somebody screaming from a platform, we represent all people. And I said, don't let them run those games on you. You be very specific and always say to yourself, we speak strictly as Claude Anderson does, that he's not against anybody. He's not a racist. He wished he were a racist, because if you're a racist, you must be a part of the group, the class that owns all the resources. A black person cannot be a racist.
Say that again. Say it again.
A black person cannot be a racist. It is impossible, because a racist is an individual who's part of a group, a class group that owns and controls all of the resources. And ever since slavery, that when they maldistributed all the land, the money, the wealth, the minerals, and all the privileges and rights and all this into the hands of white society, black folk have never owned more than 1/2 of 1%. You haven't got enough wealth in your possession right now to fight a war against a gnat and win. It is impossible for you to win a war now under your presently crafted construct, which means black folk are in exactly the same position you were in 1861 when the war broke out. You have not moved one iota. I don't care what those religious groups in the South and those religious families keep talking about, we've come a long way. You have not gone any way. You have gone backwards. You had more doing segregation than you got now. All social integration did was allow you to enjoy the fruits of an illusion, and with a pretense that you're enjoying something that belongs to you. You own nothing except 1/2 of 1%, which means nothing. 99% of everything else, all the buildings, the boats, the ships, the airlines, the radio station, TV station, the money, the currency, the banks, everything is in the hands of the white society.
Dr. Anderson,
yes, ma'am.
You know, it's interesting because a lot of people really have no knowledge that blacks own, they own colleges, blacks have owned hospitals in this country, and because that is never brought up. So you're absolutely right. We have lost a lot of what we had, and part of it is because of integration also. But I'm looking here in your book, A Black History Reader. I notice people have so many questions. I just want to come back to this because Dr. Anderson, in his book, A Black History Reader, 101 questions you never thought to ask. I can guarantee you that the question that you have for Dr. Anderson today are answered in this book. I was just looking here where it says, after 500 years, why are blacks still on the bottom? Well, the answer is here. How has social integration fail a Black American? The answer is here. Has the nation's immigration policy injured Black Americans? The answer is here. Is the United Constitution and affirmative action plan? Oh, is the U.S. Constitution an affirmative action plan for whites? You probably never thought of that question, but the answer is here. It goes on and on. You know, at one time we were forbidden to learn how to read and write. Now that we can, we need to be doing it. Frederick Douglass said, if a Negro is forbidden to learn how to read and write, then I know that knowledge must be the direct path to knowledge. Folks, Dr. Anderson, we had you on here for 40 hours. You couldn't give the information, but you put it in the books that they can read it while you're here or when you're gone. Powernomic, the national plan to empower Black America, changed my life, showed us just how powerful aggregation is. I mean, so I'm just saying that to say it is so important for your work, and it's so important. Number one, these books should be in all the libraries, should be in all the schools. Why they're not there? Because we have not pushed and said to the schools, this needs to be in your curriculum. So because it's for our people.
Well, Rosie, let me answer that for you, because see, right with this guy now who is running for the president of the United States, DeSantis down in Florida. The only reason that's being raised as an issue through him and through others across the country is because of me. I've told Black folk ever since I got into politics 50 or 60 years ago that the only person that's going to get out there and stand up for you and fight for you, it will probably be Claude Anderson. The rest are playing games and taking care of their own self-interest. They're either doing it by expressing themselves in the vein of what white folks want to see. They want to see Blacks as entertainers or athletes. And so every Black entertainer and Black athlete, he's looking out for his own welfare, and he takes and use your money just like white folk take their money from you. He'll take that money and get himself about 15 or 20 expensive cars, 3 or 4 houses, and like over there, go there, she'd have a house in almost in the states. And they use that. But the fact of the matter is that Black people right now cannot fight anything. They have no money or wealth because whites keep denying them wealth by saying, oh, why should we give you our money that I worked hard for? You say for the same reason that you took all the money out of my black body and gave it to all these European whites that came here with nothing but losers. All those whites coming from America as immigrants, they were losers. They came here to take advantage of Black people's ability to work hard and long and strong. Nobody else could work the way Black folk did. That's why they tried it with poor whites, and poor whites was too weak, they would die. Black folk were the people that drove everything. They're the ones that built the industries across this nation. Now, there's one point I want to make in what you just said, Rosie. I want to make that point. I'm just slipped my mind. What was the last couple of points you made there?
It was actually about the schools, the literacy, with taking the books, our literary work, and was saying that some of the things not happening because we have not pushed it.
Right.
Books like yours and others is not in the school system, not in the library, because we're sitting at tuition with. Right. I wish they had Dr. Anderson books in the library. I wish they would put Dr. Anderson books in the classroom. We got to move from the wishing way.
But Rosie, that's the point I wanted, because that's what DeSantis is talking about. See, I was over education for the state of Florida under Governor Askew. I was over education for nearly 10 years. And up until that time, when I was over education, you had never had but one affirmative action plan in the entire United States. And an affirmative action plan was strictly for whites. The United States Constitution is an affirmative action plan for whites. I can't see why Blacks can't figure that out, but I do know it's half of it because they don't read my books. That was the first affirmative action plan. That's why it's stipulated only for whites could they get all these resources. Now, so what I did in 1971, I wrote the first affirmative action plan for Florida and for Black people in this country. None of these so-called popular name Blacks you see on TV here and there always espouse about what they know about history. 90% of them don't know do from that. They don't know their butts from a hole in the ground. That was it. I wrote the second affirmative action plan in the nation, and that second one was strictly and solely for Blacks. And that's why when white people say, why is it that Dr. Anderson only want to represent Black people? Because that was nobody else would recognize them and appreciate them and would try to compensate them but Claude Anderson. That's why. So in Florida, what DeSantis is talking about keeping the textbooks out of the school systems, he's trying to remove what I put in place for Blacks in Florida. That's what he's up to. I did research to find out, for instance, what was Indians' roles in slavery. And guess what? I found out that all the major Indian tribes in the United States were slave holders. They held as in proportional comparative terms. They owned as many Black folks as slaves as any whites did. They were slave, and also in addition to that, they were slave chasers, and they were also slave beaters. They had an official name. And what whites would do would hire Indians to go out and chase down Blacks who were running away, trying to get away from the plantation. And they would track them down in the woods. And they were told by white slave owners, when you catch one, beat him first if you have to. Beat him. And in many instances, also they even known to have to castrate them. To castrate a black man who they thought might get away and get close to a white woman. But see, now nobody's castrating all these Blacks that are getting away and finding white women all around the country. They do that because they are trying to escape. They are still trying to escape, but not to the north and not to the west. They're trying to escape into another race by marginalizing their own color, by standing next to a white woman. That's why a white woman has specialness in this country, because the white man and Indians all performed certain duties to maintain race in America. And so DeSantis want to get rid of those books. And my question for Black folk is, why do you allow it? Why do you allow it right now in the country, across this country? All the textbooks are being reviewed by white crediting agencies. They read every book to see if there's anything in there that will elevate Black folk. My books are the only books that's not designed to hurt anybody's feeling. It's designed to give you facts and figures and names and dates and places that no one else would give you in history, because most of them never knew it. That's why 2 of my books, Dirty Little Secrets, got in those 2 books alone, I put in over 1,000 factoids, little short stories about things that they never knew about Black folks' contribution to building this nation. And so rather than saying, let's teach those secrets in elementary schools for the young Black kids so they'll know that they were contributing people, they were positive people, they were special people. I tell Black folk every day, you are special, you're exceptional. Don't let them put you into any broad categories. You say, if you're gonna do something for me, don't put it into a group. Don't talk about diversity. Diversity came from slavery. Right now, the popular word is every business is talking about, we believe in diversity. Now, you got to be an idiot to say you believe, and you're Black saying you believe in diversity. And any Black you hear saying that, you can hang a sign on his back and on his butt saying you know what he is. Because diversity came from the 1710 slave code. They wrote a slave code back in 1710 to define the role for whites and to define the role for Blacks. And in that, they said what a Black person could be and what a white person could be, and they could not mix them. For instance, a Black person could not look down on a white person. A white person could not recognize Black with Mr. And they had always called a Black person by his first name. They could never let Blacks and whites look out the same window. Black people could not play games with whites. You could not be on the same sidewalk with a white woman. It goes on and on. That was called a Diversity Act. So,
and Dr.
yes, ma'am.
they also use the word, they're colorblind. That means they're colorblind, so they don't see color. They don't see blacks.
Right. They would do that too. They pretend that you can't see. And so we find a black talking about, I'm colorblind. I can't see any blackness. Then you got an idiot on your hands. And he's looking for what we call meritorious manumission. Here, let me repeat that word. They're looking for meritorious manumission. Meritorious means earned, and manumission means release. So a black person in the slave codes of 1710 could get free if he could do one of three things. If he could do something to help a white person, again, find a black or help hold blacks while he was being whipped or beaten by whites. That was the first one. Second thing, he could earn his freedom if he protected a white man's life or saved members of a white man's family. And thirdly, he could get his freedom and by simply saying that he squealed on, told on, and informed whites when a black person or blacks were planning on a revolt or revolution or trying to break free as a group. So those are the three things that a black could earn on the meritorious manumission, which means earn freedom.
We see a lot of that, the last one, among our leaders today. But let me say, I know it's so much, Dr. Anderson, that you could tell us. I was thinking, I said, I wish there was a way that for 6 weeks that we could cover this book of Black readers, but I was trying to figure out how we can do it. Those people who are really interested in learning more from Dr. Anderson want you to read the books, and we want you, they'll show you at the end of the show how you can order his book and how you can donate. Because a lot of people have already read his books who are listening. A lot of you may say, I don't like reading. I've heard people say, I don't read. They said it with pride, and I just looked at them, how ignorant. But that's what they said. They said it with prestige that they didn't read. But I was thinking, I said, for this kind of knowledge, I mean, it's worth its weight in gold. If people can pay $2,000 to go and see Beyonce and all these people, certainly they should be able to dish out, say, I'm put $1,000 up just for you to send the books to somebody who want to read but don't have the money. Folks, I'm telling you, freedom and knowledge, the good knowledge, the real knowledge that you need is not going to be free. The junk you will always get. I know they have other contributions, some other things that Mr. Denmark, I want to thank him so much, him and his group. You guys, this is so awesome to have this platform. Thank Florence for telling me that you guys were hungry for this. But I want to make a point, and I want Dr. Anderson to share as to where we need to be going today. As you know, most of our politicians, they always harp on, we need jobs for our people. We need jobs. And they tend not to, Dr. Anderson, understand the correlation between Black people working and having Black business ownership. They just keep wanting other folks to hire Black people. That's what it says to me. I need y'all to hire Black folks versus focusing on the business. Because for me today, I look as a business consultant, I am observing, Dr. Anderson, that 60% or more of our people that's in business are in business by default, not on purpose. Default, meaning that the job shipped to another country, the job closed up, or they got fired or got laid off. Default, So I think it's important for us to understand the importance of where we need to be going. Is it education? Is it we need to make sure all our children get a PhD and have to move back home and live with their parents if they're in California because they can't afford to pay rent? Dr. Anderson, what's up? Where are we going? What are we going to do? What's up with this? What do we need? Do we need the same thing that we needed yesterday during my time? Are we in a new movement? Do we need something different?
Yes. All those questions you asked, yes. Because see, Black folk are going the wrong way. They've been going the wrong way ever since the 1950s when they started into the civil rights issue. Civil rights is a backwards issue. The issue should have never been civil rights. It should have been Black rights, because that's what they took and gave to everybody else. That's why Black, in a Dred Scott decision in 1857, the Supreme Court says a Black man has no rights because we took all of them from him. And that's why. So why in the world would you start calling I'm for civil rights? You slap the juice out of that Negro's mouth at the beginning. That he doesn't know what he's talking about. Civil rights took us backwards. And plus that, why would any other group would always claim what they need, what their needs are? You see veterans, when veterans raise the issue, they'll talk about veterans' rights. They talk about women's rights. They'll talk about poor people's rights, whoever it might be. Everybody got a name for rights. You got youth rights. You got all kinds of rights. You got Indian rights. And you go, but you know one thing? I have never ever heard a black person say, I'm not interested in all these other rights, because we know that blacks' rights under the Dred Scott decision, the Supreme Court took away black folks' right. Blacks have no rights. And except the Constitution that was written in 1861 by the radical Republicans, those few white Republicans that was trying to say black folks need rights. And so black folks, instead of get up talking, I represent civil rights, why don't you go out and say, I represent black rights? And so when you represent black rights, then you if you're going to give away money, make sure it's designated specifically and solely to black folk. Quit trying to match Hispanics with black folk by saying this is for blacks and Hispanics. Why? Hispanics were the third largest group that enslaved black folk. Hispanics were the ones that brought all those black folk to the Caribbean as slaves in all those islands. That was Hispanics. The Hispanics were the ones that in Cuba, that 80% of the population was black, but they were all slaves down there and they're still in those subordinated conditions. Black folk must say, don't talk about black rights. I don't want to know about anybody else's right. Don't come telling me about handicap rights and all that. We got handicapped people just like everybody else. Now, what I want you to do is this. I want you from now on, never use very broad, ambiguous terms when talking about your self-interest. So talk about yourself and your people, not anybody else's. Don't be running around every time these immigrants come in here. There's always a bunch of black folks leading the march down the street to get more immigrants in. Immigrants are diluting you out and wiping you out. Immigrants come in here now, like the Hispanics, and they get rights that you don't have. That's why Cubans were able to take over Miami and South Florida in a matter of, with the Mariel refugees, in a matter of about 5 or 6 years. They took over all of South Florida. They took it over economically. Black folks should be talking about building black communities just like they built Cuban communities down there. You got Little Havana and Hialeah, and those Hispanics will say, we don't deal with anybody else's issues. And if you want to deal with us as Cubans, you got to come into our community and you got to speak Spanish. Why is it that anybody can walk into a black neighborhood anytime they want to and talk about anybody's issues? And when they get off the boat on an airplane, the first place they are sent by our old government is to a black community to put up a business. Black communities now are running over with everything but black businesses. And knows what those businesses do. And here's another word for you have to remember. They are blocking your business opportunities, Rosie. That's why you have so few black businesses. Back in 1920, in 1920, black people had 20 times more businesses than they got today, because in that time, nobody was blocking black businesses because they had mulattoes in there with them. And mulattoes found out that if they let people classify them as being black, even though they were mixed, that they would get shut out. So in the second census that was taken, that Creole and mixed blacks pulled out and would not let them count them in the census. And that's why we lost about 20 million blacks got lost in the census in 1920, because the mulattoes did not want to be counted with black folk, because black folk were not playing to win. And right now we got to pull all these blacks together. That's why I talk about racism is a team sport. You must play as a team or win and win as a team or lose by default. Do not let anybody separate you. Do not let these people keep talking about we got to focus on gender issues. You cannot focus on gender issues and help Black people because white folk also set that up. That's why as soon as the wars ended and they stopped slaves, bringing in slaves, they designated Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, and Maryland as slave-producing states, where if you want a slave, you don't have to bring them in from Africa now. You can just simply go into those states, and what they do there, they were licensing brothers, and state on every plantation had 1 or 2 men they called studs, that they were primarily responsible was to impregnate every Black woman to have a baby. They produced babies that white folk blast Black folk by now to y'all just have a lot of babies. White folks started that, saying if you impregnate a Black woman and she brings a baby every year, then I don't have to pay $300 or $400 to buy one. They mandated that, and they also told them in white families that the young boys in white families would also indulge in sex with the Black women so they can get them pregnant, so they would also bring forth free babies because slavery had been outlawed. That went on in those 5, 6 states that they intentionally had white men coming onto the plantations, and also a stud, at least 1 or 2 studs in the Black ranks that would induce white Black women into sex, just so he can impregnate her and have babies. But here's the worst thing, I'm gonna close on it. The worst thing was that they also started teaching young Black boys how to indulge in sex with Black women. And what they would do, they call it the brown paper bag thing. And what they would do is that they would take if they don't have a paid free slave on the camp plantation to indulge in sex with all the Black women, they would now take young boys and do it. And what they would do is that they would put a bag over a Black young boy's head when he gets to be about 15 or 16 years of age, and then push him into a room where his mother or his sister's in that room in the bed naked. And then he would indulge in sex with with his own sister or his mother, impregnating her, even though he's a Black boy. He would have a bag over his head and face, and so would his sister and his mother. And she would not know who she was indulging sex with, and the young boy would impregnate her or his own sister. And that's where that word S-O-B came from. S-O-B. That means when I say you playing a dozen talking about my mama. And that's why you're an S-O-B. That means son of a what? And that's where that came from. That came from slavery with white men and forcing young Black males to go to bed with their own mothers and their own sisters and produce babies that the white man can now have free babies coming on as slaves.
Well, Dr. Anderson, I know what you've shared today is the first of hearing for a whole lot of people have never heard a lot of this. And you guys, I promised Dr. Anderson, they promised that they would stay on for an hour. And you see, I've kept them far greater than that. But Denmark has someone who want to make tribute to you. So Dr. Anderson, stay on for those tributes, please. You want to hear what some of the people have to say. It's just been so awesome. I can't thank you enough for doing this. Every time I hear you, I learn something new. So I'm going to hang tight a little while to listen to some of the tributes also, because I have to jump off for another 12 o'clock interview with someone else, but not as important as Dr. Anderson. That's why I stayed over time. So again, I want to thank you. And Dr. Anderson, if you want to do a minute of closing remarks, and then Denmark is back to you. Dr. Anderson, you have a closing remark?
Yes, I'd like to ask all of our listeners to try their best to get out and buy those books, because DeSantis down in Florida saying Anderson's books are the only books in history that did critical analysis of every aspect of racism in America. And racism never existed until after those races were started by Pope Innocent in 1488. But again, in 1859, that's when racism came into effect. Racism came out of the Civil War. That was when everything, almost 100% of everything, had been transferred into the hands of the dominant white society or immigrants coming into this country. They were getting everything that should have gone to Black folk. In those days, immigrants are still coming into this country from Ukraine or any place, or from Africa or any place other than Africa, and getting free benefits that Black folk are being denied. The benefits that should be going to Blacks don't go to them. That's why even Biden, who got into the office with Harris on the Black vote, got $3 trillion to do something for Black folk. He hasn't done one single thing for not one. Same thing that Obama did when he was with Biden. They did absolutely nothing. It was an insult to Black folk to be a president of the United States, both as either Biden and Harris or Obama and Biden, and never do anything. And so out of $3 trillion, like you said, Rosie, instead of trying to talk about who give you might produce some jobs for Black folk. Black folks don't need jobs. They need money. They need money. They need to start their own business and produce their own jobs. Tell the Black civil rights organizations and whether it's the NAACP or the social civil rights organizations, don't produce jobs for Black folk. Produce businesses so Black folk can do like every other human group on earth, and let Black folks produce their own employment opportunities for their own people that come out of their own businesses when they provide services and goods and protections for their own people to survive. You're going to go into a disaster zone now. We're moving it into the dog eat dog period in this nation, where and Black people are the only people, the native Blacks are the only people who have never been able to get enough businesses to take care of themselves and provide food and services and clothes and everything else for their own people, and be totally independent and put a marker outside of every Black, used to be, you all call them neighborhoods. A neighborhood is a negative because
Dr. Anderson, I'm going to stop you because I know you're on the road. But you know what? I'm looking forward to having this organization bring you back, but it's going to be based on how well, I mean, they can show how much they appreciate you by ordering your books and by making donations. And based on what we see from this, then we know that the people are ready for you and want to hear you again. And I will see to it that we get you back on here again. But let's give the people what they want. Dr. Anderson, I may have to be moving to your hometown. On my talk show, I said that anybody in any political position, if they do not protest or stand up for reparation, I said, I'm going to take a knee. And I'm going to ask other people to take a knee. I got so many calls from Black folks, they about to run me out of LA if I said I'm not going to vote in the 2024 election. So I hope you guys got a room at your house for me. That's all I have to say. Denmark, take it away.
Hey, thank you so much, Dr. Milligan. Thank you, Dr. Anderson. We are so over the top that you came in here today to speak with us. It's been a real pleasure and an honor. Yes. So yeah, guys, please up in the Jumbotron, we have the link to Dr. Anderson's Powernomics website where his books are on sale. Guys, please get his books. You can get all 5 of them for $99 right there on the website. Also, where there's a link in here for Dr. Anderson's PayPal. Dr. Anderson has been at this here for 60 years plus, man, more. Trying to wake up his people. Dr. Anderson, like he alluded to earlier, he's not making money off of this here. You know what I mean? Like too many of our leaders that have sacrificed their time, their lives, their energy, their intellectual, everything to try and lift us, have left this realm in abstract poverty. Our great ones. Dr. Anderson is definitely one of our great ones. And so let's contribute to Dr. Anderson's love offering. His PayPal is there. Let's go to the website. Let's get the books. I'm pleased to hear that Dr. Anderson could possibly come back another time and speak with us again. You sound real good, Doc. You sound excellent. And so yeah, guys, let's do that for Dr. Anderson, our esteemed.
Yes, I'll be glad to come back, Denmark.
Oh, that's great. Okay, you guys heard it here live on Unfiltered, Uninterrupted. We launched our podcast today, Dr. Anderson, Unfiltered, Uninterrupted, and it was such an honor that you were our first guest. So anyway, yeah, guys. So I'm going to turn this over to Rock right about now, and then Rock's going to turn it over to Miss Giselle. Go ahead, Rock.
Thank you, Denmark. Hey, mighty message. I said once before, Dr. Anderson, sometimes this work can be, you can wonder if people are really listening to what you're saying. We all have faced those challenges. God, am I wasting my time? But just the fact that you're here today, I said you're like Moses and you were speaking to deaf ears back in the day, but you planted great seeds. Now you're speaking into the Joshua generation. We are the ones, we're the warriors that have taken heed to your word, and we're buying your books and following your lead. And I just want to let you know that we are the ones that you've been looking for. So let's stay connected and make this thing happen. As Denmark said, up in the Jumbotron, make sure that you get your books. I remember hearing Dr. Anderson say once before that non-blacks were the people that were buying his books the most, and he wrote them for us, but other people are using what he wrote for us. So today we're going to show him that no, we are the soldiers. We are the Joshua generation. We are the ones who have put into scholarship and found out stuff and ready to take this to the next level with his guidance and with his help of doing this, right? And we want to make sure also that you guys sow into his life. Like many of y'all have his books, many of y'all have his product, many of you have listened to his word. We watched all the videos, and now we have opportunity to sow into his life. You know what I mean? So this is our brother, our elder, our friend, one of our leaders that we actually get to speak and hear his voice while he's still in the land of the living, right? So we want to acknowledge that he is our brother, and one of our four leaders, right? So at the end of the day, y'all just do the right thing and bless his family, bless his wife, Joanne. Thank you so much for allowing him to be a part of our lives and your family. We want to bless y'all and make sure you're covered. And if you know if you ever need us, hit Denmark up and he'll rally up the soldiers, and we are there. So with that said, I want to pass it to Miss Giselle, and thank you so much for imparting it to us today.
Let me say one thing in appreciation of what you just said, and also remember that Boyce Watson, he's also a very strong advocate of Powernomics, and he does a magnificent job of trying to keep us all linked together and teaming up. And also Dr. Ken Harris over the Black Booker T. Washington Foundation. He got 367 Black businesses already lined up. Okay.
That's great.
And Sister Sean is here in Washington, D.C. She keeps a big allowance in her heart for Blacks in and around Virginia and Washington, D.C. And she always pushes things for them. She has her own little radio show. So love those three people, in addition to take some of that love away from me and just give it to them. And because I love them and appreciate everything they've done all these years to help me.
Okay.
We hear your words, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Rock. So, yeah, we're going to turn it over to Miss Giselle. Miss Giselle is going to facilitate the tribute portion. Here, the four people who have worked with Miss Giselle to do this for you, Dr. Anderson, and then we'll be closing out. Go ahead, Miss Giselle, take over, please.
No,
They're going to do a tribute.
Okay.
Y'all said too. I gave them permission to say.
Yes. So we're gonna go to the tribute for the final tribute. So we're pulling to the stage. The first one is Ken Carter.
Who was the first one?
King Carter.
Is he in here? Is he here?
I don't think he is.
Yeah, I just went by the list. Yeah, he's not.
He's here. He's here. I know he came in the room. You might have to tell him to raise his hand so he
Yeah,
can come
yeah.
up.
Can you raise your hand, please, King? If you're here, I tried calling him. Raise your hand, please, King Carter. If you're here.
While he's coming up to the stage, we can do Miss Coop. Miss Co-op.
Okay. Hey, sister.
Mrs. Co-op. With a please look. If they on the list, please raise your hand.
I found her.
Please raise your
I found
hand.
her.
Oh, there we go. Okay, got it. All right.
Okay, go ahead, Miss Co-op.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tracy Cooper, aka Coops Tea, and I'm the owner of B1 Beauty Supply. I joined the rest of the Black American family in paying tribute to you, Dr. Anderson, and to your lovely wife for your most important work in galvanizing and guiding us through treacherous political landmines as we navigate our journey to full reparations and Black empowerment. I have especially enjoyed your appearances on New Black Media broadcasts with Vicki Dillard, our sister with the curly braids. Sir, the word of the day is delineation, and I want you to know that your work has inspired the formation of a Black collective called the TBAT Task Force, where we have founded a new Black American Business Bureau / Chamber of Commerce made up solely of verified Black American and freedmen enterprises in the USA. We take your words to heart. Again, we love you and thank you from the bottom of our hearts for your pioneering leadership. Thank you, Dr. Anderson.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we have ODB. If you can come to the stage, ODB.
Yeah. You guys hear me?
Connecting there you. I think there you go. Here.
Yeah, you guys can hear me?
Yes,
All
sir.
right.
We can hear you.
That's great. So what I have written is Dr. Claude Anderson. I really appreciate the fact that you have been a trailblazer for Black Americans. Books like Black Labor, White Wealth, Powernomics, Dirty Little Secrets About Black American History truly has changed the landscape on Black thought and Black economics. You are a big reason that my family has developed systems to practice group economics, and people like Dr. Boyce Watkins and other Black econ leaders who stand by your teachings, but also bring these teachings to life are reasons that we are here today. Also bringing terms like Native Black Americans and stating the fact that we have fought in every war has been something that was held dear to my heart. I am part of the Be Jesus community, which is a cryptocurrency that has been touted as the tip of the spear for Black people in crypto spaces. Me and the communities that I'm a part of are forever grateful for your work. I appreciate you. And thank you for waking up the fact that we are the original people of the United States.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, ODB. And we're going to go to another brother, Accumulate.
Good afternoon. Thank you, everybody. Shout out to Ms. Giselle, as well as ODB for this opportunity. Dr. Claude Anderson, over 7 years ago, I learned of your brilliance and excellence through Boyce Watkins via YouTube while working my 9 to 5. By mixing your vocal messages with your literature, I began to better grasp what Black economic power and progress would look like. Already active in my community by volunteering with grade school students, I use your messages in combination with my own book to assist in switching the perception and thought process of our youth and adults alike. Along my journey, I also use my self-taught knowledge of cryptocurrency to further close the gap in finances with anyone in my community that would listen and be willing to participate in the lessons, strategies, and maneuvers developed. This ultimately paid off with the creation of the Black Jesus Project, cultivated roughly by 9 Black developers earlier this year. We have built a community across the nation and have begun to utilize circular economics as well as innovate methods to give our people something not seen in the industrial revolution and crypto environment. Thank you for your accolades, sir.
Thank you so much, Cumulative. And we had so many other people who wanted to speak.
Did you forget me?
No, I didn't forget you. That's
Okay.
not. If we got the whole order, but Denmark said the last 4. So, and I
Yeah,
wanted.
let CC go since King isn't here, if you don't
Okay,
mind.
good. Okay, good. So there we go. And she was next in line for that also. That's what I was gonna ask. Go ahead, CC. It's on you.
Okay. Um, my name is Connie Collins. I consider myself a very fierce advocate for Black American freedmen. This is just a joyful, joyful space. Thank you so much, Dr. Claude Anderson. To you, the honorable scholar, promoter of group economics, and businessman, Dr. Claude Anderson, I salute you and honor you. I salute you for having the perpetual fortitude and courage to speak, advocate, and successfully fight for descendants of American chattel slavery. You, Dr. Anderson, reinforced in me the need to be a cultural team player. I try as much as possible to put culture before profit by buying Black American freedmen first. And whenever I'm having a difficult time finding, a freedman-owned business that I need, I hear your voice in the back of my mind saying, team power equals wealth and power. I ask that all within earshot today in this space honor Dr. Claude Anderson by purchasing his book, Powernomics, and his other books, and make it our brown print for success and freedom, true freedom. Dr. Anderson, you say practice group economics. I'm with you, and I think the rest of the space is peace, love, and reparations to you, Dr. Claude Anderson.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yep, Denmark. And if you want, we could. I was the last one to speak, but I can actually give my spot to someone else. If
whatever you prefer to do.
Like, yeah, I was saying there was a couple of people that wanted to send their love to you, Dr. Claude. You mean so much to so many. So I just want to make sure I'm not
just real
going to
quick,
interrupt the
King
space. Is it okay to let them speak?
Oh, wait a minute. Let King come up. Let King come up. Bring King up.
Okay, good. Oh, he's back.
And that's King is going to be the last one.
Yeah.
Bring King up, please.
All right.
I'm trying to get him up. Hold on, let me send it to him like that. There we go. There you go.
Is he up? Okay.
Yeah, he's up there. I don't think he's up here yet.
He connected. There you go. He here.
Okay, y'all. Pardon my tardiness, but we were dealing with this situation where this 11-year-old child was just assaulted during the Mexican Independence Day, the Mexican Independence Day, by 2 Hispanic adult women, and one of them happened to be in a relationship with a Black man, and he pulled a gun on the family and ran them out of their house. So we are here at the house of this 11-year-old child to give a clear message that we will not allow these people to come into our community and push us out. But I want to tie that into this conversation. And Dr. Anderson, I'm from that crew with Dorothy Tillman when you were coming here educating us. Is he still here?
He's still here.
He's still here.
How you doing, Doc?
Tired?
No. Black people energize me. I love Black people.
Okay, because I'm getting tired. Okay, he's asking you a question. Can you repeat that, sir?
Yeah. So, Dr. Anderson.
Yes, sir.
So I was saying that I'm from that crew when you were educating us here with Dorothy Tillman in Chicago.
Dorothy Tillman in Chicago.
Yes, Dorothy Tillman. That's my buddy. That's a good, strong Black woman. And,
right. I'm part of that group that you was educating 25 years ago. You were educating and teaching us, what these Hispanics and these immigrants were were going to do once they got, enough numbers in the city. And so, can you hear me, Doc? Because I want to make sure you hear me what I'm about to say.
I can hear you.
So what I was bringing to the forefront was this thing about this Office of New Americans. Are you aware of the Office of New Americans?
Office of New Americans. Is this a question or is this a tribute?
Well, tribute, it can be, tribute as well as, tied into a question as well. Because I'm just, bringing it up to speed on all the things that he taught us 25 years ago and beyond. We're seeing it happen. And so without the knowledge that you was giving us, we would have never been ahead of the curve like we are about this mass immigration. You warned us that this was going to happen, and we're seeing it now. 25 years later, we're seeing it happening. And through this Office of New Americans, it's a well thought out plan, comprehensive, funded plan. And so everything you told us is happening. And thank you for everything that you taught us as young people coming into activism.
You're welcome.
Hey, thank you so much, King. So yeah, King wasn't in the space when it was made understood that Dr. Anderson would be taking questions, but King is one of the leaders in this country when it comes to moving Black people forward. And I know that he got his
Denmark?
a lot of his inspiration came from Dr. Anderson. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now, but this is Jessica. So it's going on 2:45 here. And so I don't want to drain Dr. Anderson.
Oh, okay. And I understand that. Okay. So yeah. So okay, you guys can go ahead and bail out. We're going to continue the room for a minute. Thank you guys so much for coming, and Dr. Anderson, thank you so much for sharing your message with us. We greatly appreciate you, and we look forward to possibly doing this again in the near future. Yeah, thank you so much, Jessica, for the work that you've done on this, and Mrs. Anderson, and thank you so much, guys. We truly appreciate you guys. And once again, audience, please. Look up in the Jumbotron there. You'll find a link to the website. You'll find a link to the PayPal. Let's give Dr. Anderson a love offering and let's purchase the books. Okay.
And then this Dr. Milligan, I have to jump off for another Zoom.
Okay, thank you. Hey, Dr. Milligan.
You, Miss Rosie. Thank you.
Hold on.
Thank you, Miss Rosie.
Yeah,
Hey, to the sister that's with Dr. Claude Anderson, I want to ask her a question.
Yes.
So with the Harvest Institute that he started, what's going on with
King, he's not taking questions right now.
Okay, no, I was asking her. I want to ask him.
Well, right now, judge just recently, I guess in the last week, approved part of the lawsuit we have against the Indians, because Indians held as many slaves as whites did, and he ruled in our favor and told that we must be involved in the things that the Creeks Indians have been doing, and they're getting all kind of benefits, and Black folk get nothing. But worst of all is the fact that Indians participated in enslaving us, and they're getting all kind of benefits for nothing. They have not earned the benefits they're getting from the United States government and coming out of the Black taxpayers' pockets.
What does that have to do with the Harvest Institute?
We got a lawsuit right now in with the United States government.
Oh, okay.
Demanding that Black folks be treated in all manners.
So is the Harvest Institute is still up and running?
Yeah, we're still up and running.
Yeah.
And we're still in courts fighting right now, and we've been fighting for maybe about 15 to 18 years.
Good Jesus. HarvestInstitute.com.
Are they still there?
Oh, .org. Okay, HarvestInstitute.org. They're still there.
Yeah, and we're still in several courts, and we just won a victory last week, and with the Creek Indians, we're going to try to hold all of them responsible. They're getting benefits because they're telling the government as Indians, we walked across the land. They forget the fact that black folks dug the land, planted the land, raised all the food, everything. That was what black folks did. Indians never did anything significant towards enhancing the quality of the country. It was black folks that did it. And Indians were out there lynching and chasing blacks down, and they got paid. Indians got paid $25 for bringing back every runaway slave to the white man. And if they couldn't bring him back with his live, if you bring him back dead with his scalp and scalp him and bring him back, you can get $22 for bringing his hair back.
Jesus. Okay.
Shut up, Dexter.
What about the black people being 99% of the black Americans being the original American Indians?
He couldn't hear you. And here we are with the question.
No, we're not taking questions, so please.
We're not taking questions.
Yeah.
We're not doing any more questions. Okay. Hey, Dr. Anderson? Sir?
Yes.
We're going to let you go now. Okay. We're going to keep the room open, but you guys can feel free to get on with your day.
Thank you,
We
Denmark.
appreciate you. Thank you
so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And did you want to go back to the commemoration, Demar?
Yeah, I think that was. Hey, listen here, everybody that's in the room. Once this room closes out, we're going to be opening up a breakout room. It's going to be titled Dr. Anderson's Breakout Room. I will be opening that up in a couple of minutes here. And we're going to go in there and chop it up about what we've heard here today. We're going to go through the information while it's still fresh in our heads and have that conversation. So, yeah, Ms. Giselle, let's go ahead and do that.
1 second, Denmark.
Yes, sir.
That's going to probably be the closeout once she finished with that. Do you want to give your thanks to the crew and everything, or how you want to do?
Absolutely. Yeah,
all right.
Yeah. Hey, absolutely. Hey, thank you, Rock, so much.
No problem.
Hey, listen, before we do that, yes. So listen, guys, putting this here together, it was a group effort. It required a team of us really to get this here put together. And this is our first time coming together to work on something like this here. But we'll be working on stuff like this in the future. This is the beginning of Unfiltered, Uninterrupted. We're going to be bringing you more content like this. I have a list of speakers lined up that we're going to be bringing content to you with. So this team here is made up of Miss Giselle. Miss Giselle is our worker bee. You know, I would call her the queen bee, but the queen bee don't do too much. She just lay there and get worshiped. But Miss Giselle is out there gathering, harvesting, and busy buzzing around, putting the work in. She's a busy bee, and we appreciate her and love her. Then we got Sister Ishmael, our co-host up there, who is our resident musician, music scholar, all that there type stuff. Sister Ishmael. And then we have Brother Big A. Big A is our beats master. And me, Big A, Sister Ishmael, we migrated over here from Clubhouse, but we've been on Clubhouse together for probably a couple years now. Doing battle, so to speak, in spaces and rooms together. Cece, Connie was the one who really got me on this on the social media platform, who really got me activated, invigorated, and I've just been going at it ever since. But Connie is like my hammer, so to speak. Connie is very. You guys know Connie. What can I say about Connie? Intelligent, bright, beautiful, and you know, she's got it all. She's a complete package, and I'm glad that she was on our team, working and helping us put this together. Miss Nikki C. Miss Nikki is she's there. She keeps us straight and all that there type stuff. Thank you, Miss Nikki, for working on this here with us. Rock is my guy. I call Rock and I'd be like, yo, Rock, man, look, man, you know, when I want to flush something out, me and Rock, you know, we talk. and get things flushed out. And I appreciate Rock very, very much. I appreciate the whole team very much. I know I'm forgetting. Let me see who else we got
Miss
here. Rock.
Florence. Don't
Miss
forget Miss
Florence.
Florence for sure.
Hey.
Then the
Miss
host.
Florence is the lady. People be saying, "Hey, Denmark, thank you for getting Dr. Anderson." I didn't do it. Miss Florence got Dr. Anderson. Miss Florence heard us talking on Clubhouse about getting Dr. Anderson. She was the one that had the connections. She contacted her sister, who was the facilitator, Dr. Milligan. And Dr. Milligan got in touch with Dr. Anderson, Peoples and everything, and made this all happen. So yes, absolutely. And I apologize, Miss Florence. But Miss Florence is really the person. Please follow all these people. Miss Florence, Sister Ishmael, Big A, Connie, CC, Miss Nikki, Rock, myself. Who else am I forgetting now? Who am I forgetting now?
Did you say Miss Giselle?
Miss Giselle, definitely.
Yeah.
Miss Giselle.
Dr. Anderson, I think he had one too.
Okay.
Dr. Anderson had one. Didn't he have a page? Was that his page, Dr. Anderson's page?
Yeah, I think that was his page. Definitely
Okay.
follow Dr. Anderson. If you didn't follow Dr. Anderson, then okay. All right.
Rosie Milligan.
Yep, Dr. Rosie Milligan. Please follow Dr. Rosie Milligan. Yep.
FBA Empress.
Who?
Mark Carter.
Oh, Mark Carter. Oh man, Mark Carter is the guy. Mark Carter is the guy, right? You guys got to get to know Mark Carter if you don't. But Mark Carter is the man. I don't know what else to say about him. I don't know what to say, but definitely follow Mark Carter. Definitely follow Mark Carter. You guys are in for a treat once you get to know Mark Carter.
Bliss, BT, Cash Games. I see him in the audience.
Okay. All right. Yeah, all those people there too. All right. yeah, definitely. All right, hey guys. So listen here. We're gonna go ahead and and April showers, all those people. All right, guys.
She means business.
Right. April. Who?
She means business.
She does. Oh yeah.
Bless
Hey,
you. That's
if you
blessed.
don't know April, let me tell you, don't fuck with April.
No,
okay? You don't know April.
She means business is in a speaker.
Okay.
Yeah.
And her too. Okay. So listen, thank you. Hey, listen, we're going to get on with a couple more tributes, and I hope you guys hang around because we want to do the breakout room where everybody will have an opportunity to participate. Like let's have this conversation, let's chop it up. This is what Dr. Anderson wants us to do. He don't want us to just get the word and then go get ice cream. He wants us to get the word, and he wants us to be in communion, fellowship with each other. And he wants for us to be discussing our situation and how we're going to apply the solutions to our situation. We got to do work, guys. We got to do work. All right. So hang around. We got a couple more tributes to go because this is being recorded, and Dr. Anderson will be reviewing this recording. So we want to give the other people an opportunity who prepared something to give their tribute to Dr. Anderson. So go ahead, Ms. Giselle.
All right, now next up we have our sister, and she means Biz, who is
All right.
Yeah, April is up.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, This is Thoughts of the Week podcast. This is a live broadcast. This is not a replay. You guys probably within an hour or so heard Dr. Claude Anderson speak. And now some speakers are going to come in. I don't know if there's technical difficulties on Twitter X, as I tend to call it, Twitter X. A lot of times you will find that when you have Black people talking and talking about handling
Y'all hear him
business.
say he loved us.
All right,
He
there we go.
energized him. Thank
All right.
you for loving us enough.
We're going to listen in. There's been some technical difficulties. You know, they on Twitter X, it goes in and out, especially when you have Black people coming together and talking about doing something constructive. For some reason, Twitter X, when it comes to the live spaces, all of a sudden has funny business going on. So we're going to continue listening in and maybe see if we can handle or take care of these technical difficulties. All right. You are rocking with the best. This is Thoughts of the Week. We're not going anywhere. Let's get it. You're rocking with the best. Thoughts of the Week podcast.
With his knowledge, with his, you know, everything that he has taught us has woken up so many things in me. I remember listening to him the first time at one of his presentations on YouTube about how the Native Americans treated the slaves here in America. And that was the one thing that I heard of Dr. Claude Anderson that just really I was floored. And I remembered I wanted to hear more from this man. And I definitely did. I was hungry for what he had to teach. And I am so grateful that he has taught us what he has taught us and that he is still here so that we can give him his accolades and so that we can, show him the love. You know, we have a saying down south that says, give me my flowers while I'm living. And I definitely think today that we have given him his flowers. And I am so appreciative of him saying, I'm coming back. He said, I'm coming back. And so I am here for it. And I hope that everyone, I'm going to land on this. I hope that everyone has listened to Dr. Claude Anderson attentively on becoming active, not just listening to him talk today, but becoming active on what he has taught us to do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Miss Nikki. And if there are any more tributes, guys, keep the tribute on Dr. Anderson. That's the tribute section here, guys.
Yep, and it's just two left. And
only 30 seconds.
Yep, I am. Are you where? I am. Where you at, sister? If you could come to the stage.
April, and then we go. I thought.
All right. Okay, did she raise her hand?
No, April. She here.
Can y'all hear me? Because I'm out and about. I apologize.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're good.
All right, thank you. Peace, power, and reparations to the people. Dr. Anderson, we love you, and we deeply appreciate your life's work, staying diligent, determined, and never wavering from the mission. Even when people did not listen, people did not take heed, you never quit.
And that is a spirit and a character that, we need to instill within our future, right? Just when things are not going your way does not mean that we stop fighting. And that is so admirable. And I treasure even being able to still hear you today. It is a blessing that we are still able to give you your flowers, because many of our leaders, our master teachers, we were unable to do that. And so this was a blessing. Thank you, Denmark, Ishmael, and Big A, for making this happen for us as a people. The word of the decade is delineation. That's what we on. And you have led by example, day in and day out, again, never wavering. One thing that I would love to see, I would love for you to see, is that high-speed rail. That is something that us as a people, our next generations, we need to make that happen. It needs to be a part of the delineation. But I'm very, very happy that you were here today. You sound well, brother. And that is very encouraging, right? And so keep moving. Stay strong, and keep honoring your ancestors and our unborn progeny. It's nothing better than actually fighting with and for your people. Lineage matters. Black Americans matter. And this is a great time for all of us to be alive. We're live in history, and I'm glad to see so many of us that it's been years. We're still hanging, and we're still doing everything that we need to get done. And it's because you have led by example, Dr. Claude. You have led by example of how we should be moving, and how we should be loving on our people. So thank you so much for being here today. It was deeply appreciated. It will be something I'll never, ever forget. Thank you again to the host and co-host. Peace to the room.
Thank you so much, April. And next up, we have I Am Money, and then I'll close it out, and we can get over to the breakout room.
Peace and blessings to the space. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak, Dr. Claude Anderson. I love you. You've been nothing but an inspiration to me and my family. I've read all your books, and they are just amazing. So thank you for putting the pieces of the puzzle together for us, because it made our conditions make sense to me. It also taught me how to overcome those conditions by implementing your teachings into my life in real time. And so I just want to thank you again for the message and for being here, and for just giving us this game, and all of the stuff that you told us today was just another reminder that we got to keep pushing forward. And that's thanks to you. Love you and love the space. Thank you, Denmark, Miss Giselle, and peace and blessings to everyone.
Thank you so much, sister. And I just want to say to the Honorable, I will always call you this, the Honorable Dr. Claude Anderson, on behalf of reparationists and justice activists across this country, I want to tell you that we love and appreciate your scholarship and commitment to our people. Throughout your lifetime, you planted all of the necessary seeds that led to this special moment in time. You nurtured those seeds because you understood that our harvest season would soon come. At times, when you seem to be alone in this fight, attending court sessions and lectures, and still leading the charge for our justice claim, despite the delays and the roadblocks, you never gave up on us. You, dear elder, you were appointed and anointed into this position. And we are here to tell you that the harvest that you prepared for so long ago, that harvest season you've worked so hard for, has come. Thank you for your scholarship and the blueprint for our freedom and justice. And on that note, family, peace, love, and reparations.
All right. Peace, love, and reparations. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna go ahead and kind of get this closed out there. Just to give you guys a little bit of a heads up, we got kind of an afternoon planned here, right? So after this breakout room that we're about to go into, Sister Ishmael is going to do an after party, right? And then for those of you who don't know about Sister Ishmael's after parties, you're in for a real treat. Sister Ishmael is known on both Clubhouse and Twitter for her Beats therapy. It is phenomenal. I suggest you guys don't miss it. If you need to go get some water, some libation, a sandwich, and all that there type stuff, get revigorated or whatever the case may be, please do that. But please be sure to get back for the breakout room that's about to open in Sister Ishmael's after party. Please follow all of the speakers on the stage. Yeah, we got Dr. Anderson today, but there's going to be more content to come. And I know that you're going to want to be aware of it. We're discussing issues that affect Black America with people who are experts in their field when it comes to specific topics. That's what we want to bring to Twitter. That's our content. It's education and information and organization and unification. That's what we're trying to bring to Twitter. So with that being said, Sister Ishmael, do you mind hitting that? I'm Black and I'm proud. Say it now. I'm Black and I'm proud. Big A. Wait a minute, Big A. Before you say anything, please give me 1 second. Give me 1 minute. And then, yes, you can go, please. I forgot to say this, but Big A is somebody, man, that like, every time I think about this shit, I just get a little warm and fuzzy. Big A went and got a bus. Just so you know the caliber of the people that we bringing over here to Twitter. Big A went and got a school bus. And on that school bus, he loaded it up with computers and made like little desks and all that there type stuff with computers and loaded it up with books. And him and his family members, they drive around their area into Black communities. It's a rolling library. The kids come up onto the bus, read books, go to the computers and play. They're going to be feeding the kids. They're going to have STEM program on the bus. He don't make the kids come to the education. He brings the education to the kids. That's the caliber of people that we're bringing here to Clubhouse to move this thing forward, to move our stuff forward. And so, yeah, I just had to like say that about Big A because I ain't gonna lie, that shit, it touches me. I appreciate that. All right, go ahead, Big A. Go ahead, man.
Oh, and to the point of the bus, we got it out today. I'm actually doing the fundraiser because we don't make a dime from this. Just to let you know, it ain't about the money. It's just about getting our kids educated and up to speed. And Dr. Anderson's books is definitely going to be on that. So if anybody wanted to make donations to help us put all of Dr. Claude Anderson books on there, because it's funny because even before we bought Dr. Claude, one of the first videos I played on the TV was Dr. Claude Anderson's speech where he went to Fred Price's church. So just for that, because like Dr. Claude Anderson speak my language. It's plain and simple, all that. But what I want to say, get back to what I was trying to say. I wasn't even finna talk about the bus because I'm not, but shout out to y'all, man, because look, without me being fully like educated to even the people that I probably don't agree with on here, y'all still taught me something. You know what I'm saying? It's stuff I agree with you on. We might not just get along, but that's cool. I still love y'all. You know what I'm saying? We all still family. And guess what? If somebody come up to you, guys, I got your back straight up. But if it weren't for y'all, you know what I'm saying? The stuff that I learned, because I thought I knew a lot, but I didn't know. I found out that I didn't know shit until I came around a lot of y'all. So, but I'm making sure that it's getting to our children young. You feel me? And our kids, look, our kids is amazing, bro. That's all I'm gonna say about that. Like I said, if y'all want to make a donation so I can put these books on there for Dr. Claude Anderson, like I said, I don't make a dime from this bus. Hell, it actually put us in debt a little bit, but that's cool. It's good debt for me. You know what I mean? And that's just what that is. I don't care. I literally go to work and we put our money into this thing and we gonna make sure our kids is on point. Period. And that's all about that. But what I'm gonna say about the content. The reason that it was structured the way it was is because of Dr. Claude Anderson's team. Okay, and we actually like that because it's cool for people to just listen. Sometimes I think we get so eager to speak, but sometimes we just got to hear that wisdom. Don't think all the content is like that. You probably will get a chance. It all depends on the people that come, and I think this is what we need to explain so people won't think we would just leave them in the goo and all that. No, this was at the request of his team. If you notice, we didn't even ask Dr. Claude Anderson questions. And you know, that's just what it is. And I appreciate everybody who was patient with it. You know what I'm saying? Don't think it was no funny acting stuff. That's just what it is. And it's more to come. Just like I said, follow each other. Shit, we need to really just start dealing with each other and start getting back to being just us as family, Black Americans, you know, as a family. That's what we are. So that's all I want to say about that, though.
And I just real quick, I just wanted to say something real quick. If possible, could we purchase for Dr. Claude Anderson today to make a statement as a love offering? If possible. If you don't, could you just make a love offering? I just wanted to make that request.
Well, it's up in the Jumbotron if they want to. So that's the purpose of the PayPal is in the Jumbotron. Just hit the link so you see the brother. Don't assume anything. All we know is we taking care of family, and it's worth it, man. I know churches that would have charged you a lot of money to come hear a sermon from somebody at that level. So I know that we can bless our brother, man, because hey, he don't put in the work, man. You know, so yeah.
All right, guys. So with that being said, sister, if you mind playing "I'm Black and I'm Proud," the James
One
Brown.
second,
I don't mind playing
Take
it.
us out, thing.
One second, Dim. I meant to say this. Rock. I remember you told me the other day to say this, and I want to. We have also spoken with Dr. Claude Anderson, just so y'all can stay tuned. We are going to be turning his books into audibles, right? So y'all stay tuned. Y'all stay tuned for that, because I think we could ride around and listen to this stuff and give it to a lot of people. Because some people just ain't gonna read books, but we're gonna make it available in every platform to get this word out. So I just wanted to share that with the family. Thank you, Demar, for allowing me to speak.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Absolutely. Sister Ish, take it over, please.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, peace and blessings to the room, you guys.
Give me 30 seconds. We're gonna pop that room up. The Dr. Claude Anderson breakout room. Give me about 30 seconds. Look for it. All right.
Brother Denmark, I can actually, when you create it, I'm happy to share the link in here so folks can just click right on it.
So once I leave, do this room close down automatically?
Yep, it will close.
Yeah, it will. Yeah.
Just schedule it like for like in the next 5 minutes or so, and then like what is it, 3:20?
Yeah.
And then just schedule it and post it on the Black on your Jumbotron. I call mine the Black.
Yeah.
So you could post it on the Jumbotron, and then people can click on it and go to that space.
They won't be able to go there until I open it.
Not until you
can
open
just
it, but they'll
schedule it.
have the link. They'll have the link to be able to still get into the room when you're ready to open it. So that'll be likely more convenient for folks. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let's go, Sister Ish. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, for sure. Peace and blessings to the room, everyone. Brother Denmark, Miss Giselle, Brother Big A, April, Miss Cece, Miss Nikki, Unk. Your tribute was amazing. To all the other folks who left a tribute, blessings. This was a great space. We got a lot of wisdom today. I hope that everybody took some good info from that. And remember, Powernomics only works if we work together. Blessings.
Some people say we got a lot of malice, some say it's a lot of nerve. But I say we want to quit moving until we get what we deserve.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we thank you for coming in. We're going to still be live. And try to join the breakout room. So don't go nowhere. We'll be right back. This is Thoughts of the Week podcast. You're rocking with the best. Let's get it. You're rocking with the best. Thoughts of the Week podcast.
I will, people. We like the birds and the bees. We'd rather die on our feet. Keep living on our knees. Say it loud. Say it loud. Say it loud. Lord, Lord, Lord. Say it loud. All right now. Lord, you know we can do.
Southern trees, barren, strange fruit, blood on the leaves, and blood at the roots.
This is Thoughts of the Week podcast. We are live.
Black bodies swinging in the southern breeze. Strange fruit hanging from the poplar trees. Pastoral scene of the gallant South. Them big bulging eyes and the twisted mouth. Scent of magnolia, clean and fresh. Then the sudden smell of burning flesh. Here is a fruit for the crows to pluck. For the rain to gather. For
Okay,
the
everybody. Hey, sister, can you pause it for a sec, please? Okay, everybody. Yeah, it took me a minute, but I got it up in the Jumbotron, the breakout room. Let's see, PayPal. Yep. Okay, so the Twitter space is up there. I'm gonna go ahead and open that room up. You guys can go ahead and copy the link and come on over in a few seconds. All right.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna head on over to the breakout room. We'll still be live here, and we'll stick around for a little bit in the breakout room. You guys, if you missed it, you're gonna have to hit the replay, catch the replay. We had Dr. Claude Anderson, conversations with Dr. Claude Anderson live on Twitter Spaces. My understanding is he's 90 years old. And he was pretty hyped about coming on Twitter Spaces. So for those who are younger than 90, just know that you can still get in on this technology. All right. So we're gonna try to get to the breakout real quick. All right. Let me see if we can get out of here and listen in. There we go. We're gonna let y'all guys in here in a sec to the breakout room, Dr. Claude Anderson's breakout room. All right. Let's see. All right, looks like we're in there. All right. Yeah, and they always come with the technical difficulties as usual when you are trying to do positive things for Black folks. Don't forget, you can go to Powernomics. You see it on the screen right now. And for those who be listening in on, those who listen to the podcast, go to powernomics.com. Powernomics.com. Support Dr. Claude Anderson. Get all of his books, all of his, I think it's 5 books, which is Black Labor, White Wealth is one. Powernomics is the second one. Dirty Little Secrets, number 1 and 2. The second book is called More Dirty Little Secrets, but we're going to say Dirty Little Secrets 1 and 2. And then the last one is A Black History Reader, 101 Questions You Never Thought to Ask. And that book is very good. I hadn't even finished the book, but I read some of it. And I need to get back into it. There's a lot of good information, man. Very good information in that book. So be sure to show your support for Dr. Claude Anderson by going to powernomics.com. Powernomics.com. All right. Interesting. Yeah, so there's some issues going on with the let me see if we can get it in real quick. Let me see if we do it this way. There we go. All right. Well, we're gonna get in to the breakout room. All right. This is Thoughts of the Week podcast. We are now transitioning from Dr. Claude Anderson into the Dr. Claude Anderson's breakout room. Let's go. You're rocking with the best Thoughts of the Week podcast. All right.
I do believe this is being recorded as well. So Dr. Anderson will be privy to this. He'd be interested in knowing if we're taking his information and utilizing it and putting it into effect, and how we're disseminating the information that he's given us. And so, this breakout space helps with that. And I think that's going to be the format. We're going to have other speakers on our unfiltered, uninterrupted podcast and whatnot. We're working all that out. Dr. Anderson crescent the ship, but we're out to sea now. We're moving, and so I hope you guys are following us and that you stay around for the ride. And after each speaker, after each event that we have, we're going to do a breakout session to discuss what it was that the speakers spoke about, that type thing. So anyway, this is the first one. Oh, and by the way, listen, guys, we don't, we don't have sponsors and all that their type stuff. However, If you guys want to contribute to the podcast, there is a Cash App up in the Jumbotron there. You know what I mean? And those proceeds will be going towards stuff like equipment for our podcast. You know, we really want to do this and make it nice and lively and all that there type stuff and whatnot. We want to do this for the people, man. The type programming that and the way that we have things envisioned is really geared towards making something edifying for the people. We want to be one of those pillars that's holding up Blackness here in the United States of America. We want to be one of those pillars, and we've been putting in the work for years, and now we're moving to another level. You know, we've been educating ourselves. Our brother, one of our brothers, has calculated the hours that we've spent debating and educating, and all of us who were in those spaces had over 5,000 hours just educating, doing book clubs, having debates, and we have positioned ourselves to be capable and able and ready, and we're willing to take on the challenges that'll confront us when taking up the banner for Black liberation, Black empowerment, and all that type of stuff, you know. And that's so. So anyway, if you guys can, if you got a couple pennies you could spare, whatever, you know, throw it up there in the Cash App. We'd appreciate it. Whatever you got, if anything, and if nothing, we love you, and please participate in the conversation here. And yeah, let's get rocking. Let's get rocking. Okay, so I guess I'll start the conversation going here. But you know, one of the things Dr. Anderson spoke to that really you know, got me going, got my juices flowing, so to speak, is him speaking to how Black people are unique people. We're not like any other people. And that's one of the things that me, Big A, Organizer, Miss Nikki, and probably most of the people in this room have been really trying to emphasize for years now, is that we are a special people. We are a unique people. Not to say that other people don't have their attributes or they're bad or whatever, but when it comes to Black Americans delineating and identifying according to them being a people group, people seem to have issue with that. And we're at the point now where we're saying, well, we don't care if you have an issue with that. It just is what it is. You ain't got no issues when Italians do it, when Irish do it, when Jamaicans do it, when Haitians do it, when Ghanaians do it, or Nigerians. Everybody else get to do it but us, you know. And so we're just saying, hey, we don't care about that issue you have with that anymore. Suck it up and accept it. So, and Dr. Anderson pointed out that that's a key thing, is us identifying the fact that we are a special group. And so, you know, I like to talk about that a little bit. Listen, if you guys want to come on up, I got some requests here. Got requests. Come on up, guys. Yeah. Hey, let me see. Let me make sure Big A and Sister Ishmael. Yep. Where's Big A? Oh, there he is. Okay. Big A should be co-hosting. Okay, there he is. There he is. Okay. Hey, Big A, will you take that co-host, please?
Yeah, I got you.
Okay. All right. Yeah, yeah, okay. So we got some hands up here, and I'm just gonna, just go in the order that I kind of see them here. I don't know if you guys see it the same way I see it, but I see Miss Eddings. And I'll tell you what, since I've been over here on Clubhouse, Miss Eddings is like one of my favorite voices. I just love Miss Eddings and how she puts it down. I like how she puts it down. Let me put it that way. So I see Miss Eddings, I see Cash, I see Sean, and then Black. We'll go with those four for now. But yeah, let's talk about how important it is for us to understand that, not just delineating, but understand that we're special people because no one has experienced what we have experienced. Understanding that our shared history, our shared uh, 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 experience makes us an ethnicity, and how we are special. We are different than anyone else because of that. So let's talk about that a little bit. Let's start with you, Miss Eddie.
Oh, okay. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, yes. No, yeah. Yeah, Miss Edding. So, yeah, let's talk about that for a second, and then we could talk about what you liked about Dr. Anderson thing.
Okay, can you say the question or what you were asking?
Yeah, so Dr. Anderson spoke about how important it is that we understand that we're a special people and that we make the rest of the world see that. We need to make them see that. And we're special because no one has experienced what we experience, right? Far as slavery, Jim Crow, the lynchings, peonage, sharecropping, all these atrocities that were directed specifically at us, not the Mexicans, not the Irish, none of those people. I think Dr. Anderson said something about one leg, one horn, flying purple people eaters or something like. But it wasn't directed at anyone but us. And our history makes us special people, a special people. And people need to understand that. We're the only ones here that are not immigrants. He spoke to how everybody else came over at the Statue of Liberty. We came here in the belly of the ships, in places, and went to places like Roanoke, Savannah, these other slave ports. We didn't come in on top of the ship. We came in the belly of the ship, and no one else did that, And so anyway, I think that's an important statement that Dr. Anderson, thing that he brought out. So
another one he said is about the term African American, and I 1,000% agree with him. I've been saying it forever and ever and ever. That word should be treated as a slur. That's all the hell it is, and that's why white folks are so comfortable using it. No, you're African American. Yeah, okay. You want to try to other me and some shit my people built. We was here before this shit was a country, and you want to call me some African American, and we got people out here running around saying it. Me as an African American, and it's just like that shit is so cringy. Because I'm telling you, I never grew up hearing that, and I'm glad he said it. That way, I don't sound crazy when I'm saying this shit because we didn't grow up hearing that shit where I'm from, bro. I'm telling you, we didn't hear that shit.
Right.
I ain't start hearing that shit, so I started getting online. People calling themselves African American. But I'm glad he woke. He woke up a lot of shit though, and I'm definitely putting his books.
He really did. Yep. Okay. Go ahead. Anybody else?
Okay, can I speak now?
Yeah, please.
Okay, shout out to you, Denmark, for holding that wonderful educational space. My goodness. Also shout out to the two co-hosts, Ishmael and also Big A. Yes, I do agree with that. I think we can start, and I've been preaching this, by getting folks on code. I go out and actively, if I'm at the supermarket, whether I'm teaching, whether I'm at work, no matter where I am, I'm looking for us. I'm talking to us about reparations, who we are, how to be proud. There are way too many of us running around here thinking that white is right and almost ashamed, like so ashamed to be the greatness that we are. They don't want to embrace it. They want to try to cling on and say I did my DNA. I'm mixed with this and this and all of this nonsense instead of acknowledging the greatness. And I call us superheroes. I will never stop saying that because that's who we are. Um, so, and with that being said, I wanted to touch a little bit on Dr. Anderson. So, my very religious mother had me watching this person because she was a fan of Dr. Fred Price. So whoever brought that up in the last space, shout out to you. I was watching those videos that you all watch now live, sitting there with my mother. So reparations was introduced to me when I was younger. I do appreciate, with with that being said, my parents listened to this man and did what he did. And my whole entire life, like I think it was ODB that said, when you have parents that was actually on that game, you can tell when they enter the space and they're talking to you that they have a different mindset. And so I just encourage everyone to go ahead and make sure that we support each other. We go ahead and make sure we do anything to keep Dr. Anderson's message going. We support y'all. Oh, I'm gonna say this too, and then I'm for the land. Shout out to the, and I call it the devil's playground, but to y'all coming over there from I don't even like to even say the app, but shout out to y'all. You all have brought a fresh, just innovative thing in this to Black Twitter, to our movement. Listening to y'all, you all having a space like this, and you will continue to have space like this. Y'all, let's follow these people. Let's support these people. The clubhouse folks have came over here to Black Twitter and set it straight and run amok. And I wanna let you know from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much, because all of this fighting that we're doing over what term to call us, and y'all just come in and just say, shout out to you, Sister Ismail. She's like Black American Negro Freeman. I'm like, whoa, and said it with ease because she knows who we are. And she acknowledges who we are. She acknowledges who she is because she's proud of who she is. Let's stop all this bickering. Dr. Claude Anderson then came and laid the foundation for us. All we have to do is follow the blueprint. And I fold my chair. Thank you so much for letting me speak.
Hey, thank you, Miss Eddings. Thank you so much. Yep. Who was next? What were you saying, Sister Ish?
No, I just was saying thank you to Miss Eddings. I appreciate you.
Absolutely. I'm not sure who was next.
Bro, let's go ladies first, bro. I got 2 pages of notes and I'm just gonna do one.
All right then. You said 2 pages. All
I
right.
mean, you know how I get your bullshit, bro. I ain't never.
Okay. All right. Okay. Hey, let's go then with CC. Hey, Cash. You got the right name, man. Hit that Cash app up there, bro. Cash. All right. No, I'm just kidding. Let's go with CC. I'm messing with you, bro. All right. I'm in such a good mood right now, man. I'm over the fucking moon, man. I'm just over the moon right now, bro. All right. Okay, let's go, CC.
Hey, peace, love, and reparations to the space. You're cracking me up, Denmark. To kind of veggie back on what you said, and it is nice to see everybody from Clubhouse over here. Hey, what's up? Anyway, so when you said, attributed to Dr. Claude Anderson that we're an exceptional people, I think we all innately know that. And I tweeted something last night. I don't know exactly what I tweeted, but I said it's time for us to stand up and dog walk these other people because everyone's trying to dog walk us. It's time that we stop being humble. We stop being so graceful. We stop inviting everybody in. We stop giving passes. We stop inviting people to the cookout. We stop trying to, I forgot who just said that, patty cakes. Stop fighting over a name. We have been reclassified many times. Pick and choose what your descriptor is. If you want to be a Negro, say it with your chest. You want to be FBA, Native Black American, a freedman, foundational Black American, American descendant of chattel slavery. We don't need to fight over that. That's a non-factor. Those are people wasting time. That's why you don't see me in a lot of spaces. I'm not going backwards. I'm moving forward. I choose Friedman because Friedman is a political status. That's why those of us who say Friedman, but we understand under that umbrella, you can call me any of those other names and I am not upset about it. But to go and fight in front of Congress or a legislative body, Friedman is recognized on the books. That's the only reason I roll with that. You can call me Iggy Boo Boo. If we all agree tomorrow we're Iggy Boo Boo, but we need Friedman to get to the legislative bag, that's what I'm going to do. So having said that, we are an exceptional people, all of those descriptors. But what I take away from Dr. Claude Anderson, like I said that in my tribute, he said, let's learn to be a cultural team players. And I said this before, I try as much as possible to put culture before profit. That's what Dr. Anderson said to do. If you're tight as a people, then it's innate that you love your people and you're going to patronize one another's business like everybody else. Somebody in the previous Dr. Claude Anderson space said, there's a Chinatown everywhere. There's a Chinatown everywhere. There's a little Saigon, a little Ethiopia, a little this, a little Korea. There's Russian towns. Everybody has an area in which they live in a business section. So we have to get to that, and that's where we're going to have to start shifting our mindsets um, to, like he said, what is it that he says? Um, what is it? Team power equals wealth and power. So while everyone else is practicing cultural group economics, we're kind of not getting it. And I think that's a problem. So I just think we need to change how we think. And yes, we're fighting to end political slavery. I call it political slavery because we're no longer in chains. But this is like a political game. This is systemic racism. Somebody said I was sensationalizing the other day when I said political slavery. I'm going to call it what I want to call it if you're in the space. So I'm about to wrap. But then we have these outside people that want to convince us there's no racism and that there's all these opportunities. How are there all these opportunities when they're flooding us with competitors? They're flooding us with immigrants. That means there's less and less opportunities. There's less opportunities to be economically viable, to purchase homes, to buy food, all of this stuff, right? So we have got to understand that we're disliked because we're perpetually fighting. Nobody else is doing that, only us. But now we have to combine that with group economics. Whites don't like us because we fight systemic racism. The new people, the new arrivals, the so-called new Americans, oh, you're troublemakers, yada, yada, yada. Yeah, we're troublemakers and we're going to continue to be troublemakers. But what we've got to do right now is have money on our mind. Everyone else is in this country. They're not seeking no damn asylum. They didn't come here for anything else but money. We don't have to over intellectualize it. Money. So I'm going to play a 20-minute snippet. Give me a second. It's about to end. I'm going to play 20 seconds. Oh, Lord. Hold on. Give me 20 seconds. This is what you need to think about. Just give me 20 seconds. Money, baby. Shift our mindset. Do business with our own people. It's about the bag. Get to the money. Cash. Remember 40 bags? Denmark, remember 40 bags? Big A, you remember 40 bags?
Oh yeah.
Ismael, you remember 40
I
bags?
remember 40 bags.
Let's get to that money. What is Cassius saying? Say it out loud, Cass.
Yeah, direct
40
cash
what?
payments, the 40 bag, 40 acres in a Tesla.
In a Tesla. Get that money. Thank you.
Money. All right. Some people really need it. Got to have it. Some people really need it. Do things, do bad things, baby, or something like that. That's the shit. All right.
Your version will suffice.
No, Denmark. Yeah.
It will
That's the Denmark remix, everybody. Ish, make sure make sure you drop that in your next Beats Therapy, the Denmark remix.
Hey, I always had that problem, man. Even as a kid, man, like I just make up my own words to the beat. What they
That's
say?
not magic.
I
You
put my own
freestyling.
words in there. Right, right. All right, who's next? Cash. Oh, did all the ladies go yet? Yeah. Okay, go ahead, Cash. You're not yet. You're not ready, Cash.
I was gonna say that's Dawn or
All
not.
right. Who?
Hashi Squirrelo.
Ashi Squelelo.
Instead
What
of
up,
Welcome
waxing.
Dawn?
back.
On
Yo,
Welcome
God.
back. Her badass.
let
Start
me
trouble all
first
over the place, man.
express how
Queen of the ADOS
Puproto you
rejects.
done. How Puproto you done. I mum. A bubble tut. Tut sus. Evavi nuntut. How
Oh
excited I am about this event.
gosh.
Proud of y'all. This was just the breath of fresh air, the reset. Oh my God, was this ever a reset to hear the voice of a true elder reverberating through the frequency, the dead frequency that is Twitter X for these last couple of weeks. To hear the authority in that voice, the scholarship, I should hope would crush all of the name banging once and for all. I was just really honored to be in his presence, and like you guys said, to be honored to be able to give him his flowers and to have him see this almost full circle after 60 years of trying to get this information out, to have it come together and culminate in this digital space where it needed to be in order to really accelerate into our community and into the atmosphere. And blessings to all of you who were early in on this. I speak often of the fact that at my height of my earning potential and my childbearing years and my marriage life, Powernomics came out, and I'm convinced that the book Freakonomics was issued at exactly the same time to divert the attention of middle class Black Americans like me. And I guarantee you, if you know me now, this is 4 years in, if I would have read Powernomics back in 1997 or the early 90s when they came out, I guarantee you my entire life would be different. A lot of things would be different. So better late than never. But I am so glad for this authority to be established for us as a group, because I think we really needed an elder. We needed a true elder that we could respect to, I think rein us in to a certain extent and refocus us on what it is, the goal, and to understand the genocide that we're under. I thought, and here's my thoughts. First of all, I'm low-key disappointed by all of the offshoot rooms that apparently we were just in a room on group economics, people. And then you go and have offshoot rooms like right after. I would have loved if we would have been able to maintain the momentum and that everyone would have come into this room. We download and then everyone go off to do their own spin, which I can only imagine the spins that are going to occur from this. And I'll speak to lastly my two thoughts. I thought it was interesting. Obviously, I want to know what Dr. Anderson's thoughts are on the reestablishment of a new Freedmen's Bureau, that concept. If he agrees, I know obviously he has direct cash payments and land, but I just would be interested in hear about his thoughts, because I believe that we need that in an attempt to circumvent the corruption. But I would totally respect his thoughts on that. I would also want for him to be thoroughly involved in it. He is, without even knowing it, such an inspiration to me. His work on the affirmative action plan is what has really informed my latest work and push on the county level Office of Freedmen Affairs campaign that I've been doing. And it's really his work that has informed that. And I want to end with, I thought it was very interesting, and why I want to know his thoughts on the Freedmen's Bureau and the county level approach I was going, is because county levels are where the land is typically controlled in a state. So that's why I wanted to know, just get his thoughts. I would want him to be involved in anything that anybody out here, groups, have to do with the Freedmen's Bureau. Please bring Dr. Anderson's team in. And end with, I thought it was very interesting that he dropped a bomb on the way out very casually. I did not realize, first of all, everyone should follow the Harvest Institute. Oh my God. So obviously they are pursuing claims, but who knew that he was affiliated with the Creek Freedmen? So I think we definitely need Dr. Claude Anderson to come back on to clarify and really expound upon that, because I could see that spiraling into a new divisive, navel gazing pastime for people in general who don't get the big picture of stick together, stick with your lineage, practice group economics, and stop name banging. So I really think we need him to come and really expound upon, and let's note the difference between native versus indigenous. Now, in my understanding, what I heard that Dr. Anderson is really saying, we are here before the inception of the country, here before 90% of the people, and in that we are native. And I'm not here to debate the indigenous versus the native.
Thank you, Dawn. I was gonna bring it up. Thank you, Dawn.
Well, I'll let you finish it up. So I'll just lob it up, and then I'll let you finish up.
I'll deal with it later.
Okay, cool. And so, yeah, I just thought it was interesting. Final, I promise. I just thought it was interesting that he referenced that victory with the Creek Freedmen as his own, and that he intimated that we should, basically what I heard is we should be a part of that claim, and basically expand and blow that claim, blow it out, which is what I think the Creek Freedmen are about to do. If they have justified, codified, or validated that treaty, then that means they have the grounds to go back and sue. Those people were actually given money that the Creek Freedmen were denied, and you had interest to that. And what it sounded like to me that Dr. Anderson was saying is that is the past. So again, that's why I'm interested in his thoughts. He's suing the IBA, it sounds like, but I'm interested in his thoughts, and I will end there. And just thank you so much, Ishmael, DJ Big A, Denmark, and Miss Giselle. Excellent work. Thanks for bringing us back, for resetting us, for reinvigorating our advocacy, the seriousness of it, and also the promise and exponential potential that we have ahead of us. So thank you.
Hey, Dawn, it's good to hear from you. Good to hear from you, Dawn. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. That's what we want to do here, yo. Is we want to like everybody's got their mission or whatever the case may be or whatever. But we want to, like just keep people informed, and like just keep moving forward, y'all. And look, we've been in this thing for a long time. Dawn's been in this thing for years, and some of the other people have been in this thing for years. And I know that this shit is exhausting. It can be exhausting, right? If it wasn't for God and the ancestors holding us up, many of us would have fallen flat on our faces by now. This is exhausting work. But we do it because we love our people. And sometimes, when things get exhausting, sometimes, just like in that world out there, you're not moving as if you're fresh and eager and bright-eyed and all that there type stuff. Things happen, but that's the thing about us as a people. We always lift each other back up. We always do. We always do. We don't step on each other when we down. You know, like most of the people in this room of our lineage, you can see a homeless person on the street and have $3. You probably give them $1 or $2. That's who we are. That's who we are. You know, and so yeah, you know, like shit happens. But hey, and it's going to happen. But you know, but we're going to lift each other back up. We're going to pick each other up, and we're going to keep on moving. And that's what our ancestors have had to do for the last 500 years. And much shit happened where they had to pick each other up and keep moving. And that's what we're going to do too. We're going to, that's part of our culture that a lot of people don't talk about is our perseverance. No other people on the face of the earth has persevered the way we have. And there's nothing wrong with having perseverance. Nothing wrong with it. It's a good thing. We're strong people. So, yeah, it is what it is, but we're going to keep moving. We're going to keep moving. We're going to keep building because we're going to do it for those coming behind us as well, you know? So it is what it is. Who was next? Oh, CC? Go ahead, CC.
No, I think it's Cash, and then Sean or Sean.
Okay.
Sean, one of those
Okay,
two.
let's go, Cash. You ready, Cash?
Yeah, say it loud. You know what I'm saying? I'm Black American and proud on both sides of my family. You know, for the outset, that's first of all. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, my name is Cash Gaines. It is a hilarious name for a reparationist. In an article that was written about 40 acres and a Tesla, when I called into the California task force, they were like, the man who called himself Cash Gaines. I'm like, that ain't no pseudonym. But it's like being I Need Money from How High, right? They're like, oh shit, that's I Need Money. Anyways, I appreciate the space happening. Dr. Claude Anderson speaking to us. It kind of felt a little bit like preaching to the choir. Shout out to him for powernomics, Black power and economics being tied as one term. I really quick want to shout out April for coming on stage to mention his Southern Rail that he had suggested. I feel like that's my 40 acres and a MIMS conversation, but times 10, because it will be multi-state. It would lead towards trade between the states. And that would also be a land conversation because a lot of white folks grabbed land as a part of railroads and having to set up the railroad system across America, which obviously just led us towards certain major cities where white folks were at the head. But anyway, saying all that to say, that's even bigger than what we're imagining with the 40 acres in a Tesla or 40 acres in a MIMS conversation, because that's one Black-owned car company versus an entire rail system that will connect us as a community. So I really wanted to hear him speak to that further. It was one of the many points, I believe there was 7 of them, that he mentioned in the Breakfast Club interview recently. As well, I'm glad that Don just brought up how he's mentioning that there was, he said that he, excuse me, not he said, he once worked at the White House under President Jimmy Carter. And he said that every year, every president meets with 500 plus chieftains and gives them billions of dollars every Christmas. And he said that a portion of those allocations is supposed to go towards people who were formerly enslaved as a part of reparations to those peoples. And that they've set those monies aside and used them for their own benefits, clearly because most of them is $5 Indians. And so I think that that might be the case that he's speaking to, Don, is that a part of the native nations receiving their allocations is that they're supposed to have set asides that are meant for us, including land, and they haven't kept up with their part of the bargain. So he's holding them accountable for that, I believe. He said in 2015 that Black Americans will be done due to immigration. And shout out to King Carter for mentioning that's coming true. He mentioned the Office of Immigrant Affairs, and I'm glad that Don just mentioned the question I wanted to ask Dr. Anderson, which is his thoughts on SB 490, because their reparation is saying that it's a grift, that we don't need an Office of Freedmen Affairs, or as he mentioned, a Native Black Affairs office, and he's talking about it being at the federal level. That's what he mentioned on the Breakfast Club. You know what I'm saying? We got to be smarter than Charlemagne the God to at least write down these points and understand what his arguments are for the future, right? He was able to repeat these back to Dr. Anderson. So anyways, that all being said, there's also, he mentioned that there's supposed to be a reparations fund. I wanted to ask him what he thought about DC's bill, B250152, which suggests 5% of all the sales tax of Washington, D.C. will go into a fund for reparations specifically for payback to Black Americans who helped build not just D.C., but the nation. And would that be a pilot program or a proof of concept to show all these federal, quote unquote, heads of states what reparations looks like for Black DC people, so that it leads towards a federal claim for reparations? I wanted to shout out people who were in the crowd. Denise Long, who I was hoping was going to get to be on stage. Isaiah Washington, who's a Black American actor who's fighting for reparations now and who's retweeting people like us. So I wanted to shout him out as well. 225,000 followers. I was hoping he gets to come up on stage. Shout out to Dr. Anderson for starting businesses as well, not just being about writing books, but he mentioned how he was in control of allocation of funds that led towards 57 Black businesses starting. I forget if it's in DC or if it was in Massachusetts, don't get me lying, but shout out to that. And his fishing company as well. And that he was the state coordinator of education in Florida when he wrote and was critical of affirmative action. And he said that led towards them leading it into with Jeb Bush and All Lives Matter bill, where we got crumbs of the trauma cake that we were made from. And I wanted to ask his opinion on the fact that they're doing that with reparations now. All of a sudden, the mayors organized for reparations and equity, moremayors.org website, has now become 57 mayors that support a guaranteed universal income, meaning that we all will perpetually receive a check to be consumers instead of Black Americans being an ownership class, receiving the pay for generations of unpaid wages that built this nation. Why would I ever stay in my home country if I could receive a perpetual check to buy cool Jordans and shit and move to America? So UBI is going to be the downfall of America and the pillaging, and I consider it to be an all poverties matter, and I wanted to get his opinion on that. But those are just some notes I had. And again, thank you guys for at least him being featured. Shout out to those who gave tributes and stuff, because I tend to be more logical and spend time. I don't know, time is money, you know what I'm saying? One last thing I'll say is I hope to be 90 and as sharp and as cut as a diamond as he is, because we got presidents right now that are 20 years younger than him that can't finish a sentence. Shout out to Dr. Anderson, Black Don't Crack.
Hey, thanks, Cash. Hey, Sean, what's up, brother?
What's up? Many blessings to you all. Great space, beautiful energy. It was a blessing to be able to hear our brother speak. He's an honorable man. You could tell in his actions throughout his whole life, his love he has for his people. I first came across Dr. Anderson when I was in my teens, I believe, and I seen him on a YouTube video. I can't believe it. I think it was a VHS, whatever. He was speaking at Dr. Price's church, and what touched me the most was he almost busted out in tears before he started his speech. He had to fight back tears because that's how much love and compassion he has for his people. And then he went on with his speech, and I was blown away. I've never seen a Black man speak with such clarity, power, and purpose. And you could tell the ancestors are with him, and he's fighting for his people, and he's done it to this very day. So we owe that man. We owe that man everything in us to continue his work, and not only that, at least get some real strong victories before he transcends to the ancestor plane. He needs to see that his work was not for nothing, that we got the message and we carried it on. We're going to take it to another level. Yeah, so appreciate that space. Hopefully we get to hear from our brother again. Hopefully I get to speak to him, because you know most people have their little icons like Jordan and stuff, man. Man, he's my icon. And another thing, I'm gonna close with this: we got to protect our brother, since he's going to be a little more active on his space. They are already trolling him. There's rooms with his name in the title, and that's very offensive. I do wellness checks, so read between the lines. If you guys can give me information to repeat offenders, it will be handled. And I'll land.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure what to do about
The
that.
ancestors will deal with it.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Who was next? I see we got some hands, some people down in the audience. Judge.
I'd like to speak too, Denmark.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Who
thank
that?
you,
Miss
Denmark.
Nikki. I see Coops. I see She. I see. Who else said that I'd like to speak? Who was that? That's Miss Nikki?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
Nikki. That was Miss Nikki. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So yes, let's go with Coops, Miss Nikki, and She.
Oh, I think the judge raised their hand first, but
Who is the
judge.
judge?
You can go, sweetheart, if you'd like. I love to listen. Go ahead.
No, you.
I'm not sure who raised their hand first. I was just selecting people. Who is the judge?
Okay. So is it my turn?
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
can
Yes.
I
hear
can
you.
hear you.
Mhm.
Can you
Okay, who
guys
is the
hear me?
judge?
You can go before me. I'm
I
okay.
appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Hey,
And I
Connie's trying
appreciate
to
the
come back on
space.
stage as well. I'm sorry, Judge.
Who?
Connie
Problem.
Collins. She said she's raising her hand to come
Oh,
back.
I
She
see.
accidentally.
Okay, let's move some speakers down. Well, hold on.
Yeah.
Are all? No, maybe we don't have to. Let's see.
No, we don't. We have room. We have room.
Okay, there we go.
Let her. Yeah.
Okay, go
Deja
ahead,
just
Judge.
come.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Then I would
thank you
second
so much
the
for having
issue.
this space. It was so enjoyable. And I so much appreciate his vitality. It was so impressive.
Yeah.
I want to make a couple of comments. I'm always listening and I gotta get my thoughts together. Um, First of all, someone said something about we need to let them know our power, our potential, and who we are. And let me say to the room, they know who we are. They know exactly who we are. That's why they fear us. Um, and I definitely understand the importance of our image in this country. It influences how we move and how successful we are. But I think more importantly that we need to start focusing on us. When we talk about, because I come in the room just like just now, comment about some negative shit, um, which I need you to understand that that's how the brain works. And our condition, them having their foot on our neck, the images they produce of us makes us look for we're hyper vigilant. We're always looking for someone coming to get us. That's how the brain and the mind works. You want to protect yourself. But see, when you're trying to protect yourself, you're not moving forward. You're not winning. You're not developing. You're not growing. That is their goal. You understand what I'm saying? And so then we talk about group economics. What I think the conversation needs to be more is what does that look like? What does it look like we get down together? See, I'm sorry. I gotta get a control of my emotions because I always get angry because I know who we are and where we're supposed to be in this country. Someone asked me a couple of days ago, "Oh, why is all of these car washes are going on everywhere?" Thinking it's something nefarious. No, that's business. That's business in America. That's how you grow. It's enough for us on this stage in these rooms where we can get down together, $10 a month, and we could have something to do something. So, I want to end, but I want to land with, and we need to be mindful. Is what does group economics look like? And my concern is that we have to alter and change our mindset, how we see each other, how we fuck with each other. I about an immigrant, I ain't never motherfucking intimidated by a fucking immigrant. Imagine that. Imagine me being intimidated by a fucking immigrant. Stop. You understand what I'm saying? Don't be intimidated by them. Long as we have each other, they're nobody or nothing. We need to start focusing on what does group economics look like. I'm gonna land there. Thank you so much.
Hey, Denmark, can I reclaim my time? It was glitching, so I had to leave and come back. I was after Sean.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, thank you much. You said something a minute ago about perseverance, and I really appreciate you saying that because I think we are one of the most persistent, revolutionary, evolutionary, resilient, improvisational people to ever walk this earth. And you said it's because of what we've been through. And Dr. Claude Anderson said that. I have a plaque in my work area here at the house that says perseverance is the key to success. And we just have to keep persevering. And, a lot of us came over from Clubhouse. Some of us had worked together. So that means we've been around each other 4 or 5 years now. Some of us worked together 7 years in real life, in the streets. Some of us have been doing it all of our life. Some of us are new to this. Sometimes people come up in spaces and they feel some type of way when they get corrected because we're all on our own journey as far as our knowledge base and our history with regard to this movement. So allow people to have their growth. If we correct people, let's correct them with love. Let's remember the concept of being a cultural team, like Dr. Claude Anderson said. And then Dawn, I forgot her name on the app. She keeps changing it, but Dawn was up here, and I may not get this right. It's a paraphrase, so please don't quote me. Dr. Anderson was on The Breakfast Club. No. On Chico Bean's podcast. If you go look that up, he was explaining how the so-called Native Americans, many of them Indians, have colluded with whites to call themselves Native to erase our Native history. So what he was trying to delineate is that we're indigenous to this land. Everybody that so-called discovered the Americas, they have hand-drawn pictures when they had the first photography, the first videos. Most of us were brown. So them trying to erase us from being native, and he says the whites and others, they know what they're doing. The ones who are awake, the whole population of any ethnic group is not awake, just like we're not all awake. But he was saying that they want us to believe we've contributed nothing ever at no time in history. And that's why we have this delineation movement. So what he's saying is we're supposed to be called natives more so than even indigenous. They took that as a money grab. So I may not have gotten that 100% correct, but I just wanted to touch on what Don said. And this is not to people to run out of this space and run over to the American Indian space and, aha, gotcha. Now they're saying they're American Indians. Some of us um, are descendants of American Indians. Some of us are not. Some of us are just an amalgamation of whatever. I'm just begging everyone to stop gang banging the movement. I've been saying this for like years now. Let's get on one accord. Right now, we have to. I played that song for a minute because you're not going to forget it because it's catchy and it's hot because we're so damn creative. That song could be a hit in 2023. Money, money, money. We have got to be about our money. We have got to find industries that we dominate just like everyone else. It was the Filipinos dominating nursing, the Africans dominating nursing, right? 7-Eleven franchises, the Indians, um, the corner stores, the Arabs, and so forth and so on. We have got to start speaking to our children from the day they can understand you about racism. Dr. Claude Anderson said, if you do not understand racism, you will always be confused. Think about that. You remember the first time you kind of experienced something, especially as a young adult, and you were kind of like, wait, what? Wait. I think I'm offended. Should I be offended? We should have been prepared for that from childhood. So we know how to recognize the enemy. Everyone else is fighting for 15% of the wealth, according to Dr. Anderson. 85% of the wealth is held in the hands of whites. All these immigrants that are here are fighting us. And we're just bouncing around because we're so talented and we're so naturally gifted and innately happy people. We have got to lock and load, get our minds as tight as possible. Peace, love, and reparations. Thank you.
Absolutely, and mind you, guys, Connie speaks for herself. So don't go around saying that we said we were Indians and all that there type stuff. Now, and I love Connie, love her dearly.
No, I didn't say that. I said some of us.
Oh, some of us.
Dude, you better.
And she's
Well, you know
paraphrasing
what?
Dr. Claude Anderson. She's paraphrasing
Yeah.
Dr. Claude.
Okay.
You over there dipping in and out on the
Dr.
combo.
Clyde, yeah, right.
Okay, all right. Okay. I was about to call you to do a wellness check
Man,
and all that type stuff. Don't worry.
I will two-piece you in this space. Boop, boop.
All right. Love you, Connie. All right. Who was next? Oh, Coops. Let's go, Coops.
I think I was next, but go ahead.
Hey, Miss Nikki. I'm sorry. Let's go to Miss Nikki, please. Let's go to Miss Nikki. Miss Nikki was next, and then we come to you, Coops.
Yeah, peace to the room. And I have to take my time because I have so much to say. Um, Thank you, Denmark. I want to say that again, and the reason why I'm saying that is right now, if anyone had a chance to be in this space, we are living in real time. And I gave this some thought, and I don't know if anybody else kind of felt this when we came into the room, but it was just a feeling of of joy. Um, Also a feeling of just being in a zone in real time with this iconic man, Dr. Claude Anderson. Um, and the reason why I'm saying in real time is because I know that we honor Dr. Darity and we say that, from here to equality is the reparations Bible. But I realized one thing. I said, Dr. Claude Anderson is the voice of the grassroots movement. He is the voice. And I think we've been kind of tap dancing around this, but he is the voice. He is our leader. He is the voice of us today. He has preached everything that we have been talking about. And Connie is right, for years, being in these spaces. I mean, he has preached exactly what we have been talking about. And he even dropped gems today. And I'll just review a little bit. And for those people who didn't have an opportunity to be, to listen to him the whole time, I would recommend go back and listen to the recording. He dropped so many gems. I mean, just now about Henry the Navigator and how, and we all knew this, white Europeans being the freeloaders, and land had no value to slaves. Didn't think about it in that aspect, and how the Catholic Church played a part in it, and we know how Europe played a part in enslaving us as well, and waking it up about our people who they actually wanted to use for labor, and how rich we were. We all knew how rich we were, and how much they stole from us. But I mean, just dropping those gems today in real time, it was just euphoric. And I just wanted to say, and we've heard Dr. Claude Anderson say all the time about us being the 1% and how we have not moved since emancipation. And I want that to resonate with people because we have an illusion, we have a tendency to have an illusion that we have arrived and how much better we're doing. And it's only an illusion. And he wakes this up all the time. And it is a reminder that reparations needs to be our number one fight in order to fight for our future, our kids, our nieces, our nephews, our grandchildren. Because we are being destroyed. We are being genocided and we are being destroyed. And another thing, too, and I'm going to land on this. And I knew it was Judge. I think Judge was the last one that was speaking about immigration. One of the things, and I think I said this in a room with CC in Denmark, and I said this before, and I'm gonna say it again. We can learn something about how immigrants move. While we're talking about, and I'm not against us buying land and houses and starting new communities because I think that is key, because I think the hood is gone. I think our Black neighborhoods are gone and regentrified, and I think it's up to us to start new neighborhoods and start our new communities. I'm not against that. But how the immigrants move and what group economics looks like is our young people and our people who are not there ready to buy land, ready to buy houses and et cetera, et cetera. For those people who are not there, find an apartment, get into that apartment, pull other people that look like us, Black Americans, into that apartment, and start taking over areas like that. To me, that's what it looks like. Because it's more important for us to occupy, and Dr. Claude Anderson told us this, that integration caused us it took away our political numbers and power. And what he meant was in area codes. And so we need to start taking back over area codes, whether or not we own it or not. Get an apartment in an area and start pulling people in, even in the apartment, and then take over. That is the movement of the immigrants. That's how they've been doing it. And I just now realized that.
Hey, thank you for that, Sister Nikki.
Let the choir say amen. Can the choir say amen? Can I hear amen?
Amen. Hey, DP, New, Lisa, Original, Amia. We haven't forgotten you guys down there. Just hang on a second. We're going to get to you guys there in a second. We can kind of start clearing out some of the speakers here. Sister Ish, there we go. I was wondering, hey guys, we're not going to keep this open too much longer because Sister Ish's room, her after party, we want to get over there. I hope you guys get your little bit of libation and some snacks and whatever, and we just want to get over there and do the cookout in Sister Ish's after party room there.
Is the after party link in the Jumbotron in the Blackboard?
No, not yet. Not yet. We're gonna do that in about 15 minutes. Hey guys, so here's what I'm gonna do. After I get through the requests that are currently up, okay, we're gonna go over to Sister Issues. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 requests. And wait a minute now. That's not including the people on the stage with their hands rest, but there are blue dots down there, people who want to get up to speak. And I want for everybody who wanted to speak, we're going to cut it off right here at Amia. We got, if somebody would write this down, we got LaFarm, we got Amia, we got Original, Lisa, Judge, New, and DP. If somebody would help me keep that in order, because that's going to be the cutoff. After we get through them, then we're going to party. We're going to have some fun. Listen, guys, this is no. I mean, aside from the speakers, I know the speakers got hands raised. These are people who are not speakers that I want to get up to the stage.
President Mike,
but
could you check your back channel real quick, sir?
My back channel. Oh, okay. Yeah. My DM.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Give me 1 second. Okay. I'm replying to you. Okay. All right, I just replied to you, Sister Ish. Okay. So listen, guys, this space here is being brought to you and it's sponsored by Unfiltered, Uninterrupted, right? This is our podcast that we actually are launching today. Dr. Anderson was our first speaker. We're going to have more speakers. There's only one Dr. Anderson, of course, but we are going to have other speakers who speak to the condition of Black people in the United States. And there's some people on the lineup who are absolutely phenomenal. I can't give too much away right now because everything's still being worked out. But this is the type of content that we want to bring over to Clubhouse. We want to have these spaces where we're engaged with people who are noted for their work in the community. some of these people will be high profile and some of them won't. But the thing is, people who are noted for the work that they do in the community. So we are putting all this here together on the fly, any donations you guys can attribute to that Cash App up there will go towards our podcast. It'll go towards stuff like microphones and being able to pay the fees and all that there type stuff that needs to happen and whatnot. And then we want to bring this content to our community. We want to bring uplifting content to our community. And so we're just asking if you guys can help us get the ball rolling here a little bit. And if you can't, don't worry about it. We love you. And the reason why we're doing this is because we love our community. So, and we're gonna get where we need to be. Anyway, with that being said, who is next? Who is next? Who is next?
Can I be heard?
Who? Wait a minute. Who? Hold on. Who said that? People say, "Can I?"
That was Coops.
Oh yeah. You were next. You were next, Coops. Go ahead, Coops.
Thank you, family. Peace, power, and reparations. I won't be long here. Like so many, I took a lot of notes from Dr. Anderson. We've already had, I've heard such good word from our sister Cece, from our sister Judge, and I just wanted to reiterate some of that. One of the things I took away when I noted Dr. Anderson saying where we need to go today, I like the way he said, never use broad terms when talking about your own self-interest, which we already know. The people of color, the POC, BIPOC, minority, all of that. Don't use those terms. He also talked about pull together because racism is a team sport. And we need to respond in a team sport manner. In other words, don't let people separate us as a Black family. He was very adamant about that. Another thing I noted, and this is a quote, and I hope I got it right and I'm not mixing it up, from our brother, the Black Authority. He says, they hate us because we're Black, but they take advantage of us because we're poor. And just like our brother Cash was saying, and so many others about cooperative living, cooperative working together. What does that look like today? We're talking about Black crowdfunding, Black American crowdfunding, buying land, right? Funding Black schools, funding Black farms so we can feed ourselves. This also goes into what our brother Black Majority State speaks on, the great reverse migration, coming together to form majority Black states so that we have the power, which Dr. Anderson has worked so hard in politics, but we're spread out everywhere. And I know everybody can't do it, but for those who can, let's get together. And if you can't reverse migrate, support those who are able, or gather wherever you are, north, south, east, or west, right? So I just wanted to bring that up. Also, for those who are on the Discord, I know that we did a lot of planning for this tribute behind the scenes. We have Black spaces on the Discord, where we're not in like Twitter or what have you. I know there were a lot of white supremacists. Of course, they were attracted to the numbers of the space this morning. That's fine. But when we really want to get down to the nitty gritty of planning and strategizing and talking among verified Black Americans, we can't do it really Facebook, Twitter, those type of places, because that's just going to be detrimental. So I just wanted to bring that up. Love you all. Thank you all so much. Everybody here deserves their flowers because this is what it is. We're putting in the work, and I'll land there. Thanks, family.
I don't know who's next, but
Yes, absolutely. I think April is next. Who else got their hand
Oh
up?
no, I was after Coops T.
Yeah, she means
She
Oh,
means best.
she?
She means best.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what
Okay.
you said originally.
Yes, yes, yes,
Um,
yes. Your
yeah,
hand went down and I forgot. I apologize.
it's
Go ahead.
okay. I will be quick because I know that everybody wants to get their words in. I just want to say thank you again for this phenomenal space. And I want to say one of the really powerful things that came out of today, of him going through the history and all of the things that occurred, is you can see the patterns. So, one thing that we as people have to be clear on is that white supremacy has a thin playbook. They run the same plays over and over and over again. So, when you see in real time that they are actively flooding more people here like they did in the past, and he broke down the fact that they intentionally put towards certain messaging to dilute us using certain terms, right? So when we see that happening now, we see them actively trying to give our history to other people. It's all intentional and it is all part of the play. So one of the things that I came away with today, and I hope we all come away with, is we are on the right track. So all we have to do is stand unapologetically and not accept any excuses from these politicians. Because they try to wear us down with all this nonsense of we can't do this, we can't blah, blah, blah. You even have politicians right now, Black politicians, who won't even advocate for reparations. They just have a built-in excuse talking about, oh, well, the Republicans will never. You didn't even try. And we're not going to accept the excuses anymore. So moving forward, if you are not advocating for our people specifically, you do not have our support. And we have to stand very strong on that, because if we don't, this is how they're able to kind of wear us down and get our people to wait for something that they never intend to do. So the other thing I wanted to say, in terms of that is, you know, if you look at what white supremacy has done around the globe, it's very easy to see that they have always gone into new territories like Australia, wiped out the indigenous people there. There's a few left, but they took their traditions, took their history, and gave it to other people. They did the same thing here. So if we can all just understand that, yes, there were Black people already here before slavery. That is a fact. It's documented. So there's no reason to argue about it. Our lineage is wrapped up in a few things. Some people came from Africa. Some people were already here and enslaved here. And then some of our people were born on the breeding farms, right? Or born into slavery here on this country. That's what makes up our lineage. So I agree when Cece was just trying to say that we don't need to keep arguing about that, because that is, taking away from our strength. The other thing I wanted to just say quickly is there is, I think, another way that we can show force right now, because if you see, the stars are aligning for us. Literally, like, this room was right on time. Hearing from Dr. Claude Anderson was right on time. It was the extra fuel to keep us going and knowing that we're on the right track. So I think another show of force right now that we can do, there's a call to action circulating. I sent it to Ishmael. We need to attack BET right now, because they have invited Fat Joe back to host the Hip Hop Awards. He has repeatedly refused to stop using the N-word. And we need to let them know that we're not going to accept that. And if they continue to co-sign him, that means they co-sign his disrespect and racist terms towards us. He is on video saying that he is going to continue to use the N-word and nobody's going to stop him. And so, we need people to go over to BET's page. We need you to tag their sponsors, Nissan, Paramount owns them, so we need you to tag Paramount, CBS, and also on the call to action, there is the director of programming for BET that you can tag on tag her Twitter and let them know that Fat Joe needs to be removed as the host of the BET Hip Hop Awards immediately, or we're going to let them know, the public know, that BET is no longer a safe place for our people to not have to deal with these microaggressions and macroaggressions. So I just wanted to share that, and thank you guys so much. Please continue to circulate the call to action. we can utilize our voices to let them know that we are not going to accept this disrespect.
All right. Absolutely.
Demar, might speak.
Let April go and then you'll go. Go ahead, April.
I thought I saw April speak. I'm sorry, April. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Rock, because I'm still moving around. So go ahead.
Mine is short. I just want y'all to, me and Demar share some stuff, right? Everybody knows that the number one thing that we need to do is to come together, right? So the number one thing that the enemy would do is keep us apart. So we got to know that this is a spiritual fight. This is a flesh fight. This is a political fight. All those things, but it all is going to be based on our collective working together to make this shit happen, right? So with that said, we're gonna in Atlanta. I don't know if this has been said or not. In Atlanta on the 4th, October 4th, Wednesday night, we're gonna do a family rolling for reparations skate party at Cascade skating rink. So this is gonna be our come out, meet and greet, have fun, get to know one another, just like we're doing right now. It is important that we get our collective shit together, right? And begin to work together and don't let the enemy take minute and small things and make us go whenever. I have said to myself, there's nothing that y'all can't stop me from loving y'all. There's absolutely nothing you can do. I'm gonna do it regardless of what's going on because it's not about me. It's about the future of my grandkids and their kids. And so now that the ancestors is properly aligning us since 2020, they gave us great vision. Now it's time for us to do and respect them and put in the work and all the people that have come before us. We can't let them down because they've sacrificed so much. So I just wanted to say that. So everybody that's in Atlanta, or if you far close, come to October 4th. It's going to be our rolling for reparations. Get out and have fun. And we're going to eventually take over that skate ring. Y'all watch. But come on out, man. Share the word. Share your people. If you're in Alabama, wherever you close, come on out, hang out with your folk. All right. We just doing it like that. All right. Love y'all. That was it.
Hey, absolutely, Rob. Thank you, man. Hey, that's a pretty good, man. We do need to get together and get off the app a little bit, get some fresh air, get to meet up and get to know one another and interact with one another and all that there. And that's a great thing I think that you got going there, man. Absolutely, sounds really good.
And we're gonna, Demar, you gave me some ideas too. We're gonna do bowling nights. We're gonna do dinner nights. It's gonna turn into really meet and greet family meeting and get to know one another. Because the more you get to know a person, the more more love you have for that person. So thank you for the time. Appreciate it.
Right. It makes it all real, so to speak. You know what I mean? It puts a face to the fight and to the cause and everything. So absolutely. Go ahead, April. And April, thank you for coming out today. We appreciate you.
Well, thank you for having the space. Thank you for putting it together. Shout out to you and the team. This was a beautiful space, and things that happen, they're supposed to happen, and we should be paying attention as they happen, right? Yeah, because we say it all the time, right? The ancestors are with us, and that means all of them, even the ones who was turning folks in and making sure that we were harmed. And so some of their descendants are here with us as well. So let's just always never forget that. And I'm going to be very brief, right? Black Americans are an amalgamation, right? And so for anybody to take back that, Dr. Claude was saying that, I'm not even going to repeat it because I know my story, right? And so what stood out the most, right, was that Indians were big slaveholders. They were castrating our men. They were harming us. That's what I took from it, right? And that's why I identify as I am the amalgamation, right? I can acknowledge that I have Indian within my blood, right? Because I've done my lineage. I know that. I know that I have some African descendants, but ancestry. But it's really F all of them, right? Because I'm not an Indian, I'm not a European, and I'm not an African. I'm a Black American, and a Black American Negro, to be very specific. right? And so we need to just stand on that, on who we are today, right? They were attempting to create super beings. And here we are, baby. I don't know about y'all, but this is a great time to be alive. We're here, right? They accomplished those things. We are the most brilliant. We are the most accomplished people group in the entire world. There is no other people group that has accomplished what we have accomplished right out of slavery. There is no other people group that has invented and created and been innovative to every comfort of the entire world. Don't ever let anyone take your super being from you. You are a Black American. To Nikki's point about us moving in with each other, in our cultural reset, we really have to examine it. And I do see that, especially in in Gen X, in our generation, right? We weren't throwing our children out at 18. We were making sure they have plans. But we got to get to a space where we're not making fun of the 30-year-old young brother that's still at home with his parents because he has a plan, right? Or we're all living in the same house. Because I remember 20, 30 years ago when all the Mexicans was all living in one place, they was all piling up in cars and people made jokes about it. And here we are again, right? So we need to actually do it. We need to get to that point when we are moving in with each other, right? We're in that cultural reset. We need to actually do it. And it starts with your families. It starts with your immediate families. It starts with your friends in real life, in real time. Okay. And I'll land here. To Rock's point, right? Listen, I don't have to like you to love you. This is not about individual relationships. This is about honoring our ancestors who have already done all the heavy lifting. They swung in the trees. They had dogs. They had to hide in railroad and graveyards and things of that sort, right? They did all the heavy lifting. We didn't have to go through none of that. So we need to respect that, right? And we need to be moving in honor of them and for our unborn progeny, and nothing else should deter you from that. No relationships, no personal relationships should ever change that. So I'll land there. A great space. I can't wait for the after party because I have some requests for the DJ. But shout out to y'all. Shout out to everybody that's here. I love every single one of you. I know sometimes, we might, like we said, like Big A said, we're family. And family, sometimes we fall out, we argue with each other, we crack, we jones on each other. It is what it is. But yet we are all still here. I love every single one of you that is in this space, that chose to be in a righteous space. Not, so I'll land there because I could go on. But peace to the room.
Absolutely right. That's a good point. You guys chose to be here, and we appreciate that. Let's see. I do believe that Tex is next. Yep. Let's go, Tex.
Brother Denmark, kudos to you and his people here. Good opportunity. Thank you for the family being here, and the opportunity to address the family. Every time we bring up Dr. Claude Anderson, I want to say something that I usually always say, and that I think a lot of people who call themselves disciples of Dr. Anderson are doing him a disservice, because some of the people who follow him, and I don't think they've actually read his books, because these people are going around saying like politics will never work. The game is stacked, so we can never win. They say things like we have to buy our politicians. And I think Dr. Anderson, while some of that he agrees with, I think people are like using work avoidance to do the actual work of politics. And I'm sure Dr. Anderson would agree with me that politics can work for us if we did it right. I heard someone early in the room saying, we've done religion, we've done politics. Well, I have to disagree respectfully with that, because we haven't done politics. I haven't seen it in my lifetime. Even when they got the first mayor of Newark, New Jersey, the Honorable Ken Gibson, people voted on him because he was a Black man. They voted for him. And we have to move past those identity politics to agenda-based Black politics. And I contend, like, when it comes to buying politicians, we have to notice that we are wealth-challenged people, and that a group of billionaires can outspend us. So our power lies in organizing our people and educating them on the politics. That's where our power lies. So we have the sheer numbers as a voting block that we could really leverage that. So that's my contribution to the room. We have the power to change politics and do it right. We just have to. I contend that we don't have a reparations movement until we first have a political education movement. We have a delineation movement, but we don't have a political education movement. And we need to focus on that aspect of it. Because when we get a critical mass of our people rocking with these agenda-based Black politics, we'll be able to move mountains politically. And you'll have people falling over themselves, politicians falling over themselves to address and support our agenda. And the proof that we haven't arrived there is the disrespect that we get from the Democratic Party. The disrespect from Joe Biden is proof that we have not reached critical mass in educating our people to really do these politics right. And I'll just land right there at the risk of being long-winded. Thank you for the space, Brother DeMar.
Absolutely. Thank you, Brother Tex. Thank you. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go in order to, hey, Tex, if you don't mind, I'm going to move you down and make room for others. And as people speak, I'm just going to go ahead and move you down once you're done, because I want to make room for others. Let's see here. Okay. FBA, did you have your hand up? Did you speak already, FBA?
Oh, no, I didn't. I just put my hand up.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, why don't you go ahead? Because like you would help me keep it in order, because you're right up at the top there. And once you get done, I'm going to move you down. Okay, sis? So
Okay.
we can get others up. Okay.
I was just wondering, as far as this coming weekend, I was coming to Georgia for the, I know that we was gonna have something there for reparations, April, if I'm not mistaken. But if anybody is going down that way, I'm in North Carolina. I don't want to go by myself, so I'm trying to ride that way. So it would be nice if we all can, get together and make that trip down to Georgia so we can all get together as one, like we're talking about in this space. There is something going on in Atlanta and we all need to show up for it. So I just want to say that little part. Thank you.
And don't be hitching no ride with no strange men either on this app or anywhere else. And yeah, so I'm just wanted to put that out there real quick. Yeah, because I love you, sis. Make sure you're safe. And even with some of the women too, you be careful of them too. A lot of people getting caught up in the trafficking and everything. A lot of them are enticed or baited by women. So be careful of the women too.
Well, I ain't really by myself. I carry something with me. I'm not never by myself, if you know what I mean.
Okay. All right. I'm just saying, be safe. Okay, so is it all right if I move you down now?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Lisa has been waiting. I believe that I'm next.
Who is this? What
Lisa.
Did I just say? Lisa. Oh, hey, Lisa. Okay, well, you go ahead, Lisa. You go right on ahead then.
As long as that's okay with everyone else.
Well, that's fine, okay with Lisa. Me. It's okay. It's okay. Hey, you know what? You you said I'm next. As long as it's okay with everybody else.
I was AFK. I didn't raise my hand, so I'm like, oh my goodness, did I miss my turn in line because my hand wasn't raised?
No, go ahead, sis. Go ahead.
Okay, so thank you so much for hosting the space. It's been super informative. I never knew of Dr. Claude Anderson. I didn't learn about him until I started hearing Tariq Nasheed talk about him. I amazingly made it all the way through college and never even heard of him. And I kept saying, okay, I'm going to get his books. I'm going to get his books. Then I'm always being there for other people because I'm one of those people in the family that everyone leans on to get their rides to work because other people won't give them a ride to work. And I'm like, well, if you don't help them get to work, then how are they going to get to the point where they no longer need a ride? So I would do that. And then I kept putting it off. Now I'm to the point where I can focus on my own life. And I'm waiting for my doctor to get me back to work so that I can get the books. So, it just is going to be more powerful for my life and for my family. I'm going to pass those down as heirlooms to the family once I'm able to get my hands on them. So I just wanted to share that. Even Frances Westling, I didn't learn about her either until I started hearing Tariq Nasheed talk about her. So this is very, very powerful because they've been keeping these people away from us and away from our parents. I lost my parents young, so I don't know if they knew about, Dr. Claude Anderson or not, or if they would have taught me about it or not. I was just saved from going into, the system because other family members took me in, and they were more concerned about just making sure I became a proper adult. They really weren't too politically inclined, just more, teaching decent morals inclined. So thank you. I just wanted to share that because there's a lot of people out there like me who now we're learning about who everybody is that we need to know about. And we're just getting to the point of being able to get our hands on the information so we could be more powerful in our own communities too, in our land.
And I just followed you back. You stay with us, okay? And you're gonna become even more empowered, and you're going to have your mind blown. I'm telling you, prior to coming to this app here, well, not this app, the other app, Clubhouse, prior to meeting the Connies and the Aprils and the Miss Nickies and the coaches and all those people, I was a Pan-Africanist. I didn't wear the dashiki and all that stuff, but I was under the impression that we were all sisters and brothers, and we were all Black, and we need to fight for Africa, not that I have true animus towards anyone other than the people that attempt to do harm to us. I don't have animus for the continent of Africa. I understand the condition of Africa much better today than I did before. I know that the reason why Africa is suffering is because they sold off their intellectual property and all that other stuff, but that's a conversation for another room. But my point is that you're in the right place. That's where I was trying to get to. You're in the right place. Stick around, and you're gonna learn so much, much, much more. I'm still learning much, 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 much more every day. Yep. Go ahead. What were you gonna say, Lisa?
I just had a new thought because I had made notes. At a young age, I did know that the words couldn't be too vague and that the words couldn't be too ambiguous because people can hide their intent and ambiguity. So I did know that much, and I also knew not to call myself a minority because I look at the root word in minority, and that's minor, and that means it's like there's nothing minor about any of my existence. As a matter of fact, we are the majority around the world globally if we really wanted to have that conversation. So I just wanted to add that.
Okay. Yep, absolutely. And thank you, Lisa. Appreciate you. Look forward to chopping it up with you and doing work with you in the future. Okay. I'm gonna move you down, Lisa, to make room and start clearing things out to start getting ready for the cookout. I hope you guys are hungry and ready. I'm gonna do the electric slide, y'all. I hope y'all ready. All right. Remove from speakers. Here we go. All right. LaFarm, you're next.
Mark, 1 second. How do you put something in the Jumbotron? I wanted to put the book link up there for Dr. Anderson. I texted to you so you might add it if you want to.
Let me show you. Let me tell you how to do it so you can know from post it. Go to your whatever on Twitter, like you're going to post or tweet out or something, like you're going to tweet something out. Put the link in there and send it out. Then go back in there, hit that little up arrow. Once you do that, hit that little up arrow down at the bottom of your tweet. There's that little up arrow inside of a box. Hit that. Yeah, hit that. And then at the very top of your choices of how to send it out, the name of this room should be there. Dr. Claude Anderson breakout room.
Okay.
All right, now hit that.
Yeah, I ain't did it, but I'm gonna go through it. Go ahead. I ain't gonna stop you.
Oh man, I thought you were doing it while we.
I put it in the top for him.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I need one on this.
All right,
I'm
bro.
Clubhouse, bro.
All right. Okay, Farmer, you're next.
Yeah, brother. Can you hear me? Peace and blessings.
Yes, sir. How are you
Yeah,
today?
wonderful, wonderful. It's a glorious day. It's a glorious, amazing day.
Yes,
Happy
sir.
Sabbath to all of the people out there today that's participating in their day of rest. Peace and blessings to Brother Unc, Sister TT, Judge, everybody else that's on the stage, man. Much love to y'all. I just wanted to say I thank you for what you was doing today, brother. Judge, you got a hot mic, beloved. I just wanted to tell you that thank you for having a wonderful space, bringing the elder on here. One thing I noticed about the elder that I really liked was that he sounded just much like my elders, my great grandma I talk about so many times. She was the first one in this conversation of reparations to ever bring me to the seed of sowing reparations in my spirit and in my life. When I was a young boy, I was a nosy one. And she was talking about she still owe her 40 acres and a mule. And I'm like, I don't know. You couldn't have asked me shit just 3 or 4 years ago, what that means. But to go ahead and actually be sitting reparations. We didn't have internet then, right? Everything shit, AOL wasn't even out then. Um, and literally we were sitting back and now we're sitting here hearing our elders speak about how all of those lands and those islands are still supposed to today be ours. When I literally went on this reparations conversation, I started off with that because that's what was started off for me. But to see that that conversation is still something that resonates in our elders and still resonates with even our uppers, whether it be Dr. Claude Anderson, whether you're talking about any of our greats like Dr. Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, we're still talking about us being owed a land that's supposed to be ours, something we're supposed to have to ourselves for our people. As Dr. Claude Anderson said, as Native Black Americans, we're supposed to have our lands and we're supposed to have stuff that's for us, but we don't. And there's an economic warfare which was waged on us. For some reason, we have these conversations, and one thing about it is that we don't recognize that we are literally a tantamount to a family. Like I think April was just saying, you don't always fuck with all your family. You don't always rock with everybody. But at the end of the day, I don't think Dr. Claude Anderson and my ancestors' days, they weren't as divided as we are today. And it could be because of underlying things, situations that we have. But back then, they would have a system of bartering where they would let a person without any cash whatsoever, just promise them something. And you had to, in Jersey, we said word is bond, some people think it's word is born, but it's word is bond. And your bond is your word. And my life would fail before my bond, before my word ever is broken. And that was the word. That was it. And we used to do things for each other. We would drill holes for a well. We would fix a roof. We would maintain our community, regardless of how much it would cost, because literally we understood that the betterment of our community being sustainable was more important than just having one or two or three of us being better than the other one. So I think really one thing I took from this conversation with the elder today was to go ahead and get back to the way things used to be and operate under that not monolith but team sport. Because I had the beautiful privilege of winning the championship in my lifetime playing professional football. And one thing I can tell you is I ain't rock with all of the teammates. I can tell you now, some of them I didn't give a care about. But when it came to doing things for the team, when it came to doing things to be present for each other, uh, I could rely on them and they could rely on me. And I think that that's the most important thing that we need to represent when we're dealing with each other is, can I rely on you? Can I put the game in your lap? Can you hold down your responsibilities and your integrity to this team so that way when this championship is won, we could both sit back and pop champagne. And I think that's one thing we need to recognize reparations as, is that reparations is the after the locker room champagne on being splashed around, cigars lit, plastic on your lockers, because it's about to get messy and fun. But you can't get to that until you get to the first play of the game. And I think we somewhere along halftime right now. We're coming out of halftime and we're really starting to recognize what our opponent is good at and what they're not good at and what we practiced on and what we could get better on. And I thank you for an opportunity for a space to have that type of conversation, Brother Denmark. I definitely thank the ancestors for allowing you to create that atmosphere, for our team to come together to focus back on not just what we think is right, but the championship that each and every one of us gets a ring for at the end of it. Peace, power, and Negro reparations. And I love you, my family. And I thank you for the opportunity to speak and the opportunity for your ears to listen. And I'll go ahead and drop down, brother. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Let's see. I think yeah, New Negro Republic would be next.
Man, peace and love. Shout out to you all. Shout out to my brother Irie that just spoke. I want to give a big shout out to Denmark, Ishmael, Big A, CC, and everybody that worked on the background, April, Unc Rock. And just say that first and foremost, a fresh eyes on the situation is so valuable, right? And I thank you guys for actually not being here, and being able to come to this platform, which is Twitter Spaces, to really introduce something that brought the entire family together. Over 1,000 people in that space, and if you scroll up and down, you would see every war we done had. Everybody was in there because by the end of the day, the message and the importance of where we sit is something that we all agree upon, right? Us being the descendants of the formerly enslaved, whether we have a different timestamp on where that journey begins or a different name that we ended up with. One thing that we do know is that we have not been given, our repair. We haven't been given our atonement. And I just kind of value you guys for bringing that energy to the platform and focusing on business, right? And doing it so with a scholar like Dr. Claude Anderson, which if anybody speaks on the racial wealth gap, anybody speaks on immigration, if anybody speaks on block vote, right, and how to utilize your vote to yield power, Dr. Claude Anderson is definitely someone that's been a part of the books that you have on your shelf, or maybe the YouTube search that you found. So just, giving honor, one, to the ancestors, but also to, our younger generation that continues to breathe life into the voices and the lessons that our ancestors taught for audiences within our community that may have not got that information. I just want to give you guys flowers for that. Some things that came to my mind that I was hoping would be a part of future conversations is where we sit now and what does our vote look like for 2024, right? This loyalty to the Democratic Party that we kind of may have ended up in by way of some of our ancestors. So where do we go from here when it comes to strategic voting, not allowing reparations to become a single party issue when we know reparations is a bipartisan crisis? Genocide is what our people are under. So I hope you guys continue to pick his brain about exactly what he would think political strategy in terms of voting would look like. One other thing that came to mind is when we talk about representation within federal contracts and how, even in the small business administration, we are only getting, 1.6% of federal set asides and contracts, and we only have like 2% businesses. So what does the infrastructure of us being able to solve the problems of our community look like under that Black labor, where we are actually in control of our labor and being able to hire and build out businesses? So I hope you guys can continue to build upon that concept with him. And the last part that would be important to me is just the continual lessons that he is able to kind of share and being able to bring on the platform for individuals that are unaware of him, because of what seemingly seems to me is almost like a blackballing or a blacklisting from our quote Black representation. So I would land at the last part. I would love to hear you guys maybe deliver to us some stories about his workings in the political space and the economic space and the advocacy space, and how some of these legacy organizations have kind of silenced him, right? A lot of people know about a Dr. Darity, within From Here to Equality and this new emergence of the reparation space. But for Dr. Claude Anderson and have been talking and cementing this kind of, think tank and this specific positioning, for 50, 60 years, I would love to hear him kind of give us some tools to make sure that as we move forward, we're not going to have our voices silenced when we know that that's a national plan he's always focused on. He's always stood on this being something that is going to galvanize us all. So anything that could kind of help us do and figure that out would be valuable. And I
Man, thank you, New Negro. Those were great points. Denmark is a matter of housekeeping, so we can honor Ishmael and her after party cookout. Whoop whoop. We have 5 more speakers. That's Coach, Judge, OG, Original, and Amia. Deonta, we're gonna have to drop you back down because nobody else was supposed to come up. So we really appreciate you wanting to speak. Are you good with this, Denmark?
No, yeah, I brought him up,
Mhm.
and he'll be the last one. I brought
Okay,
him up.
so you're gonna include him?
Yep. Yeah.
Okay, and everyone, please keep it to 2 minutes. They're waiting on us in another space or waiting to start a space. 2 minutes, Dougie Fresh.
Did the space start yet?
I saw a test space. Yeah, it started.
Oh,
She
okay.
said Dougie Fresh. I'm sorry.
Okay.
You know I'm old.
I didn't know it had
Wait,
started.
wait.
Okay.
No, I refreshed. I see a test space. Okay, it just says Ishfried is hosting. It's a test space, but I think she's waiting on us to come in, and then she'll put the
No,
real
not
title
yet.
up.
She's working on the sound thing last. And I told her to let me know when she was ready.
Okay,
But she was, yeah. Where did Deontay go? Did he leave?
Looks like he did. Sorry, but he didn't hear you say you were gonna let him speak.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Okay,
All
so
right.
these are our last 5.
Yes. Yes.
All righty.
If Deontay raises his hand, he can come back up if he wants. But other than that, yeah, this will be I reckon well, yeah, I guess so. Sister Ish isn't ready yet. I don't know how we're going to catch up with her if she's not ready by the time this room ends. I guess people will catch up with her later.
Well, it'll pop up on the feed. Anybody that wants to go to the after party, if you're not familiar with Ishmael, she is a great musicologist and she's going to really kind of crank it up for us tonight. So please come in and join us, get loose. Don't get too funky, don't get too wild. Go ahead, Denmark.
Okay. All right. So Coach is next. Go ahead, Coach.
Yeah, you only
Coach
said
is
only got.
next.
Hey, we only got 2 minutes.
No. Actually, I don't think Sister Ish is ready yet. She's testing her sound and all that stuff, so she may not be ready yet. Go ahead.
Well,
No, we good. We good. Go ahead.
this is not me. This is King Carter speaking.
Idle conversations and cast during sex. And so we put our own people in control of housing. I mean, we can just, on a daily basis, teaching our people how to access government, taking control of housing. I mean, we can just, on a daily basis, teaching our people how to access government. Never let nobody tell you that government belongs to white people. Nobody tell you that government belongs.
Yeah, we're having a problem with Coach. Coach, your feed is breaking up. Coach, your feed is breaking up, or is it just me?
It's breaking up. Let's go to the next speaker until they're ready. The next speaker is Judge. Judge.
I'm here. Thank you, guys. Listen, I thank you, Denmark, for letting me come back. And I came back for specific reasons, but since I've been here, I've heard some stuff that I really want to address. To Lisa, listen, sister, if you want that book, you DM me your address and I will gift you that book via Amazon if you want the hardcover or if you want the Kindle. I'd be happy to gift it to you. Texwell, you always about it, Mr. Texwell. I just love bringing people. I just want to tell you about it, but I want to briefly talk about the negative thoughts. The negative thoughts, we don't like those naysayers, but you have to understand we can't penalize them for their ignorance. Okay. And a lot of that negative stuff, again, comes from our condition. They're going to get on the bus once we get there. Sometimes they be a team and they don't like the team, but when the team start winning, they want to be on the bus. They want to be with the team. We're going to let them come up, get on the bus when we arrive. Okay. I got notes here. I have my own agenda, but I was listening. Then I think her name was We Need Business. She needs business. And she talked about Fat Joe. This is somewhat even more important than what I want to say. She said, let's come for BET sponsors, Paramount the owner, and BET. And family, I cannot express to you how very important this is. This is how you gain social power. This is how you gain group economics. I think, sister, you need to come up with a hashtag. And I'm asking everybody in this room needs to hit up the sponsor, Paramount, and BET. This is how you win. It ain't that complicated. People are in this room about Dr. Claude Anderson. They want to know about group economics. How we going to win? I'm asking you, I'm begging you. Hit them up. This is how you win. We talk about percentage. Jewish people run shit in this country. Kanye West said some shit. There was 20,000 tweets against Kanye. And I cannot express this, how important it is. And I get a little angry because it's simple. If everybody in this room hashtag these people, let them know we're not fucking with you no more. We're not playing with you no more. We getting the fuck off the plantation. This is how you do it. I'm sorry I get a little angry, y'all, because it's simple. And if you think that you are not valuable, what you do is not important, that's part of the problem. So I'm asking everybody to get down with sister and let's come for BET, Paramount, Fat Joe blocked me a long time ago because I'm a New Yorker. And I ain't mad about the nigga part. If you mad about that, I ain't mad about that. I'm mad that he came and played in our face. What I'm more mad about, he lying about the 50-50. Puerto Ricans came on board later. Okay. So anyway, about hip hop. But what I came here to say is that I'm building a Black party. We are the people, the Black Party. And one of my initiatives is to create a legal fund for Black lawyers. America is a body of laws. We need Black lawyers. And then secondly, I am going to develop an investment group. And I think that's all I want to say. I'm sitting here looking at my notes because I want to forget something. But seriously, sister said, this is not just BET. This is how we establish who we are. Because y'all was like, when I first came in, we need to let them know who we are and what our value. You do it, you show and prove. So if we come for them, then they're going to pay attention. If that makes sense. I appreciate y'all. Thank you so much. And I love you. And Lisa, I have no problem with gifting you that book if you like. Thank you for so much.
Okay. OG, you're next.
I thought the other two were before me.
Who?
Original and Amia. I don't know. I thought so,
Yeah,
but I could be wrong.
I was just going in the order as it appeared on my phone.
Oh,
Right,
I
so
understand.
okay. Yeah, I think you're the last three anyway, right? Okay, so Miss Florence is up here. Hold on a second, guys. Hold on, everybody. Yeah, there's Miss Florence. Hey guys, Miss Florence. This is Miss Florence. Miss Florence is the lady. Y'all credit me with it, but Miss Florence is the lady who put it together. I don't know when you were in the room and you heard
We lost you, Denmark. We lost you, Denmark, or is it me?
I lost him too.
I guess he's in what we call the matrix. Denmark, we lost you. Say something. Testing. We can now, but you got to start all the way over. You were talking about Sister Florence, and she's the reason, Dr. Anderson. Now you can take it from there. We lost him again, I guess. I declare that in 2024, everybody gonna have some iPhones. That I'm not buying unless I hit the lottery. Everybody get one. Denmark, we lost you, my guy.
The lottery, which is a Black American, we used to run the numbers. We created that.
Yeah, I know. You know, I didn't even understand that game when I was younger. My dad, well, let me be quiet. But anyway, you know what I'm saying. It was our shit. And even when we did that, they didn't want us to do it. And we wasn't even doing nothing wrong. They just couldn't tax it. That's the only reason. That's why they created the lottery. Why? Because they could tax that shit. America ain't never had no problem with gambling. Hell, it's a whole country built on gambling. Hey, Denmark, you there yet? Sister Florence, you still in here? Did she leave?
No, I'm still here.
Sister Florence, give us some of your take on what happened today. And we want to first thank you so much, man. We have been trying to figure it out. Little did we know that the ancestors already had it lined up with a young lady, a woman named Miss Florence. We didn't even know, but it was already lined up. So thank you so much. And share with us what you thought about the encounter.
I thought it was exceptional. I've been around Dr. Anderson for years and heard him speak, but today, even I was totally inspired today. And I know you couldn't help but to be inspired. He has so much information. He worked in the government, but he speaks truth to power. And he knows more than the lawyers know that could help us move further. And I think today he met the right people at the right time to take action and move forward. Because I think now is the time. It's the time for us to move forward. Because today I felt so inspired, and it's just like, where do I start? I've been working for a long time in this movement, and working with him. And I tell you, Dr. Anderson is a very sincere man. He truly, truly loved his people. He had put together and started to do a fish farm, and the people, so much, adversaries that came against it. And he ended up had to send all the people their money back. He sent everybody their money back with interest, and it cost him almost $1 million to send everybody their money back. So he spent out a lot of money. You heard him talk about the lawsuits that he have in against, the government and against the Native, so-called Native American, for a while they left us out of everything. And you heard what he said. So I know you had to be excited to know and understand our history here in America that is told like no other before. I see Issues is letting us know that she's on. So I'm not going to take a whole lot of time, but I'm so happy that he was able to come. And I'm so happy you received him so well. And now is the time. And my sister just called about 10 minutes ago, and she's all excited, because you all are so, sister, this group of young people, I think he really hit the head this time. And he got a group of young people that's ready to move with him. So I'm thankful for that. So I'll end right there. Thank you very much for having him and for coming. And he's a great person to connect with.
And Dr. Florence, thank you for putting this together for us. I don't know if y'all heard that part when I was saying that, but she's the one who made all this happen. So thank you for that. Okay, and somebody else was just getting ready to say something. I think I cut him off.
No, that was April. I just wanted to say I know that voice. I love you, Mama Florence. Yeah, I just wanted to say that. As soon as you came off mic, I said, "Oh, that is my elder, my queen mother." I appreciate you. I didn't know. This is beautiful, but I'm going back on mute.
Thank you.
Who is next? Trying to get everybody because we got to get over to Ish's room. I think is she ready yet, Denmark? Or do we know?
I don't know. I'm driving. Can somebody check to see if she's ready yet, please?
She sent a message. Third Hour Radio. She look like she's on Clubhouse.
Oh, she went to Clubhouse?
She must still be testing.
Let's get it together.
Hey, Rock, hit her in the other thing, in the other group chat.
Yep.
Okay, thanks, man.
I got you. Yes, sir.
While we wait for that, let's go to the next three people. Go ahead, Amia, and then we'll do the brothers.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Hello. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak. I'll try to be quick. So that was a really great space that we just came out of. Thank you so much to the host and your entire crew that was able to get Dr. Anderson in that space. And Dr. Anderson, what a beautiful soul he has. He is truly the only educator and entrepreneur that is Black first. Not only is he able to articulate that our Black American Holocaust has never received our due justice, but he does take the time to educate and show us just how many different ethnicities actually had a hand in our economic redlining, and that power economics is actually the only way out. Because remember that the Black American Holocaust was the blueprint for the Jewish Holocaust. And just like them, we have Holocaust deniers and Holocaust sympathizers. But unlike them, we have yet to receive our reparations. But my question was, I don't know if he endorses like candidates, but my question was that because neither two-party system believes that this debt is owed to us, what is his thoughts on the bubbling Vote West campaign? Is it really time for us to vote West? He is a part of the Green Party. But thank you guys so much. And that was truly a beautiful space. Thank you.
Well, he always say we should vote in a block, and that any
Everybody
candidate.
enjoyed. Were you saying something, April? Hey, I'm glad everybody enjoyed that space, y'all. We're going to have more spaces like that.
That was Mama Florence speaking. You meant, yeah. I know he's having a bad connection, y'all.
I'm sorry, I can't hear very well. Somebody talk. Wait a minute, let me roll my windows up. Hold on a sec. Roll my windows up. I can't hear very well. Was somebody saying something?
Mama Florence was.
Oh, what were you saying? What were you saying, Mama Florence?
Yeah, she was asking about Dr. Anderson and the votes. Dr. Anderson have always felt that we should vote in blocks and not just put out support behind any candidate and just and have them to come after us instead of just knowing and assuming that we're going to always support a certain party, the Democratic Party. So that's something that I hope he can come back and talk about since the election is coming up 2024. I think you all are really the right people that he needed to talk to, because I think we can get somewhere with you. He has so many ideas, and his ideas are so right on target. And this is the right time. So when he come back again, he said he's willing to come back again. And when he comes back again, then you can talk about the voting, then you talk about reparation and moving forward, because we have the power to do it. All you need is a group of young people that are willing and on fire like you guys are. But he talked about voting in blocks. He does not support the Democratic Party. In fact, we went to Washington, D.C. to talk about immigration some time ago, I guess about 2 years ago. and the Black Caucus, they went in the bathroom and hid and refused to come out. So that shows you the, you know, how they feel about us. They don't even want to talk about it.
And also, I just want to put this in. Now that Dr. Anderson has found his tribe and his people who he's been putting this word out for, the generation is ready to do what he said. And we're going to have more conversation with him, you know, and we're going to fine tune things because I don't know if he knows yet the type of scholarship and work that we've put in. So I think it's going to enlighten him that we've really put in the work and we've really been studying and we've really been doing our works. We've really been focused on how do we take Canaan. We've scouted out the land. We've done our research. We know how the system works. We know who's against us. It's a lot of no's that I don't know if he's really up with, but because he's found his people and because he's open to talking to us, and we got Mother Florence and her sister and everybody pushing this togetherness, when we have our really one-on-ones and really break down the questions that everybody want to ask and get the information. When I tell y'all this thing is going to be on steroids. So man, look here, it has nothing to do with us. Just sit back and enjoy the ride because the ancestors have put everything in line. When they shut the world down in 2020, is when we came out the house, we were a different people. We had perfect vision. We clearly understood the assignment and we ready to do the work. So I'm excited about connecting with this with our elder. And I think once we share what we know and what he know, he's gonna see who he really, the people that he's been looking for, he found today.
Thank you. Denmark, can you check your text messages? It's important. You there, Mr. Denmark? Mr. Vesey? Okay. Up next, we have Original Blood.
Yeah, greetings, peace, black power, and lineage-based reparations. Yeah, what I want to say is this, like Dr. Anderson had always talked to us about, oh yeah, in Iraq, I'm in Atlanta, so I'm going to put it on my calendar to come to the skating rink on Wednesday night. So
thank you so much. Come on and have fun, man. Appreciate it.
yeah, put that on there to be there. But see, here's I think here's one of our main issues. We have got to make the block hot for these black elected officials because they've been selling us out. Now I've been putting this out here about the former mayor of Atlanta, Keisha Lance Bottoms. Now, when she ran for mayor of Atlanta, this was her platform: making neighborhoods safe, tackle traffic and transit problems, address housing affordability challenges, um, great good paying jobs for Atlantans. But see, here's where they get specific with other demographics, but they are never specific with us. She says support the gay community by, and then she goes into what she's going to do for them. We have got to stop these people from taking the black vote. See, Atlanta right now is still a majority black city. And we have got to stop these people from taking the black vote and using the black vote to cover everybody except for us. And it's the same thing with this current mayor under his diversity and inclusion program. He has all this stuff that he's going to do for the gay community, but not under diversity and inclusion now, but nothing for black folks. So I think some of that is stuff that we ourselves can work on once we begin to amalgamate with one another in the different cities and states that we live in. We can begin to move on this and show them that unless you're going to do for us the same way you've done for these other demographics, you're not going anywhere, because we're going to make sure that you lose this office. And I'm going to say this. I don't know. I won't assume that other people know about this, but back in 2009, the LA Times did an expose on these so-called Cherokees. And if you do a search for claiming to be Cherokee with white ancestry, you will see this expose that the LA Times conducted, whereby these white people, and you look at them, they just look white. Remember how Elizabeth Warren, when Donald Trump called her out, and she only had maybe in 8 or less so-called Indian blood, and she stopped saying that, again, we have to make the block hot for these people, because see, they are getting these so-called Indians are getting the provision that should be going to us, and we're just going to have to make the block hot for them. Because years ago, I was listening to a radio show, and this so-called Indian was on this black talk show, reaching out to us for support for something that they was fighting for. And now, sometimes it only takes one person. But I called in and I said, look, why are you coming to ask us for support? I said, remember back in the 90s, you all kicked all the black people out of your tribe because you knew you were about to get reparation and you didn't want them to benefit. And from that point, it went downhill for them. So we just got to be more alert, as alert as possible as to what's going on. And do not be afraid to confront these people. They're nobody. Well, like someone had been saying about voting, well, my vote is like this. Due to their overt racist attitude towards us, the GOP is not an option for me to vote for. Because when Donald Trump came out and he praised that affirmative action was canceled for admission to colleges, I'm like, why would I vote for this sick food? And then the Democrats, with their covert hate for us, like Malcolm X said, the wolf and the fox. You know the wolf going to outright kill you, but that fox, he's conniving and sneaky and want to get you to believe that he's your friend, and at the same time, he's coming to kill you too. So I just want to say, people, that we have to look at what Dr. Anderson has given us, and we have to use it to the best of our abilities. Don't be afraid, because there's nothing to be afraid of. If you are afraid, then you need to get out. You need to get out of the way. So I just wanted to share that. But if you all haven't looked at that, but pull up this article. It's called "Claiming to be Cherokee with White Ancestry," and that's from the LA Times, and it comes out of 209. I'm not going to take that much time, because I know everybody want to get over to the other space. But Rock, I'll see you. I'll see you on Wednesday.
All right, all Atlanta, come on out, October 4th.
Thank you.
Rolling for reparations.
Oops. Thank you. Something great that you touched on and kind of alluded to what Dr. Claude Anderson said today about identity politics, when Dr. Claude Anderson said, I am not an African American. The reason we are delineating, there are a lot of those that will try to accuse us of, these are manufactured talking points that melanated immigrants have used on South Africa. We always wondered how they all had the same talking point. You're divisive, you're xenophobic. They've been running this game on the South Africans, which we have a lot in common with, in that we are in white governed countries with a lot of resources and benefits. So what he's alluding to is let's let go of identity politics, because a lot of these so-called, let's stop using the word black.
Hold on 1 second. Denmark, mute your mic.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can now. Someone's speaking though.
Can you hear me?
He was asking you to mute. There was a lot of noise. So let's move away from identity politics.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Can you hear us? Denmark? I think he's having technical difficulty, but before, in case this room crashes, let's move away from calling everyone black. The majority right now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Can you hear? I'm going to text you if you can hear me. Hold on. So the majority of the Congressional Black Caucus are melanated immigrants. Those are Africans and Caribbeans cloaking themselves in our ethnicity, which we
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Can you call Denmark? Can you hear me, Unc?
Yeah, I'm calling it.
Okay.
I was doing as we speak.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So anyway, I'm going to close with that. The next speaker is 22 Studios, and after that is Jim Eagle. Jim Eagle, I'm giving you a warning. Conduct yourself with respect. Go ahead. So in closing, let's let go of identity. Yes.
Can y'all hear me?
Can you hear us now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Okay, sorry, but I couldn't hear nothing for a while there. Okay, go ahead, finish up, CC, what you were saying.
Oh, that's it. I'm just trying to close and go to the next speaker, which is 22 Studios. So, guys, we're delineating not out of spite, not out of hate. This is called self-interest, so we can effectively practice group economics. We are freedmen. We are Negroes. I don't even know if people are going back to colored and mulatto, Native Black American, American Indian, whatever you call yourself. If you can trace your lineage back to at least 1870, that's who we are. And we're going to place us first, practice group economics, and we are going to vote based on whomever, don't even have to be melanated, whoever has the best agenda for Black American freedmen. We do need to work on getting Black American freedmen, Negroes, whomever, into office. With that said, 22 Studios, it's all yours.
Thank you so much, CC. Thank you, Denmark, for hosting the space. Thank you. So I just want to go ahead and preface this. Thank the Most High that I found this group of people, because for the past 3 weeks or so, I've been in other spaces where I've been kind of trying my best to describe some of the nuances to our economy to some of my peers. My peers are 20 somethings. And I'm going to go listen to the Claude Anderson space after this. I wish I could have caught it. Absolutely want to reaffirm the necessity of group economics or collective action strategy. I have read Powernomics. I have Black Labor, White Wealth, and have watched some of Claude Anderson's addresses from the 90s to now. Even some of his new stuff with like the Breakfast Club is kind of interesting. He's very consistent, and I want to. So I ironically enough, I do think that there is a paradigm shifting, whether we're a part of it consciously or unconsciously. It would be incredible to take the seat of power and really consolidate some and broker power for the next generation. I have real world ideas because I was in these groups with some of our other less informed, and there are nuances to our economy, and I think that I say melanated Americans, like you're from here, because I like Cece's saying, classification is so important. The identity crisis of melanated Americans is one of the key components to um, internal subjugation. This feeling of nobodiness, this feeling of erasure that posits you in just a perpetual amnesia. But so I was some of the ideas, and I'll pose these or just some things to think about. I was in a space with a group of people, and I mentioned that gift economies are where things should head, especially for melanated Americans, because a gift economy is one where we move away from a scarcity-based model and more towards a sacred-based model. There are components of gift economies within our society, like gratuities, but also trusts. A trust is a form of a gift economy, and a lot of funds, mutual funds, or just I guess like collective a basket of assets. We could create instruments like this, like financial instruments work best in harmony. So each person could participate in something like this, where if you're already invested in an insurance fund or a policy, or you pay into a 401k or a pension, what if we had some nondescript asset class that we in some schedule part actively funded as a collective that paid for our within our communities, our transit. If in the southeast they don't want to put in high speed rail, we put a $1 trillion fund together collectively over 10 years to put our own rail so we could support the mobility of our people in an eco and environmentally conscious manner. A lot of I mentioned the concept of we're sun people. We could harness solar energy, and people started to kind of backbite and talk about, well, you know, it's a distractive industry. Well, you can create free energy with magnet propulsion, which is free. So we could invest in our own scholars so that they could get patents to our own offices. And then some people are kind of afraid of the concept of like some of the real nuances of where we're going, where like decentralized assets. We could right now launch a coin, a currency that we trade, we put the value behind, we back with actual with a commodity that we deem valuable. That's why I talked about energy credits. If it takes so much energy to power where this fake matrix colonial world is headed, they're headed in an AI based augmented reality. If it takes energy to power that, what if we created power that we then we self-sustained our own power grid. We funded, constructed, and built a sustainable power grid that then we can parcel out and charge. And finally, we're in power at that point. They'll need power. We're not, some we're benevolent people. We take a lot into account for how things have to work. So we'll finally, if we started to really look into the physical infrastructure and the frameworks that can get things going, we're talking about, it's like small minds talk about people, regular talk about events, big minds talk about ideas. Well, we're quantum minds at this point because we can get into the application of ideas because we're in a zone where we know how powerful collective or compounding can be. Just the difference between having two and then multiplying by two. So if if right now we're in a space and we have all these minds and we're collective in that we know that there's an issue, and now we need to get into the application of solving with solutions, they're here. So the pushback I got within there, they said, oh, this will take generations down the line. Well, no, this is the generation. This generation, like there won't be a generation that will benefit from anything if it doesn't have a starting point. There has to be a start point. This is realistically a start point. We can right now build a fund, build funds, build assets, acquire land, and start trying to get some vertical integration or some sort of comparative advantage in one of the major utilities that are going to power the next 30 or 40 or so years. So that's all I wanted to say. I don't want people to have any type of reservations about tech because my
All right,
background is
bro. Thank you,
yeah,
sir.
Peace.
Thank you.
yeah.
Thank you so
Hey,
All
much.
right.
20,
Appreciate
20,
it.
22, thank you for drawing attention to the sense of urgency for us all to start, getting to work now. So thank you for that. And thank you for some of your even deeper points. Denmark, there are no more hands up. What would you like to do?
If there are no more hands, I'd like to check to see if Sister Ish room is ready.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm checking now. I don't, let's see. No, wait, is this her? Let me
Hold
check.
on.
No, that's not her. You want to contact her so we can head over that
Yeah,
way?
let me try to do that. Yep.
Can I say something real quick, then, Mark, before you guys go?
Sure, hold up real quick. You guys got your party gear on? You have your beverages, your cocktails, your party favors? Okay, next will be Judge, and then I'm bringing up I Am Money, Rira Nut. Okay, go ahead, Judge.
Just real quickly, I forgot. So I take notes because I forget what I said before. You know what, family? What kind of concerns me? Black people died for us. They was hung, they was murdered, and they was killed. And one of the things that kind of bugged me, like Westling, Dr. Westling, my understanding is Tariq Nasheed buried her, is what my understanding was. I just learned that. And
You mean
regard
he paid to help to have her buried? I don't want
that
people to think he roasted her.
no, yeah, and that just touched my heart so bad. I learned about her on here from another young lady whose screen name is Dr. Westling. And I'm saying that so in terms of someone spoke about Dr. Claude Anderson and all that he's done. family, it's painful to me that someone like him has worked his entire life for the liberation of Black people, and someone said we haven't moved forward. I just, it's time, y'all, and you just got to believe and understand that we got this and we can do this. I want us to be in a better place economically, socially, politically before this man leaves Earth. He put in blood, sweat, and tears for us. So I just want to leave y'all with that thought, okay? Because that troubles me that this man worked his whole life, and the idea is that we still where we were. So if I could share that with you guys, thank you so much, you guys.
Thank you, Judge Heidel. Okay, so what she said, guys, Dr. Claude Anderson, if you're really not truly familiar with him, there's so many clips on YouTube. If you're not going to read his books, listen to the Rock Newman interview. It's an older interview, but you want to learn this man's background. This guy is a real scholar. He worked at the White House. He was the Secretary of Commerce. He was one of the people in government that negotiated and said, no, before you do this for this group, you're going to do this for Black American freedmen. What happened is they assassinated, our leaders, Martin, Malcolm, gosh, there's somebody else, Fannie Lou Hamer, so many people, right? But even the Adam Clayton Powell's, those type of politicians are gone that knew how to negotiate, as they say, on both sides of the aisle. You give me this quid pro quo, I'll give you. We don't have that anymore. Somebody earlier mentioned that if you say the word Black, it's like the whole world scatters. And I said, why are you ashamed of your people and saying the word Black? I've since come to understand, allegedly, she's a melanated immigrant, married to a white man. But that's another story for another time. And she said, oh, I'm not embarrassed. I said, but you just gave a whole presentation about every ethnicity, about, I don't know what to call them anymore. I heard Elon will ban you for saying the LGBT. Okay. But I said, you guys are advocating for everyone specifically by name. Israel is still getting reparations from us. The Native Americans, right? The Guamanians, all types of people. I said, but why won't you say the word Black? And on God, out loud, on a microphone, she said, if I say the word Black, nothing will get passed. I didn't get to have a follow-up question, but my question would have been, then what do we need you for if you're not a warrior and you're not a fighter? So you all just laid down and said, we're never going to advocate for Black American freedom specifically. And I'm going to close and go to the next speaker, ODB. Pull up the clip, hashtag, just literally type in hashtag, ask Kamala. The first video that pops up is Kamala trying to act like a sister girl. We all know she's full on Indian. Her dad is not an Afro Jamaican. He's an Indo Jamaican, and her mother is an Indian, and she swears in as an Indian. If you go to hashtag ask Kamala, she says, no, let's make this clear. I'm not doing anything that'll only benefit Black people. Did I sound like Kamala?
Pretty good. Very
Pretty
good.
good. Pretty good.
Very
Okay.
good. Very good.
Well, I tried, but thank you. But moving on, just remember what is happening. We are only advocates. ODB, it's on you. Let's go.
Yeah, man. First
Hey,
off, I
hey,
want to.
ODB, give me 1 second because I've been meaning to do this for the last couple of hours and I keep forgetting. So let me do this right now before I forget again. Um, uh, brother named War Talks. He's the brother who. Hey, War Talks, check your back channel for me, please. Hold on a second. Yeah. So New Black Media Archive is recording the other space and this space here, and you should be able to find them on YouTube. they do a lot of recordings for Tariq Nasheed, Professor Black Truth, and the other black media. This acts as an archive or a backup because sometimes YouTube be clipping people and whatnot. And so this brother here has taken it upon himself to archive the black media. And you can go, hey, if you want to come up and do better than I am at plugging your thing, you're more than welcome to. We appreciate what you're doing here. Brother Archive, I'm saying Brother Archive, Brother Wartox, you want to come up? Is he still in the room? Oh, there he is. Hold on. Let me give you an invite to speak. Okay.
One.
Okay. All right. So I guess he's a little shy or something. But anyway, we do appreciate him. And let's see. Oh, there he is. He's a speaker. Hey, Brother Wartox, can you go ahead and talk about what you're doing and your thing and all, please, so that the people know and how they can get in touch with what you're doing?
Basically, they'll just go to the New Black Media Archive Twitter page. If you look for that Twitter account in here, everything is on there, instructions on how to access it and everything. But basically, it's a whole completely separate platform outside of YouTube where I've got a bunch of different people to read, Professor Black Truth, Jason Black, Vicky Dillard, several others. It's really just a backup of all of their YouTube content. So when YouTube decides to delete channels and erase stuff and censor stuff, everything is on there because I can put anything and everything on there. So therefore, that's really the purpose of that. Is so YouTube can't block us from spreading our information and our word. So people just need just look for that New Black Media Archive. If you just go on Twitter and search for it, you'll see it. It's a separate account. So, and what's pinned is the instructions for how to access it. But it's pretty much a download. You put in the information and you can stream it from anywhere. It's its own private server. Or like if you're like at work or something like that and YouTube's blocked or you're at school and you can't access YouTube, you can always access that. So.
And we appreciate that. That's good work right there. And am I pronouncing your name correctly, Wartox?
Yeah, that's right.
All right, okay. And yeah, I just wanted to give this brother a shout out. I should have done it earlier when there were more people around because the work he's doing is, But I'm a little bit airheaded a little bit sometimes. But the work he's doing is really important, man. Archiving our stories, that is so important. Because people are trying to erase us.
Exactly.
And so, yep. And so what he's doing is very, very important. And when you go to the brother's page, if there's a way to support him, please do so. I will be supporting him as well. Yeah. He's fighting back against our ethnocide. And so, whatever we can do to help, we should be doing. All right. Anything else, brother?
Hey,
That's it. Appreciate it.
Wartox, you can put a little monetization icon on your profile. Like if you look at mine, there's a little like wad of cash. So you just go to your settings and then you can add that to your profile.
Yeah, the New Black Media Archive page should have something on there already. Let me double check.
No, I mean on your Twitter page.
Yeah, on the Twitter page for New Black Media.
No, the Wartox page.
Okay, I'll add that.
Okay.
Okay, so let me shamelessly plug Unfiltered, Uninterrupted. Guys, we could use a little bit of help getting that podcast solidified. I got up in the Jumbotron there, a little Cash App, whatever. That money's going to go towards microphones. It's going to go towards equipment. It's going to go towards paying for subscriptions that we need, the platforms that we need to put our podcasts on and all that type stuff. So if you got it, it's appreciated. If you don't have it, the fact that you wanted to is appreciated. So Go ahead, Connie. What's next? Who's next, I should say. CC?
Oh, I thought my mic was on. ODB, the Dirty Boys.
Oh yeah, it's the Dirt Boys, but yeah. So first off, I want to thank Denmark, Miss Giselle, the rest of the organizers, for getting this together for us. And then, man, Dr. Claude Anderson, man, he did great. I mean, it was wonderful to hear from him, to speak with such conviction about some of the stuff that we're on the internet arguing about, classification, this and that, our breakdown of our lineage and all of these different things, and then just to hear him break it down straight from the horse's mouth, that hopefully that ends a lot of the infighting that we have going on. Just with the clip that I had, I think I posted it on the timeline and things like that. Man, I mean, a lot of the stuff that we've been hearing, like, people calling people pretendians and things like that, it's kind of like he was in the space with us and just killing all of that kind of stuff. And then to speak on capitalism the way that he did, all of the other points that he touched on was like truly like a blessing to be in there with. So I don't ever want to overlook that, with all the little petty stuff that we have going on with the hashtags. But to have somebody that at this point, the better part of the century, you know what I mean, has been a Black thought leader, and a Black econ leader up there that I consider with like Dr. Thomas Sowell and people like that, was just like really a blessing. So I just wanted to big up you guys and give you guys your flowers for making that happen for us, over here on Twitter.
Thank you. I'll say that on behalf of everyone you mentioned and myself. Quick question. You threw in Dr. Thomas Sowell. Why is that?
Because he's definitely a great econ leader. I mean, regardless of like personal feelings and things like that, he's definitely one of
Well,
them.
let's explore that. What are his personal feelings towards Black American freedmen and the reparations movement?
You would have to. I'm sound like you're asking me a loaded question. I mean, if you want to educate me on it, go ahead.
No,
I'm
I'm not asking a loaded question. When you posit something, that means you're familiar with him, and then you went further.
I don't know his
Hold on.
stances on
ODB,
reparations.
ODB. Let's be respectful. So when you said aside from his personal feelings, then you know something that we're going to have an objection to. So are you aware of how he speaks negatively about Black American freedmen, and he uses right-wing racist talking points against us? Are we to overlook that because he's an economist when we actually have Dr. William Sandy Darity, who wrote From Here to Equality, who advocates for us? That's our scholar. So I'm just curious why you threw him out there.
Because I know about his econ work. Like I said, you sound like you were asking me a question that you know the answer to.
But I answered the question. I'm not playing games with you. So now I'm going to get
not
really
playing CC.
okay. So I'm going to get
CC.
real direct. I'm going to get very direct.
I don't know Thomas Sowell's stance on reparations, so I
Okay,
can't.
but you know that you said despite his personal feelings. So I'm
Yeah,
curious.
that's after I seen somebody throwing.
Listen, I don't.
I seen somebody throwing the
Sir.
thumbs down. So
All right,
So
hey guys.
Mhm.
Thomas Sowell, like I don't even like AODB, you're entitled to your opinion, and that's cool. But I don't want to get into a conversation
No,
about
I was going to
Thomas
close it
Sowell.
out. I was about
Yeah,
to close it out.
for sure. And if you have more information on the what his stance is on reparations, I would be more than happy to read
Google
over
it.
that, and I'll Google it. You know what I mean?
Mhm,
But
thank
to try to make it seem like that's the standpoint that I'm like uplifting about him is very disingenuous. So
Okay, so in closing, thank you for that. I didn't try to make anything seem. I asked you a question. You were evasive. So then I stated,
I said I don't
sir,
know his
please
stance on
stop doing that,
reparations.
sir. I'm going to mute your mic, okay? So what I said, so that we're all clear in this space, you said some things that, are in alignment with what this space is about. And then you plugged Thomas Sowell, who was an open, outright enemy to Black American freedmen. So I would be remiss as a co-host and an uplifter of Black American freedmen and somebody that, was involved in bringing Dr. Claude Anderson to the stage. I couldn't let that slide. I'm not playing games with you. I'm being very direct. When people do things like that, and then you said he's a great economist, and then I didn't say it. You said, despite personal feelings. So I said, what personal feelings? You were evasive, and I'm going to close with this. So I said, this is what he stands for. And now you're like, well, educate me so we can close on this. Nobody's being disingenuous. I'm direct and direct and direct. So thank you. We appreciate you. Okay. Okay. Up next is I Am Money.
Hey, you guys, thank you so much for allowing me to speak. I took so much away from this conversation with Dr. Claude Anderson. Um, I really liked, I can't remember who said it, I think it might have been Judge, is what does it look like? What does group economics look like for us? You know, because I'm ready. I got $10, $20 a month to give to a project that's specifically for us, that can do something for us. And another thing that Dr. Claude Anderson mentioned was the Indians, as far as them like enslaving us and stuff like that. And us being like indigenous people of this here, you know, America. Um, I'm just happy that I was validated in how I felt, you know, because a lot of people are like, y'all aren't indigenous, y'all aren't this, y'all aren't that, you know, but if we circumnavigated this whole planet before anybody else was even on it, then there's no way that we're not indigenous to every single continent on this planet. So I don't get why people are so shocked. They're like, oh my God, Black people aren't indigenous to America. No, we are. We're indigenous everywhere. We're indigenous everywhere. Black people are indigenous to every continent, period. And so I thought that that was absolutely amazing. And this is just an amazing space. And I'm just so happy that you guys were able to bring it back, because that's what you guys did. It's just been so crazy in these spaces, but you guys really brought it back. You brought it home. You got everybody to just be back on one accord. You know, it kind of feels like that Alabama, you know, like we were able to bring it all back. And I'm sorry, you guys, that's my nephew, my baby nephew. But
We had
we were able to
we had a
bring it all
peaceful
back.
Montgomery
And
brawl.
I'm sorry. Yeah, the Montgomery Brawl. Yeah, that's the kind of joy that I feel today. You know, like I don't know. I just feel really good, and I was so happy to hear Dr. Claude Anderson speak. And thank you so much, Denmark, for making this happen, and for all the speakers and for everybody who tuned in. And I'm looking forward to more shows, Mr. Denmark. And thank you so much for allowing me to speak and just to be a part of this. Peace, love, and reparations to everyone.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Hey, I'm waiting on a link right now from Sister Ishmael. She's going to actually have the room over on Clubhouse because she's
Oh, I
having an
can't
issue with
attend.
the huh?
I can't even attend.
Oh,
Yeah. All right.
Do we have to download an app for Clubhouse, or how does that work?
If you're not already, Denmark, are you speaking? We can't hear you. Can you guys hear Denmark?
can y'all hear
In
me
and
now?
out. He's in and out.
We can hear
Y'all
you
can
now,
hear me?
brother.
I can
I
hear
hear
you
you
now.
now.
I can hear you now, Denmark.
It's just static,
I can't hear
brother.
you now.
Yeah, it's just static right now.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
I don't know why my stuff keeps going out like that, but it is. I'm just, yeah, she said she's going to provide a link where you don't even need to log into Clubhouse.
It's a lot of
Link here.
feedback,
Waiting on that link
brother.
here. Huh? Say what?
You're coming in clear, but it's a lot like it's feedback, like it's a 60-second or so feedback.
Say what?
Denmark, I'm texting him now. While we're waiting for Denmark, we
Can
have
y'all hear me?
yes, sir.
Okay, so she just sent me a link. I'm about to put it up in the jumbotron, and this link is supposed to. You're supposed to be able to listen in without even having a login or something. She was saying. So give me a second to put this link up.
Okay, so Mariam, would you like to go?
Yes, thank you, Sister Cece. Wonderful speaking to you again. Brother Denmark, could you silence your mic because it's making feedback? Thank you, brother.
All right, give me 1 sec. Hold on. Let me see. Yep, there we go. Okay.
Did you post it? Let's see. Um, do you guys see it yet? I don't see it.
No, I don't see it either.
Okay. Mariam, please go while he's doing that.
Yes.
Okay, it should be up there now, guys. It should be up there now. Sorry.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, brother, it's up there. I wanted to congratulate yourself, Brother Denmark, and yourself, Sister Cece, Sister Giselle, and all the many other brothers and sisters who was intricate, Sister Florence or Flora, that was intricate in bringing our wonderful elder master teacher to us. This was definitely a treat and definitely one for the archives. So thank you, Brother Wartox, um, also for being an advocate of recording and making sure that we'll have these archives accessible to us. Um, it takes all parts and all of us doing our part. And I thank you, brothers and sisters, who stand in the vein of which you are strongest in which we all add to the pot and make this thing happen in the spirit of our ancestors and our elders. We must keep going. We must make sure that we keep in contact with one another. Even outside of these apps, exchange numbers to those who you feel comfortable with. Um, no one's above being vetted, no one's above being checked and correct in the spirit of my beautiful warrior sister, Wasi sister, Sister Cece. Shout out to you also, Sister Sharon, another Wasi sister, Sister Nikki the God, who was in here earlier. Shout out to you. And Sister D Tubman. It was a lot of beautiful family that was in the space. And I just wanted to do that. Wanted to call attention to something that was said by one of the speakers who came up, the young brother who was.
I think your audio is just a little bit muffled.
Okay. Can you hear me better now? I'm sorry about that. Can you hear me better now?
Are you guys okay with it? Can you hear her? Speaker, can somebody comment?
Okay. I came off.
Oh, that's much
Okay,
better.
great.
Okay.
I was saying shout out to all of our Wasi sisters and Wazo brothers, which mean warrior sister and warrior brothers, who are in this grassroots movement for reparations, because it's reparations over everything, but it's also you have to have a mind of consciousness and a moral latitude as well, because we cannot forget that code is also that keeps us accountable to one another. And I was saying no one is above being vetted, no one is above being checked or corrected, but we do it with grace to with one another. So we will extend that branch. And I wanted to call attention to a young person who came up, who was speaking. He was speaking about the light rail and a number of other things, and he was saying a bunch of word salad. And one of the phrases he was using was melanated people, and our master teachers, our elders, all teach us not to use broad and open terminology to describe ourselves or put that on our movement. So we are just not melanated people in America. Okay, that's anybody from tacos, spaghettis, rice bowls,
burrito wraps, whatever have you, bush meat, whatever. So we not going there, jerk chicken, none of that. So we have to stand on that fortitude, and we have to gently correct one another. You know, this is FBA, Freedman, Negro, Native, Indigenous, Black American. We are the ones who set the tone. We also are the ones who can vet and check. And like I say, we do it with grace and we do it with roasting because that's just who we are and part of our lineage. But it's all with love, because you were sounding a little oppish, young brother. Either that or biracial. I don't know, some confusion somewhere. Just stuff wasn't adding up for me, and maybe you just need to listen a little more and really hear what is being said in the space, or read more on our master teachers and our elders. Um, so on that note, and then I would like to give a shout out to our beautiful sister Ishmael. She truly do music therapy. I tell you, when I discovered her space, I was pleasantly surprised. Not surprised, but pleasantly enjoying myself, because she hits all aspects of what it is to be indigenous, native, FBA, freedman, Negro, ascendants of chattel slavery. I tell you, she hit our whole spectrum with music, because we know music is the soundtrack of our lives. And we know that it's a spiritual thing. It's not just an action or someone's making noise. No, it's the booms, the bops, the swings, the lows, the ins, the outs, the tones, the rhythms, the ups, the downs. Making it sing and harmonize and come together, along with our life experiences that went along with our own life blood, as well as our spiritual and cultural experiences. So it's so much of just like us breathing. That's why it's so important for us to gatekeep our culture on all levels, our intellectual properties, our music, our art form, our dance form. Um, Definitely our inventions, definitely our mini-me's or our little ones or our children, because we're not only doing it for our ancestors, our elders, and ourselves. We definitely have to stay with our shoulders to the forefront, our foot on the ground, and make sure that we keep pushing on behalf of our lineage, our future lineage, because we have money to get, and they will cut our check. We want our reparations now. End of discussion. Period. Point blank. Love your family. Thank you, beautiful people, for allowing me to speak.
Peace, love, and reparations. Ishmael, before you speak in Denmark, before you say anything, allow me to do this. Everyone in the space, I want you to join me. I want every person in their room to clap your hands for Denmark and Ishmael, because what they put together was great. There was a planning committee, but let's give them their flowers now. Join me now. Everybody clap. Come on, hands. We can do better. Clap your hands. Come on, people. Appreciate these people. Thank you. That's how we do it. Okay, go ahead, Denmark or Ishmael.
Yeah, greeting. Thank you for that, Miss Cece. I appreciate you, Miss Miriam. I appreciate you, everyone in this space. I just want to real quick take a moment to tell folks Twitter has not yet been optimized in a way that allows for the sound to be played with excuse me, with systems that are minimized, meaning just a basic soundboard in your phone. I am a professional musician and I'm very finicky about sound. And I have noticed that on Twitter Spaces that the sound is distorted. I do want to let people know that that is not because of my tech. That is because of the app and the functionality of this app. This is not a problem that I have on any other app that I use to broadcast, and I use many. So while I'm in the middle of figuring out other options to broadcast on Twitter so that I can provide a space to you with optimized sound, I'm going to be using Clubhouse tonight, because the sound on there allows for you to feel as if you're actually in the room with the music as it's being played. And it does it justice for the people who are independent musicians, like some of you in this room, and some of you who are not in this room, for their music to be played at the optimum sound quality that they deserve. So I have created a link for folks who are not on Clubhouse to still be able to get into the Clubhouse space without having to make a profile. And listen to the broadcast of Third Eye Radio tonight, which is specifically going to be honoring our ancestors, the work that was done today by all of these brilliant people, Brother Denmark, Dr. Claude Anderson, Miss Florence Beckley, Dr. Rosie Milligan, Miss Giselle, Miss Nikki C, Miss Cece Friedman, Brother Unk, Rock, and all of these amazing Negro freedmen who came and collectively organized something that we could contribute to the masses today. I want to make sure that the sound is pristine. I want to be a proprietor of music theory, music history, music art, and music quality. So I'm going to be broadcasting. All you have to do is click the link at the top. I am encouraging folks to click it around 6:55. I'm going to be starting the room at 6:45, but just to make sure folks can get right into the room, I'm going to ask that you click the link around between 6:50, 6:55, and you should be able to get right into the room and listen to the broadcast all the way through with optimized sound quality. Again, you will not have to make a profile to do this. You will simply just have to click the link and you can get right into the broadcast. For those of you who have music, who are independent musicians, I will be playing independent Black musicians tonight, as I try to do every set that I have. So please submit your music to me and I will make sure that I play your songs. This is a way that I can not only provide a space where we can share in our ancestral music, but also share in the music of the people who are walking in their paths and carrying the torches and creating music today that is continuing the legacy of our people. I appreciate you all, and I thank you all for allowing me to speak and allowing me the space to just create this platform and to be in service to you through music and art. Be well.
Denmark, we do not have any more speakers. How would you like to proceed?
Sister Ish will be ready in 20 minutes, I reckon.
Yeah. We can take a break and get our snacks and
Yeah.
libations together.
Yes, let's do that. All right, everybody, copy that link up in the Jumbotron. You can hang out here. You guys can chat amongst yourselves or whatever. I'm going to do something to eat. And I guess we'll leave this open until Sister Ish is ready. And then she can come back in or notify one of us that she's ready. And we'll go ahead and close this out. Okay. All right. But yeah. Let's all take a break. Go get yourselves something. Get yourselves your libation and your snacks, and let's get ready.
Peace, love, and reparations.
All right.
Welcome, peace, love, and reparations always.
All right. So 6:45, we'll go ahead and close this room out. So in about 20 minutes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate y'all coming back in or being there with us. As a matter of fact, this is the longest episode I ever had here, over 5 hours, about 15 minutes away from 6 hours. We're going to close this out. All right. You guys want to see the replay, or always turn back and from the beginning, and you can check out where Dr. Claude Anderson came in and he spoke for about an hour or so. All right. We appreciate y'all. Don't forget to get his books at powernomics.com. And I'm going to put on the screen right now all of his books.
Cass, that is greatly appreciated. And thank you very much. Yep.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. They're going to be on for about another 15 minutes, but we're going to get out of here. And that is it. Don't forget to get all of Dr. Anderson's books. You see it on the screen right now. Black Labor, White Wealth, Powernomics, Dirty Little Secrets 1 and 2. That's 2 different books. All right. And in his last book, the more recent one, A Black History Reader, 101 Questions You Never Thought to Ask. It's a very good book. I haven't yet finished it yet. So I'm going to be getting back into that book again. But this is Thoughts of the Week podcast. We appreciate y'all. Go back to the beginning of this video. Or for those who are watching this on Spotify, or those who are listening to the episode, go back. All right. And you can hear Dr. Claude Anderson speak. All right. This was a live broadcast, September 30th, 2023. We're about to get out of here. You're rocking with the best. Thoughts of the Week. We out. Peace. You're rocking with the best. Thoughts of the Week podcast.